Chapter 401 Take It Easy. Chun Yang rubbed her white shoulders where Fong Tang had left footprints, and frowned. Why didn't you shoot just now? Based on Fong Tang's location and his powerful sniping ability, he had every chance to shoot and kill the giant deer just now. Fong Tang silently removed the barrel of the gun. It was enscathed by so many multiple weapons. My ice bullets have worse penetrability, so it is impossible to hurt it. The rewards for this mission are very generous. Not to mention the secret gold particles. There are also formulas for elemental weapons. Chun Yang felt very regretful. Fong Tang patted her head. Don't be fooled by the game rewards. Chun Yang was puzzled. Is there something wrong? Although she didn't see the scene, she could clearly feel the glow of lightning. It can discharge because it has been abused by electric shocks. Chun Yang tried to explain the reason why the white deer released lightning. Or is it because of some effect of the secret gold particles that high voltage electricity is formed in its body that can be released? Fong Tang described the situation at that time. Chun Yang started asking for details. When she heard about antler wire, she became even more sure. The iron wire is wrapped around it to fix the antlers for easy cutting. Who would have thought that it would have the ability to release lightning because of this? Fong Tang shook his head. He sat at the entrance of the cave, still thinking about the mark on the deer's tail. The imprint is square, different from the marks of ordinary livestock. It is a very beautiful mark with strange patterns all around. There seems to be a word in the mark. Now that the fawn has grown so big, the branding scars would normally be covered by new fur. So Fong Tang suspected that the mark contained other information. What is the word? His fingers traced in the palm of his hand. Suddenly I realized that the fonts were reversed on the deer. Thinking about it again, it is actually the traditional Chinese character, Yung. And the pattern in the imprint is also very weird. It's a pattern from the Tang Dynasty. The commonly used patterns on handicrafts of the Tang Dynasty have been unearthed in Dunhuang murals. The most common ones are the link beads pattern, the twining branch pattern, the precious phase pattern, the nest pattern, the geometric pattern, and the three-chin pattern used by the royal family. These patterns mainly appear on Tang brocade, gold and silverware, as well as ceramics and architectural decoration. Fong Tang opened his eyes. It is the three-chin pattern, which represents the sun, moon and stars. It is extremely noble, and is only used by the royal family. Think about the word Yung again. During the Jinyuan period of Tang Dynasty, Emperor Tang Dizong. Searching the database, it was found that before Dizong ascended the throne, he was named King Yung. Understood? Fong Tang's lips curled up. Bai's database contained everything, so he could find the clues hidden in this mark. Chun Yang looked at the man a little confused now, not knowing what he was thinking while smiling and frowning. Fong Tang had already stood up and started searching for the wreckage of the vehicle. Chun Yang felt extremely sleepy, and her eyelids began to fight. She braced herself and followed the man. The armed off-road vehicle had been completely burned, and it was filled with black powder, which looked like the ashes of corpses that had not had time to decompose. Nothing can be found about this car, but that squash snowplow had a lot of good stuff left in it. The two wooden-handled grenades bear the manufacturing characteristics of the 1960s. At first glance, they are products of Yinshan Machinery Factory. A military kettle, one corner flattened, but still usable. The best thing is the secret gold particles left by the dead people in the car. 4 units? Fong Tang gave Chun Yang 1 unit. Continuing the search, there was no other better discovery. Fong Tang removed the battery, the magnet for the car horn, the complete steering wheel with airbag, and other intact parts from the scrapped car. After wrapping these parts in the corpse's clothes and transporting them to the snow cave, Fong Tang came back and suddenly saw the headlights of the snow plow. Inside the car light, a ball-shaped thing is rotating, entering a meditative state. His consciousness is highly focused. There was nothingness all around. Only the ball was spinning. The sphere rotates and generates a weak magnetic field, which interacts with the surrounding particles. Fong Tang deduced that the surrounding particles were reflecting some kind of signal. It turns out that Zuolian Song relies on this kind of equipment to communicate. Because of the particles all over the game scene, conventional communication methods are too disruptive to implement. But this communication method that uses electromagnetic fields and particle reflection takes advantage of ubiquitous particles. Fong Tang turned around and pulled Chun Yang over. Standing in front of the car lights intentionally or unintentionally, he hugged the girl and whispered, I will definitely protect you. We are a family now. Why are you saying this suddenly? Chun Yang was confused and suspected that the man had been stimulated by something, which made him a little abnormal. She yawned. I have to go to sleep now. Since you are so good to me, you must keep your word and protect me. She barely persisted until now, And after the most difficult day, she finally couldn't hold on any longer. Chun Yang began to look for a suitable place. A snow cave won't do. The place where she sleeps must have a lot of water molecules. Finally, she chose a sunken snow slope near the rock above the snow cave. Bury me under the snow. Not too deep. And dig me out after 24 hours. After the blizzard comes, this sunken land will be completely covered with snow. Chun Yang thought very carefully. Fong Tang helped her dig out the snow pit. The girl lay down wrapped in sheepskin, and her words were a bit slurred. Definitely. Remember? Dig me out. Definitely. She fell asleep. Fong Tang piled up the snow, raised the silver revolver, and fired a shot right next to the stone. At extremely low temperatures, silver crystals are spread all over the stone. After leaving this mark, he turned around and left, following the direction where the white deer disappeared just now. After walking a few steps, Fong Tang pulled out a rope from the package, which was a rope woven from wild grass and the ginkgo plain. He wrapped it around his waist, leaving a long length of rope trailing behind him. This is a very simple snow walking technique, because in the endless snow, it is difficult to ensure that you are walking in a straight direction. If you are dragging the rope behind, you only need to turn your head to see if the traces left behind are straight. Fong Tang didn't want to waste energy on identifying the direction. The meditative state is actually very dangerous. While focusing on one thing, it also makes him lose any defense. Shortly after Fong Tang left, a group of white shadows appeared like ghosts. The guards led by Zhu Jinsong were all covered in white felt clothes. They didn't take a car or have any tools. They came here on foot. Most of this group of people are teachers from New China, and they are stronger than ordinary players. As the first guard is weighing, 40 of the 100 people are carefully selected from high-level players. Among the crowd, only Yang Dongjun was breathing heavily and wearing thick cold-proof clothes. He was ashamed, but Zhuo Liansong comforted him. You are already great for being able to keep up with us. Check the situation at the scene. After checking around, someone reported, Instructor, the communicator is intact, and the signal we received is fine. Yang Dongjun sighed and said, Did Fong Tang kill the second team? Zhu Jinsong shook his head. He was listening to the audio collected by the communicator. The intelligence officer in the guards showed a sarcastic smile at this time. Fong Tang is getting along with the female leader of the 40 Thieves. And their relationship. Well, it is developing so fast. Zhu Jinsong sighed. This man is amazingly talented and can be called the strongest player. Unfortunately, he is too stupid when it comes to women. He will die at the hands of women sooner or later. Soon, someone came to report happily. A crystal was found, which is exactly the same as the frozen bomb that appeared at the Magic Goose Farm. Zhu Jinsong led Yang Dongjun over quickly, reaching out to touch the snow on the ground. Zhuo Liansong said coldly, Dig! Chun Yang was quickly dug out, just like a beautiful woman sleeping in spring. Her skin is warm. Zhu Jinsong frowned. The secret scroll is not on her. Take it back to the bar first. Yang Dongjun hesitated to speak. Zhuo Liansong waved his hand and looked at the approaching clouds. The storm is coming soon. Let's retreat first. Don't worry. Fong Tang's weakness is this woman. The secret scroll cannot escape. He wrote a note himself, wrapped it in a plastic bag, and put it in the dug snow pit. The ghostly crowd retreated, and the swirling eye of the storm rushed towards the snowy mountains. Chapter 402 Yo-Yo looming. To the north of the snow-capped mountains is the territory of the leader boss Frost Eagle. Fong Tang crossed the ridge and continued walking in a straight line along the snow slope. Already arrived at the north peak, there was a clicking sound under his feet, and he pulled out the dagger as fast as lightning. The snow beneath his feet collapsed. Then the thin ice shattered, and his body fell vertically. Under the crack is a canyon more than 50 meters deep. The dagger stabbed into the mountain wall, stabbing downward. After drawing a long line, Fong Tang's body finally hovered. He exhaled and looked down. Colored light bulbs appeared on both sides of the canyon, flickering faintly. Fong Tang pulled out another dagger and slowly moved toward the bottom of the canyon. Leaning on the two daggers, my feet finally touched the ground. Sitting down and panting, a stream of clear water was gurgling on the left side. He quickly took out a military kettle and filled it up. After replenishing water, recheck your belongings. Inject the secret gold particles into the frost whispering gun. And after counting, there are still 10 units stored. Only then did Fong Tang stand up. This is a hidden valley. Another world inside the iceberg. Those colorful light bulbs are like common decorations in the park. They are sealed inside the mountain. I don't know why they can still light up. In the transparent ice wall, you can clearly see the frozen children's slide, wooden fence, pavilion, street lamp, and coffee table. You can even see wooden signs saying, "Country Park Precautions." You can imagine how this park in Taoyuan County was ravaged during the construction of the Fog Pass game scene. What is sealed in the iceberg is a distant real world. Fong Tang sighed for a while, and slowly walked towards the depths of the canyon. In the dim light, groups of antelopes and white deer appear deep in the canyon. The green grass is fragrant, and the snow antelope and white deer eat peacefully in the valley. They did not interfere with each other, but the two leaders, the giant white deer and the muscular white antelope, kept breathing in the grass, even leaving patches of urine stains. Following the scent spread by the two leaders, the line appears, and the deer and sheep gradually separate. Fong Tang touched it quietly. Half of the black feather cloak turned into a green color, and the other half turned into an almost transparent ice mirror, allowing him to blend in with the surrounding scenery. But some antelopes and deer still raised their heads warily, kicking at the grass uneasily. The flock of sheep gathered, and the leading sheep leaned together to form a semicircular defensive front. But the white deer were more direct. The leader who could discharge electricity put his antlers on the grass, and sprayed a warning white mist from his nose. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. Was his smell exposed? Still thinking about it, the ice above the canyon broke, and an eagle's cry suddenly appeared. The next moment, the deer and sheep, who were extremely vigilant, started to wail together. Then they all slowly lay down on the grass, trembling and motionless. Fong Tang was stunned. Is this giving up resistance? Pieces of ice fell with a crashing sound, and the howling storm from above hit. After being swept into the deep canyon, the snowflakes almost poured down. In the midst of the storm and snowflakes, a majestic frost eagle appeared. The eagle's eyes are like green gems, shining coldly in the dim light. It actually tilted its body, spread its wings more than 2 meters long, and swooped down. A small antelope whined and was lifted up by the eagle's talons. The frost hawk grabbed the small antelope and flew to the top. Fong Tang took a breath. I finally saw Beishan's #1 boss with my own eyes. The frost eagle recorded in the secret scroll. The raptor, which the emperor calls Juyunzifro, is indeed powerful. Another gust of wind and snow hit, and the figure of the frost eagle reappeared. Isn't it full yet? Fong Tang quickly turned the barrel of the gun, and the dagger flew away, piercing the ice wall on the right. He sprinted, jumped up on the dagger, and stabbed the second dagger into the ice wall. Using the force, he rolled upwards. While he was writhing, he raised the dagger below with his toes and stabbed upward again, like stepping on a ladder. We arrived at the top of the right side of the ice wall, stepping on the dagger with both feet. Adjusting his breathing, Fong Tang steadily raised the frost spear. He pressed his body against the ice wall. His black feathers flashed, and he became completely invisible. Come on! Let me see how powerful you are! Below the canyon, a bright lightning appeared. Fong Tang let out a sigh and put down his gun. I saw the frost eagle circling in the canyon, roaring loudly and swooping down again. It turned out that its target was the cute little white deer. The leader of the giant deer kicked the ground with his hind hooves, firmly protecting his child, and his antlers flickered again. With a sneer, the frost eagle's wings ruthlessly slapped the giant deer's back, and then moved diagonally across it. The deerskin, which was tough enough to withstand bullets, was torn open with a long bloody opening. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and at that moment, what he saw was not sharp wings, but high-frequency vibrating particle knives. The high-frequency vibrations emitted by the edges of the frosthawk's wings seemed to be able to cut objects at the molecular level. This is terrifying. He subconsciously analyzed the energy source of this weapon. To maintain the operation of this high-energy weapon, unless there is a small nuclear reactor inside Frost Eagle. Otherwise, it must accumulate enough energy to be used once. Looking again, Frosthawk Boss's wings have indeed dimmed and lost the high-frequency vibration. But the antelope and white deer in the canyon would not understand. They could only surrender. The giant deer screamed, and the Frost Eagle swooped down for the third time. The little white deer was so frightened that he lay on the ground. Fong Tang immediately raised his gun and fired. The first bullet grazed the eagle feather, and he immediately corrected the angle and fired continuously. After the 6 ice bullets were fired, the magazine rotated and was immediately replenished. Fong Tang did not dare to pause and fired another round of, okay, shooting. After 3 rounds of shooting, the Frost Eagle's wings flickered again, and the crystals that froze in the wings shattered. The eagle's eyes turned and locked Fong Tang's position. It hovered angrily at high altitude and was about to dive down. Fong Tang took a deep breath and was about to jump down at all costs when three crack-like electric lines appeared on the fall starry sky of the particle barrier. First Hawk seemed to hesitate. Fong Tang was stunned. Not even the blizzard can cover up the three bright lights at the intersection of the peak and the barrier. At the center of the bright light vibration, a small black dot appeared. It was as if a hole had opened in the sky. That is, what appeared above the barrier turned out to be a giant spirit. Although no one is visible, the familiar resonance amplitude is unmistakable. Fong Tang saw a flash of light appear in a daze, and the light point fell straight down and disappeared into the snow of Beishan. Under the power of resonance, three huge lightning bolts appeared on the particle barrier, illuminating the game scene of the snowy mountains like daylight. Soon, a crazy particle cloud appeared, repairing the broken holes. The first hawk was frightened and circled away unwillingly. Fong Tang breathed a sigh of relief. If the giant spirit hadn't suddenly appeared, he really wouldn't have been able to deal with the giant eagle. The blizzard was still there, and Fong Tang had firmly memorized the location where the light spot fell. He slowed down. Something strange happened again in the canyon. The giant deer with a bloody back stood up stubbornly, while the little white deer bit its tail and shivered. However, the deer and sheep came closer and actually blocked them with their bodies. The giant deer wanted to move forward, but was immediately pushed out. They were actually driving away the poor white deer father and son. Several majestic white deer appeared, their antlers bent, aiming at the former leader. Fong Tang watched this scene silently. This group of livestock is afraid that the frost hawk will continue to come back, so they don't want the white deer to stay in the valley. The injured giant deer's position as leader was also challenged, with at least 3 stags surrounding it eagerly. It sprayed 2 streams of white mist from its nose, slowly lowered its head, turned around, and walked out with the fawn. Hot deer blood dripped down the path of the canyon. Behind them, 3 stags engaged in a short duel. The antlers of 2 stags broke off. The winning one was immediately surrounded by beautiful female deer. It happily led the herd towards the depths of the canyon. But the former deer king was already lying on the side of the canyon, trembling. The little white deer surrounded it and howled, which was a sad deer call. Chapter 403 Walking with the Deer. Amid the roar of the deer, Fong Tang slowly walked over. At this time, the reward of the white deer mission was within easy reach. But he still believed in his own judgment. If you don't kill this deer and track the branding information, you can get a bigger reward. The little guy who had just grown antlers began to swing his hooves and stared at Fong Tang in horror. It wants to protect its father. Fong Tang continued to approach and suddenly walked around the deer. He crushed the fish balls prepared in his hand and sprinkled them on the giant deer's wound. The giant deer trembled, and Fong Tang once again avoided the deer's attack and walked away from afar. The deer became confused. After a while, the giant deer slowly stood up. Fong Tang grabbed a handful of grass, opened the kettle, poured some water on the grass blades, and then sprinkled Bema Tianxin powder and Yuxing pills. Yuxing pills can also treat injuries of animals. As for Bema powder, I don't know if it is useful, but thinking about it, as long as it is a creature with a neural structure, it should have an effect. The giant deer protected the child and hesitated until Fong Tang took 2 steps back before it slowly came over. It obviously doesn't trust humans very much, as it has endured some of the most horrific abuses from humans. But this time it was different. After replenishing water and medicine, it walked over intelligently, stuck out its tongue and licked Fong Tang's gun. Fong Tang smiled. This gun saved your child just now. Now you should believe me. Right. Of course Bailu couldn't understand human language, but he could tell Fong Tang's kindness. It bit Fong Tang's black feather cloak, pulled hard, and then led the fawn forward. Fong Tang understood and followed closely. After leaving the canyon, the wind howled and snow seemed to hit our face in piles. The giant deer was in front. The little white deer was biting its tail, and Fong Tang was pulling the tail of the little deer. 1 person and 2 deer were walking hard in the wind and snow. Soon, Fong Tang turned into a snowman. Above their heads, a thick ball of snow crashed over, burying the man and the deer directly. Fong Tang couldn't hear any sound, only felt his body being dragged. The sound of the snowstorm gradually dissipated, and the sound of huge water flows suddenly came to my ears. Fong Tang shook up his black feathered cloak, wiped away the snow in front of his eyes, and saw the vertical ice cliff in front of him, as well as the waterfall flowing on the cliff. The giant deer's wounds were covered with snowflakes. It let go and lay down in front of the waterfall. Fong Tang frowned. At this time, little white deer took a few steps back, then charged forward. with both hooves stepping on the rocks. The deer jumped gracefully and passed directly through the waterfall. The giant deer roared, biting Fong Tang's cloak again, and pulled hard. Fong Tang understood and took a running start, leaping up and rushing behind the waterfall. He fell down, and his eyes brightened for a while. In the water curtain cave behind the waterfall, a 7-color flower blooms. The flowers are as big as the palm of a hand and sparkle in various colors. The little white deer was a little afraid and didn't dare to get close. It just shook the water drops on its body. Fong Tang walked over slowly. After observing for a while, I was sure. There is no colorful flower in this world. And it is certainly not a fairy treasure. It is actually just an artificial flower. If you could travel back to ancient times with an artificial flower made of LED lights, there would be no problem in calling it a magical flower. The only thing different about this artificial flower is the flower bud. Fong Tang's heart trembled. A flower bone composed of clusters of secret gold particles. Looks like a minimum of 100 units. The clues in half of the secret scroll are very clear. In the 9th year of Jinyuan, a colorful flower was born in front of Hailing Ho Dongfang Yiting. It looks like this is the flower. A familiar sizzling sound appeared, and my sister appeared in front of the artificial flowers. She looked at Fong Tang strangely. I want you to take advantage again. But now you still have a choice. Kill white deer. In addition to secret gold particles, there are also elemental weapons. Fong Tang directly raised his hand and shot. The barrier composed of particles was frozen. And my sister laughed strangely. Okay. I'll just leave. Remember, there are treasures under the flowers. Don't waste them. My sister's interest disappeared. Fong Tang glanced at the anxious Shulu. Okay. Save your dad first. He picked off the flower bones and walked out with the little guy. After feeding 120 units of secret gold particles to 30 units of the giant deer, its wounds began to heal. Soon, the giant deer became energetic after being supplemented by the secret gold particles. It lowered its antlers to Fong Tang to show its gratitude. Then he opened his mouth and spit out a ball of undigested grass residue from his stomach. Fong Tongro realized something, crushed the grass residue, and took out a silver-white metal cylinder from the inside, which looked like a small A battery, and a complete blade of grass. On the blades of grass, there are indeed formulas for elemental weapons. Fong Tang put it away silently. I saved you, and you gave me a thank you gift. How about we say goodbye now? The giant deer let out a cry, gently pushed up the little white deer next to him with its antlers, and pushed it towards Fong Tang. Little white deer looked reluctant. Fong Tang also became reserved. You want me to protect your child? This is a bit too much. That frost eagle is very vindictive and will hurt me. The giant deer spurted white air from its nose, and at this moment, it kicked its own child to the ground. The fawn got up and rushed towards his father, but was kicked over again. After doing this several times, Xiaolu let out a sigh, lowered his head unwillingly, and came to Fong Tang's side, looking at its beautiful yet stubborn eyes. Fong Tang smiled. It's quite rebellious. Your dad is doing it for your own good. Only by following me can you have a chance to survive. At least in the snowy mountains, it is impossible for a small white deer to escape the pursuit of raptors in the sky. At this time, the giant deer shook its tail, swayed its antlers, and then made a kneeling motion with its front hooves raised. The fawn also wagged its tail and imitated the imitation of half kneeling in displeasure. Fong Tang coughed dryly. That's too polite. There's no need to be like this. After saying that, he immediately rode up. He actually couldn't help himself. The fawn spread its hooves in displeasure and started to circle wildly on the spot. Jilu watched with concern. Fong Tang's heart trembled. Is this a test of my ability? He hugged the deer's neck tightly, put his feet back, and hooked the deer's tail. This adjusts the body's balance. I don't know how long it took, but the deer was exhausted and became quiet. Fong Tang came down dizzy, and the stubborn and rebellious deer stuck out his tongue and licked his hand. Fong Tang nodded. Be good in the future. After riding on him again, the deer gently carried him and walked back and forth for a few steps. Fong Tang liked it more and more. I have never had a real mount. If you like, I can call you Yu from now on. The Book of Song says, Yu, the deer roars, and the apples of the wild eat. Do you like this name? The fawn just flicked its tail. Very docile. At this time, the giant deer had lowered its antlers, nodded at Fong Tang a few times, then turned around, with an awe-inspiring temperament, and rushed to the peak without hesitation. Fong Tang groaned and wanted to stop him. After thinking for a while, he put down his hand again, looking at the direction the giant deer was running. I felt awe-inspiring in my heart. Although you are just a deer, you have courage and persistence that are rare even in humans. It is this courage and persistence that makes Julu embark on the journey without hesitation and challenge the Frost Eagle boss on the top of the mountain without fear of death. After watching the white deer disappear into the snow and mist, Phong Tankai patted the deer and re-entered the water curtain cave. Now, he dug up the artificial flower, and after throwing it aside, he felt a stone slab underneath. The stone slab was covered with carved writings. But under the slab, 7 stone boxes appeared. Phong Tang did not move the boxes immediately, but held up the artificial flowers, and read the writings on the stone slabs by the light. My sister said, "There are treasures under the flowers." So what treasures are in these stone boxes? Chapter 404, Flowers in the Mirror. In the 9th year of Zhenyuan, the colorful flowers grew in front of Hailing Ho Dongfang Yiting, which was many times larger than the normal number. Because of this, I got 7 stone boxes, each with a mirror. The mirror is curved but does not eclipse the light, and the sun shines with a halo of 1 foot. It is a very strange thing. The first sentence written on the slate is a supplement to the story of the 7-color flower in half of the secret scroll. In Mr. Dongfang's courtyard, a colorful flower grew, which was several times larger than ordinary flowers. The family members were surprised, so they dug down along the flower and dug out 7 stone boxes. There is a curved mirror in each box. These mirrors can transmit sunlight and create a large aperture. They are really treasures. According to the records on the stone tablet, the following story becomes more and more interesting. In the 9th year of Zhenyuan of the Tang dynasty, there was a sudden change in nature and a meteorite fell to the ground, which greatly shocked Tang Dizong at that time. And the courtiers thought it was an ominous sign. At that time, it was not the prosperous Tang dynasty, but an era when the emperor's authority was impacted by the vassal towns after the Ungshi rebellion. Against this background, Master Hailing Ho Dongfang began to wonder, wouldn't the colorful flowers and these precious mirrors found at home be auspicious to the heavenly generals? He was going to present the colorful flowers and the precious mirror to the emperor to win a fortune. Lord Dongfang took out 7 mirrors, had them specially decorated by craftsmen, and then hung them in the room to invite his friends to view them, preparing to select the most beautiful one and present it to the emperor. Something happened. That night, strange things happened frequently in the mansion. Animals vomited black blood and died. 2 maids were frightened and threw themselves into the lake. Even the wife and son fell into a coma. Master Dongfang was frightened. At this time, an outsider suddenly appeared and told Dongfang that only 2 of these mirrors were real treasures, and the others were transformed by evil spirits. It is necessary to take the hyperboloid as a mirror, and add the pupil of 4 things to make a demon-proofing mirror, so as to drive away evil spirits. Dongfang hurriedly asked where to get the 4 eyes. The worldly expert said, "First of all, we have to use the eyes of the emperor's favorite frost eagle." What? Isn't this a joke? It's obviously here to entertain me. Hearing this, Dongfang was furious and immediately ordered someone to chop off the head of this extraordinary man. After the man died, his head flew into the air, and he sneered repeatedly, but he turned into a white deer and galloped away. Master Dongfang couldn't care less now, so he had the 7 mirrors reburied under the earth, and they burned incense and prayed every day. Strangely enough, the illnesses of his wife and son were cured. Phong Tang held the stone slab and watched it with great interest. The white deer and the 7 mirrors appear in the story, but it does not say which 2 mirrors are the real treasures. You may need to get the other half of the secret scroll to find out. He continued to read, while Marquis Hailing was dealing with strange things at home. Unusual events also occurred in the palace in the capital of Chang'an. That night, Emperor Tang Dizong had a strange dream. In the dream, a white deer told him in tears that there was a monster in the palace, intending to murder the emperor. Although I am just a deer, I am willing to find treasures for the emperor to deal with the monster. Dizong was very surprised when he woke up. He went to the deer garden before dawn to check, and sure enough, a white deer was missing. The emperor immediately ordered his eunuchs to investigate secretly. It didn't take long for the report about Hailing Ho's killing of people to turn into deers. Dizong was overjoyed and ordered his trusted eunuchs to lead the Shen's army to Hailing Ho's house to search for the treasure. As a result, the mirror buried underground could no longer be found, and the 7-color flower had long since rotted. Dizong was unhappy and found an excuse to send the unlucky Marquis Hailing to the land of Bashu. The Dongfang master fell ill and died on the way, and his wife and children were separated. I have read most of the story on the slate. and there is a strange little story written at the bottom. But he said that the hailing Marquis had a younger brother who was also sent away. Seeing that his brother was dead, he took the opportunity to possess his sister-in-law and gave birth to 2 daughters. When Hailing Hao's son grew up, he joined the army of Sichuan Jidushi and became a general due to his meritorious service. This eastern general hated his uncle deeply. After he became famous, he led his troops to kill him, only to find that his uncle and sister had been missing for many years, leaving only his mother's grave. This matter will be settled later. Tubo Nanzhao formed a coalition of 200,000 troops to invade Shu. General Dongfang was surrounded in an open space and could only wait for death. At this time, his uncle suddenly appeared with 2 beautiful girls, claiming that they could help him resist the enemy. The 2 girls used mud and sand as materials to build a strong castle in front of the battle, and the castle actually withstood the enemy's siege for several months. Like immortals, his uncle and 2 sisters saved him and left. The story on the stone slab ends here. Fong Tang rubbed his chin and frowned. The last story on the slate is really a bit weird. It has nothing to do with the previous hints such as magic mirror and white deer, and the content is also inexplicable. When the younger brother took possession of his older brother's woman, he gave birth to 2 daughters. After mysteriously disappearing, he reappeared and built some kind of invincible castle, etc. Fong Tang suddenly thought of something. If the clues in this story are hinting at that, then it is really incredible. After thinking for a while, Fong Tang carefully opened the 7 stone boxes below. Each stone box was strictly marked in order and was meticulous. He took out the 7 mirrors and placed the 7th curved mirror into the first stone box. In this way, the mirror that was originally numbered 1 to 7 now becomes numbered 7 to 1, and vice versa. After doing this, he sealed the stone box again, and Fong Tang fell into deep thought again. In the triple meditation state, with Omega level concentration, the brain area he had developed finally came into play. Now he can think about anything so clearly, and all kinds of wonderful ideas are emerging one after another. Fong Tang nodded lightly and carefully handled the slate. He completely cut out the castle and the girl's story at the bottom of the slate, destroyed it, then covered the slate, and finally returned the colorful flowers to their original state. After cleaning up the traces in the cave bit by bit, and repeatedly confirming that there were no flaws, he left with the little white deer Yu. Riding a white deer, we headed towards the snow cave. On the way, Fong Tang took out the silver cylindrical battery he had just obtained, as well as the blade of grass with the formula for the elemental weapon written on it. Well, the formula on the blade of grass is blurry and can't be seen at all. A sizzling particle display appeared above the head, and the girl in the floral skirt sighed. You won't be able to see the formula until you complete the white deer mission. It's a pity. Fong Tang smiled faintly, took out the whispering gun of frost, opened the magazine, and put the silver-white cylindrical battery in. The A battery is about the size of a bullet and fits nicely into the magazine. Turning the frost spear, Fong Tang looked up at his sister. How? The girl in the floral skirt pouted and disappeared. Fong Tang raised the gun, and the firing pin hit the 6th battery bullet. A cloud of sizzling steam came out of the muzzle. An ice bullet was fired, and the bullet was strangely covered with a layer of thunder ripples visible to the naked eye. When it hit the opposite snow wall, lightning and ice burst out at the same time. Fong Tang laughed. The 6th bullet fired in each round will be an enhanced frost electric bullet, which is still useful even without the formula. The snowstorm has stopped, and the morning of the 15th game day has arrived. The red sun rises from the east, passing through the particle barrier and casting a crystal light on the snowy mountains. When he came to the stone on the snow cave, Fong Tang jumped off the white deer and saw a black flag planted where Chun Yang was buried. The black flag is the mark of New China's left camp. Most of it has been covered by the blizzard, and the flag is frozen. Fong Tang directly pulled out the flag and dug a snow pit. Chun Yang was indeed taken away, and there was a note left by Zulian Song under the pit. Fong Tang picked it up and looked at it. Your beauty is already in my hands. I am in Nili, waiting for you to come. I believe that Brother Fong will never let me down. Yours sincerely, Jian Song. Zujian Song. To do this kind of trick, you might as well plant landmines here. You are too arrogant now. Fong Tang put away the note and thought of Qiao Yunyan's tragic death again, and sneered in his heart. He took out the package from the cave, dragged it behind with a rope, rode the white deer, and headed north again. Under the peak of the North Mountain, on the side of the canyon, is something that the giant spirit desperately sent down. No matter what it is, it must be obtained immediately. The little white deer runs gracefully in the snow, cheerfully and dexterously, before reaching the snow peak in the north. I suddenly saw a red light rising into the sky in the northeast direction of the game scene. Chapter 405 Red Pagoda. Game Day 15. At sunrise, a Bodhi flower bloomed in front of the meditation room of 01 Temple. Wan Gi sat silently in front of the chessboard. The handsome monk opposite smiled bitterly. You and I have known each other for decades. We are old friends and we use each other. Now that the situation has changed suddenly, and the world has gone through vicissitudes, we should not be like this. I know you are going to hate me so much. Wan Gi shook his head. You robot. Why are you talking to me about the vicissitudes of the world? What you see in your eyes is just data. Maybe you can see the beauty of flowers blooming? Maybe you can smell the fragrance of nectar? How can you appreciate the natural spirit of the world? Zen Master Lingjue pursed his lips. The colors that humans see are the data after light reflection. And the fragrance that humans smell is the logical response of the olfactory nerves in the nose. It is just packaged by humans into so-called art. But the essence is still it's just information and data. Wan Gi did not argue with him and pointed his finger on the chessboard. In the northeast of the chessboard, a red light slowly formed. In this strange red light, a small figure appeared. Wan Gi carefully clicked on the figure and slowly zoomed in on the chessboard. This is a knight in red armor. It wears a red mask, and its whole body is made of armor. The armor is soft but tough, and is covered with beautiful patterns. The weirdest thing is the eyes on the mask, which are like deep black holes that make people sink into them as soon as they look at them. After a few more glances, they will send chills down their backs. Under this red-armored knight is a pure black deer with ferocious antlers that resemble swords. The red-armored knights were all made up of light points, and the data connecting these light points was directly displayed in front of Zen Master Lingjue. He was still smiling, but now his eyes trembled and he exclaimed, These data. This is impossible. How did you do it? Wan Gi raised two fingers and smiled. First, it's that person who is sleeping and upgrading in Fong Tang's mind and unable to protect him. Second, it's me who misled him through Sister 109. Especially the black feather cloak. Every feather is constantly collecting data on him. Zen Master Lingjue sighed. Black feather advanced armor formula. Sister 109's various secret hints made Fong Tang think that he had received adventure and help. But he never thought that it was all arranged by you. Wan Gi Linran. If it weren't for the rules, I could only design game tasks to resist him. Things would be much easier to handle. If I really want to kill Fong Tang directly, then no one in this game can crack the fog pass. Zen Master Lingjue was still looking at the red-armored knight. You are cheating! Wan Gi smiled. Wrong. I just took advantage of a loophole in the rules. There is no way. No matter how high the authority is, this game is not made by me. I can only design some tasks and recipes interspersed in it, which is not interesting at all. I am most satisfied, yes. It's still the Red Devil Pagoda. The Red Devil Knight, created with the collected data of Fong Tang, was named Pagoda. It has the same thinking mode as Fong Tang, and has Fong Tang's incredible abilities. But the most powerful thing is the consciousness in Fudo's mind. That is the consciousness copy of Wan Gi. Zen Master Lingjue looked at the knight, who was born in the northeastern scene of the game. What you did is really amazing. You replaced her with your own copy consciousness, making this copycat Fong Tang complete. Wan Gi smiled. She is dormant in Fong Tang's brain. So from a certain level, the little guy I designed has stronger abilities. Under the same game rules, the little guy will start leveling up from the eastern scene. Whether it's formula drops or game abilities, we're all starting from the same starting line as other players. This is fair, Zen Master Lingjue said. I have already joined your consciousness. How can it still be fair? Wan Gi didn't defend himself. Picked up a white chess piece and dropped it in the middle of the board. The game has officially begun. Why don't you, old monk, join me in talking about a game? Zen Master Lingjue looked at the chessboard. You took Tian Yuan at the beginning. Are you a little too confident? The monk said as he picked up the white chess piece and placed it on the 9-star position. Wan Gi played another piece. The black and white chess pieces showed a strange crab eyes and diagonals. The point in the middle of the chessboard corresponds to the Nili bar in the scene. In Go terminology, this position is called Tian Yuan. The first piece at the beginning falls into the Tian Yuan position, which is a very strange move. The two of them each placed a piece, and the chessboard was sealed. Zen Master Lingjue kicked the big tree next to him intentionally or unintentionally. A leaf on the tree passed through the particles above the chessboard and fell on the chess piece. Wan Gi was very unhappy. Stop playing such boring tricks. I know someone outside broke the barrier and sent Fong Tang a pencil. Are you mocking me by letting leaves fall on the chessboard? Zen Master Ling Ju pointed to the leaf. One leaf blocks your eyesight. This leaf covers all your chess pieces. Isn't it interesting? It's useless. Wan Qi laughed. Fong Tang, let's go through Neely Bar first and then talk about it. He walked away. Fong Tang picked up the pencil from the snow. Although it's not my own, it's still very familiar. It can be said that you are an old friend. Follow me from Huawu Island. Fong Tang checked the pen. It is a modified 5 elements pen, with the level of craftsmanship of the world snake. He stabbed the pencil into the snow and turned the eraser. Suddenly, a stream of hot water spurted out from the top of the pencil. The tip of the pen absorbs snow, filters and heats it, and turns it into pure hot water. It seems simple, but it uses the 2 attribute abilities of water and fire at the same time. The world snake has not changed the core design of the 5 elements pen, but only strengthened the 5 attribute abilities and can be used in combination. Fong Tang drank a few sips of hot water and suddenly felt warm all over his body. He also fed the little white deer a few more mouthfuls. He and the deer were both very satisfied as they leaned in the snow. Fong Tang pulled out the pencil from the snow and gently peeled off a thin layer of wax paper from the pencil. On the almost transparent tissue paper, lines like circuit diagrams appear. Fong Tang watched carefully. The brothers and sisters of Shanghai must have exhausted their efforts before they got the opportunity to send in the 5 elements pen. What this piece of paper carries must be the most precious intelligence information. The lines on the thin paper are composed of complex roots. Fong Tang didn't understand these road maps for a while, until he saw a line segment in the northwest corner of the map. I was extremely surprised. A water channel map in the game scene. On the aquifer. It is spread throughout the entire area. This is an underground channel map that can open up all game scenes. There is no information more important than this. Habari and the others did a good job. Fong Tang closed his eyes and memorized the underground water map firmly. He pinched it with his fingers, and the wax paper melted and disappeared. He mounted the little white deer again and walked down the snow-capped mountains. The clouds on the top of Neely Bar are still shining, and the clatter of the little white deer's hooves brings peace of mind. Fong Tang watched the snow and scenery all the way. After leaving the snowy mountain, the temperature suddenly rose. All the snow on his body turned into water, and it dripped down. The little white deer became even more lazy. There was still some distance from the bar. Fong Tang came down and touched the little white deer's head. It's hard to adapt to the climate. Be good and eat something. Extravagantly, he took out 2 units of secret gold particles, and the little white deer swallowed them in one gulp. It immediately became energetic and made a roar. Fong Tang comforted it. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I've felt it for a long time. There are many of them and their weapons are powerful, but they are still no match for me. Don't worry. Let the little deer Yu go aside to rest. Fong Tang's cloak swayed, and his figure disappeared in the sunlight. Only 300 meters away from Neely Bar, behind a bulging slope, 12 Zwaying guards were also ready to go. This ambush was planned by Yang Dongjun and Nin Zuoliansong's acquiesced action. There are 12 personal guards, 4 instructors, and 8 senior players. While still in the Chang'an Hotel, these players who joined the cram school were looking forward to the expert level trial. However, as the game system crashed, they lost the opportunity to advance to expert level. As long as we kill Fong Tang, once the game is upgraded, we will get unimaginable rewards. Maybe we can be promoted to experts immediately. The captain of the ambush team, a senior teacher, encouraged in a low voice. In the Fog Pass, everyone's chip abilities are sealed, but advanced players still show the level of gaming experience, especially when there are weapons behind them that shock the entire audience. It is a super weapon modified from a Type 66 cannon howitzer. After being modified from a 152mm to a 52mm small caliber, it can fire 40mm machine gun rounds. It currently has 2 armor-piercing rounds, 2 explosive rounds, and 1 smoke grenade. Originally, the new China dispatched elite troops this time and also carried 2 mortars. However, in the close-range ambush battle, the curved range of the mortars was not very effective. Instead, this modified small artillery was used because of the firing elevation angle. It is small, has low and flat trajectory, and can be fired directly, so it has become the biggest killer. They waited with bated breath for Fong Tang's arrival. Chapter 406 The real battle begins. Whisper of Frost supplements Ice Bullet. It's a bit slow. compared with a snowy mountain scene with sufficient moisture. The moisture content drops significantly near the dry land near the intersection. Whether it is moist water vapor in the air or in the soil, it takes a slow process to be condensed and replenished as ammunition. Fong Tang immediately readjusted the battle plan. 300 dark gold swordjaw ants have been released a long time ago and are currently exploring this oval land. On hunting orders, they move very quickly. This is mainly to detect landmines that may be buried in the open land ahead. Fong Tang knew that he was going to fight a well-trained combat team. From here to the open underground slopes in the north, the ants found at least 10 preset pressure mines. After they marked the location with pheromones, Fong Tang sneaked into the invisible state and approached the east. 300 dark gold soldier ants marched quickly towards the west. If the new Chinese side arranged a team with military training here, then they must understand the importance of fire suppression on both wings. Therefore, heavy firepower must be placed on the east and west sides. His hands were huddled under the black cloak, and the light yellow biological camouflage accidentally caused a mirror-like reflection in the sunlight. No biological camouflage is perfect, especially in open areas with good visibility. Fong Tang, who was in motion, still showed some traces. The soldier on the east side, who was holding a telescope for observation, held his breath and gently gestured to the instructor beside him. The teacher took out a long lens-like instrument. This is a civilian-grade thermal imaging sight, produced by AutoNavi. But its imaging acuity is insufficient, especially during the day when the sun is shining brightly. The chance of using it to detect invisible enemies is not high. Fortunately, this instructor had purchased sniper skills in the Desire Mall. Not only did he have powerful long-range sniping capabilities, he was also a first-rate observer. He raised the sight and adjusted the parameters. A black lens fell down, and a transparent fluorescent scene appeared in front of him. This civilian-grade thermal imaging instrument is very afraid of strong light and has very weak light protection capabilities. So if he wants to find the target, he still has to use his eyes and experience. Damn! This thing is so precious! I'm afraid it won't work after this time. I told that idiot Yang Dongjun a long time ago that you can't ambush in the open field during the day. He doesn't know anything. The teacher was very unhappy and was still cursing. The fluorescent scene in front of him suddenly changed. In the white thermal image, spiral black lines suddenly appeared. The trajectory of the ice bullet causes the infrared radiation to disappear. So this black line-like blind spot is formed after imaging. With a bang, the black light-proof lens shattered, and the ice bullet passed straight through the sight and entered his right eye. Silently, the teacher exhaled a breath of cold air and lay down in the mud puddle. The soldier beside him shivered, and the surroundings suddenly became cold. He rolled subconsciously, raised his pistol in his left hand, and fired in the air to call the police. Pulled out a dagger in his right hand, and bit a grenade in his mouth. The black cloak unfolded like wings in front of his eyes. Fong Tang appeared. The blade flashed, and the soldier's left hand holding the gun fell. The soldier raised his left arm without saying a word, using the blood spurting from his broken wrist to block Fong Tang's next stabbing movement. He bounced up, and after a flying kick, the dagger in his right hand rested on the grenade in his mouth. With a click, the safety ring opened, and the soldier lowered his head and rushed towards Fong Tang. A means of dying together. Another ice bullet appeared, accurately hitting the safety grip of the grenade, freezing it instantly. The soldier bumped into Fong Tang, but the grenade that was supposed to be delayed for 3 seconds did not explode, and this soldier's mouth was frozen. Along with the grenade, Fong Tang pinched his neck, put his left knee on his right arm that was still wielding the dagger, and forced the grenade into his mouth. The frozen grenade safety grip was melted by the mouth, and when Fong Tang left, the explosion went off. The 2 men on the east wing solved it, and the heavy machine gun set up in the mud ditch was also dismantled, and the threat was lifted. In a dug trench to the west, 2 people also jumped up. They howled in pain, grabbed their hair, and hit the ground crazily. The person in charge of the west wing was also composed of a teacher and a senior player, but the 2 of them were even worse. 20 sword-jawed ants entered deep into their heads along the ear canal, when Fong Tang bypassed the mines and headed north. The teacher on the west side, who could no longer bear the pain, detonated all the grenades. The explosion this time was particularly dull. The firepower of the machine gun group on the east side and the demolition group on the west side is indeed powerful enough. Fong Tang, who was crawling in the open field, also felt awe-inspiring. He is worthy of being the elite of New China. He is definitely different from the players he has encountered before. In terms of sheer willpower, he is not on the same level. The resistance of the soldier on the east wing was unexpected, and the move of raising his severed arm to block himself with blood was also unprecedented. This is a real player-level battle, completely different from the fantasy in novels and TV. Only 280 Swordjaw ants returned to the west wing. Fong Tang used elemental weapons, an invisibility cloak, and the sword-jawed ants, and was able to eliminate the fire suppression personnel on both wings. There are at least 8 fully armed warriors on the front. He ventured into a triple state of meditation on the battlefield. With extreme concentration, he sensed something, jumped up suddenly, and ran away to the east. With a bang, a blast bomb exploded on the spot, sending shattered shrapnel flying in all directions in the scorching heat. Fong Tang gritted his teeth and laid down in the mud puddle in the east wing. At the shoulder of his black cloak, a triangular piece of shrapnel curled and turned white, slowly falling down. There was another boom. This time a smoke bomb. Soon, black smoke was all around. And because there was no wind on all sides, it could not disperse in the open area. Fong Tang sniffed gently in the smoke. He smelled sulfur. And there were other strange odors in the sulfur. Lung ran in my heart, anti-ant medicine. New China knows me very well. After the ambush position, the howitzer readjusted its angle, and the powder extracted from the sulfur soap had been sprinkled everywhere. No matter how powerful Fong Tang's ants are, they are still ants. Sulfur will destroy their chemical pheromones and make them spin in circles. The captain of this ambush operation whispered. Fong Tang's second treasure is his high-grade armor. His biological camouflage ability is actually visual deception. He cannot disguise his own smell or body temperature. Saying this at such a nervous time is not nonsense, but to encourage the remaining team members around him and let them understand that Fong Tang is not a god and can completely defeat him. At this time, the 2-player soldiers couldn't help but pull up a thick steel cable. Then a large soft net spread out in the open ground was pulled up. This is another treasure brought by New China when entering the game this time. Motion Sensor Network. Thousands of motion sensors scattered all over it had just successfully discovered Fong Tang, who was moving invisibly. The captain immediately opened his eyes. What are you doing? Don't touch this. Before he could finish speaking, a bullet with a thunder pattern hit the steel cable. Electricity spread instantly throughout the entire network along the steel cables, and sparks erupted from all the motion sensing contacts. The precious treasure was gone. The captain was shocked. What kind of bullet is this? The intelligence didn't say that. Damn it! The panic lasted only a moment, and the captain's eyes flashed. How many tracer bullets are there? At this time, the wind blew. The smoke in front began to disperse, and time was running out. Report. 10 rounds. Open! The chemiluminescent agents in the 10 tracer bullets are concentrated together and then put into the empty SHL casing. Remember? You only have one chance. The captain looked at the teacher on the side. 2 of the 4 teachers involved in this operation died, leaving only the captain and this one. Seeing the captain's eyes, the instructor understood. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head. The chip contains all my property and identity records. Please help send it to the 211 mailbox at the headquarters. The captain sighed. I'll try my best. The instructor leaned over and rushed out, firing continuously with the submachine gun in his hand, and then kept jumping. After reloading in midair, he fell to the ground again. Looks like a monkey. But that's not ridiculous. He was meant to be sacrificed. An ice bullet penetrated his forehead, and his hair instantly turned into a piece of frost. The instructor fell. The captain took a deep breath and adjusted the angle of the howitzer himself. The cannon ejected from the chamber and exploded just above the instructor's body. The luminescent agent in the tracer bullets filled the entire area. Then everyone else saw it. A human-shaped light and shadow shining crazily. Even in broad daylight, the special luminous agent covered Fong Tang's black cloak. Now he is nowhere to hide. When the first armor-piercing bullet hit the shining light, the humanoid body flew directly up. After falling in midair, the last 2 grenades were fired again. The twisted human figure was first bounced more than 2 meters high by an armor-piercing bomb, and then was enveloped by explosive bombs after falling. But it wasn't over yet. Gunshots rang out again. After a long time, the gunfire stopped, for player soldiers raised their guns to cover, and 2 soldiers slowly approached Fong Tang, who had curled up into a ball. At this time, a petite figure appeared on the west side, watching with interest the ambush battle that was coming to an end. Chapter 407 The Real Battle. Fog particles were gathering near the battlefield, and these particles slowly formed the appearance of a little girl. This is the first time that my sister has appeared in a game scene in a physical state. The leader of the ambush team raised his heavy sniper rifle and fired the only depleted uranium alloy bullet. In the open field, 2 soldiers used their guns to move the dehumanized corpses on the ground, then cheered and gestured to the position. The other 4 people rushed out in a hurry, but only the captain remained on guard. He felt vaguely uneasy. It went a little too smoothly. Now the black feather cloak is covered with mud and sand, and the feathers on both sides have been deformed by armor-piercing grenades. A soldier smiled. "This guy is so scary, and he is not even a mortal body." The muzzle of the gun was raised, revealing the corpse's head under the black feathers. His right eye was covered with frost, and his face was ferocious. Half of his face was shattered by the kinetic energy of armor-piercing bullets, but he was still recognized by the clothes on his body. He was the leader of the machine gun team in charge of the East Wing's firepower. The 6 players on the field widened their eyes instantly. Their response was also very fast, but no matter how fast it was too late. In the East Wing, Fong Tang squatted on the spot, Frost Whisper's long barrel motionless. He was only wearing a shirt and jeans, and he fired continuously as if he was still. The distance is sufficient, and there is no need to modify the shooting parameters, because the opponent is almost completely exposed in the open field, and they are crowded together. What a living target. After 5 rounds of ice bombs were fired, there was still 1 soldier left who desperately fled towards the position. Fong Tang left the 6th ice bomb behind, and the dagger whirled and spun, pinning the survivor to the ground. After changing his shooting position, he entered a meditative state again. He held up his sniper rifle and faced off against the last person in the northern position. The muzzles of both sides were moving slightly, correcting their angles, looking for opportunities. At this point it depends on who loses patience first. Fong Tang successfully set a trap by wrapping the corpse in a black feather cloak and killed 6 people in one go. But he was also exposed to enemy gunfire. Without the black feather cloak, 1 bullet could still kill him. At this time, the sister made a particle sneeze, and a cloud of mist particles spurted out from her nose, which coincidentally turned into a thin metal lens, reflecting a ray of sunlight. The reflected light shone on Fong Tang's head. Fong Tang, who was in the 3rd level of meditation, instantly jumped up, and the ice bullet hit the sister made of particles. The sister disappears. Fong Tang's figure was still in the air, but the fluorescent gemstone on the ant ring was flashing and pointed forward. The gem reflected sunlight and dazzled the captain's eyes, but he still pulled the trigger. Fong Tang groaned and landed on the northern position with a cloud of blood mist. The dagger whizzed out, knocking away the jumping captain's pistol. The 2 faced each other, just behind the slope. The captain shrank up and pushed his knees forward. He hooked Fong Tang's eyes with his left hand. He pulled out a dagger with his right hand and stabbed Fong Tang's neck at an angle. Fong Tang's left shoulder was bleeding profusely, and when he raised his right hand, his fingertips jumped like a flower. There is no powerful attribute blessing, but the nerve isolation acupuncture technique that he devoured from Skylark is still there. The captain's right arm dropped. The dagger fell off uncontrollably, and the 2 of them twisted together. Fong Tang received 2 knee strikes. The opponent used close combat techniques, and his skills were extraordinary. The captain pressed his left finger on his eyeball and blocked his right arm with his shoulder. Fong Tang was unable to use the nerve isolation technique flexibly, so he immediately opened his mouth and bit the captain's neck. The captain yelled and kept poking at his knees. Fong Tang's right hand was filled with tears and severe pain. His abdomen was repeatedly hit hard, but his teeth had already bitten the main artery in the opponent's neck. The blood was almost a fountain. The captain was already feeling cold all over and his fingers had lost their strength. Fong Tang continued to bite, and the blood had soaked him all over, as if he had taken a bath. The captain's face turned frighteningly blue, and his mouth opened. For .chips. 4 families. Please. Give them to the organization. 211 mailbox. The 4 chips represent the hopes of 4 families. These 4 new Chinese teachers are usually good friends because they are all married and have children. Unlike other players, they hope to use their game income to change the lives of their wives and children. Fong Tang vomited on the ground with a sound, picked out the human flesh between his teeth, looked at the captain who had widened his eyes, reached out and closed his eyelids. I'm sorry. You will be decomposed by particles, including chips. Those particles, it will become a new resource for building game scenes. I can't fulfill your last wish. He lay on the ground gasping for air, after standing up for a long time. This time, he did not waste the secret gold particles to maintain the corpse state. Instead, He waited until the particles completely decomposed the deceased, and then formed their clothes into a big word death. After blasting the howitzer with the explosives left behind in the position, Fong Tang carefully pressed the weapon fragments onto his clothes. He must keep the word death perfect. Let Zhuo Jiansong see it, because what he said must be done. He got up, summoned the quiet little white deer, dragged a large package filled with car parts, and began to sort out the loot. In addition to the weapons and ammunition that are still available, 10 units of secret gold particles were also collected, as well as a formula engraved under the captain's combat boots. Fong Tang looked at the chaotic battlefield. Even if their chip capabilities are suppressed, the combat effectiveness and combat wisdom displayed by these people are amazing. If these guys were outside the Mist Pass, their strength would definitely reach the level of advanced players. Just like this high-level prey, after killing 12 of them, only one game recipe was revealed. Well, if this is the real explosion rate, then the probability of getting the formula in Ginkgo plane is very problematic. When the developed brain is thinking about these issues, it will subconsciously enter a state of concentration, leaving Fong Tang standing there like a fool. He hurriedly exited this dangerous state. He sat down, took out the 5 elements pen, injected with type first aid potion into the left shoulder that was penetrated by the bullet, then sprinkled it with Yuxing pills, swallowed 2 doses of Beima Tianqin powder, and gradually regained his strength. After drinking some ice spring water, Fong Tang leaned on the deer's soft fur and took out the jelly package around his waist. The package was already limp and even less elastic, not to mention protecting the body. It was barely able to hold things. No way. This is just a fragment of the guild warehouse. Fong Tang opened the formula. He just got exoskeleton biological configuration combat boots. The beetle-like SHL structure has an internal neural network, including knee pads, which can provide users with powerful jumping and running sprint abilities. Fong Tang looked at the formula and first found the corpses of sword-jawed ants that died in the ear canals of the 2 warriors on the west side. He obtained the 18 units of chitin carapace, material required for the formula, and then added the captain's combat boots, and 8 unit of secret gold particles made a pair of exoskeleton combat boots. He wiped off the blood on his body with grass, picked up the black feather cloak with his right hand, shook it, put on the exoskeleton combat boots, and let out a sigh of relief. My left shoulder is numb, and the wound is just barely under control. I need rest and replenishment now. He took the little white deer and the heavy package and walked step by step towards the bar. It was difficult at first, but as the exoskeleton combat boots began to exert their capabilities, from the slender knee pads down, I was almost bouncing forward. Fong Tang can jump and run like a beetle with just a little effort. The bar under the bridge at the intersection has slowly appeared under the particle cloud. Chapter 408 The Insect Killer. When Fong Tang arrived at Nili Bar, Zhuo Liansong had already left for a long time. The chariot rushed towards the headquarters of Jiaolian supermarket. Behind the car lay Chen Yang, who was still sleeping. Yang Dongjun beside him was full of shame. The failure of this ambush is all my responsibility. My plan was terrible. Don't think so. At least we got more information. And Fong Tang's combat ability is beyond my expectation, Zhuo Jiansong said lightly, but his eyes were cold and annoyed. This was different from the attack on the Magic Goose Farm. All the losses were his guards and his trusted subordinates, who had been cultivated with great difficulty. Yang Dongjun was still sighing, but in his heart, he was more grateful to Major Zhuo. Zhuo Liansong drove without saying a word, and the particle communication came. The word, death, on the ambush battlefield was a great humiliation for him. But what is shocking is Fong Tang's growth rate, and his luck in getting resources. Am I just not as good as that bastard? We are obviously on the same starting line, and there is a complete team behind him. Thinking about it now, this ambush was really a mistake. A distorted signal appeared on the vehicle communicator. Zhuo Jiansong smiled at Yang Dongjun and pointed his finger. With a lightning strike, Yang Dongjun rolled his eyes and fainted. Zhuo Liansong glanced at the incompetent adjutant with disgust and turned on the particle reflection communicator. Director, why do you want me to leave the bar? You don't know how many resources I lost in order to catch Fong Tang. The top leader of New China entering the Fog Pass, the head teacher of the expert trial tutorial class, said coldly, there is an abnormal phenomenon in the northeastern region of the game. We have observed a strange player. The information has been passed to you. Go back to the supermarket first. Headquarters. The northeast region is a treasure. The top secret intelligence obtained by the New Chinese game strategy team from off-site showed that the northeast region has the richest secret gold particle storage in the Mist Pass. The monsters in that area are also the lowest in strength. And the formula explosion rate is far higher than other areas. This is ridiculous. On the 15th game day of the game, everyone suddenly discovered that the most suitable map for opening up Wasteland was the Northeast District. The game designers have been misleading us, as if they deliberately left this rich land for development. Zhuo Liansong thought strangely in his heart, and opened the transmitted information. The particle reflection communicator can only transmit very little data, so the data is all text. Red Armor Warrior. Silver Crossbow Female Killer? The Silver Crossbow Female Killer was a figure in the Northeast District. But this Red Armored Warrior suddenly appeared. In less than 2 hours after the Red Armored players appeared in the game scene, they occupied 2 territories. It is estimated that they have obtained more than 200 units of secret gold particles and at least 10 recipes. What the hell kind of luck is this? Zhuo Liansong looked at it angrily. Turning on the communicator again, the director asked, "How is the architect beside you?" Zhuo Liansong kicked the unconscious Yang Dongjun and sneered, "Now if I let him die, he will rush forward without hesitation." The director was very satisfied. Yang Dongjun was involved in the completion of the castle formula. Kamakura, you have to understand what a nearly invincible castle means to the organization in this game. It means it is invincible. In comparison, other small formulas can be discarded. So Kamakura, don't stick to Fong Tang. After we get the castle, it will be a matter of time to kill Fong Tang. Protect Yang Dongjun and send him back to the headquarters. The strategy team analyzed half of the secret scroll for so long and came to the conclusion there is no doubt about it. Yang Dongjun is the key material in the fortress formula. Zhuo Liansong didn't think so, but he still obeyed the order respectfully. In the huge bureaucratic structure of New China College, the tutor is a powerful figure in the principal circle, and it was the director who single-handedly promoted him. He must be respected. The car continued to drive. Above the particle communicator, a sizzling sound appeared, different from the past. The mist entered the car window and directly formed a petite human shape. The little man, only 10 centimeters tall, appeared and jumped on his shoulders. Zhuo Liansong braked and asked in surprise, "Game sister? It's me. Are there any tasks to be released?" Zhuo Liansong frowned. My sister jumped on the steering wheel. Her body made of particles look bumpy, and she could laugh. "I'm here to help you. To help you kill Fong Tang." Zhuo Liansong touched his chin. "This is a bit wrong. As the guide of the game, as far as I know, neither you nor the designer can break the fair rules." "Ha." The materialized sister smiled. "You understand very well. But there is a small loophole in the rules." "What loophole?" "Any game. Especially a game like Mist Pass that relies on reality. It is easy for bugs to appear." Zhuo Liansong hummed. "But the designer can easily eliminate any bugs." My sister laughed again. "Why do we need to eliminate it? My great master is so smart. He wants to take advantage of this bug." Zhuo Liansong was a little confused. "Please explain in detail." "I won't talk about the specifics. You won't understand if I tell you. I'll just say the conclusion. If a player gets more resources than the game progresses at the beginning of the game, the game will have a bug by default." Zhuo Liansong was not a fool, and he immediately grasped something. The rewards Fong Tang has received from entering the game to now are obviously excessive. So, to eliminate this bug, I appeared. My sister said slowly, "We can't release a data patch like online games and solve everything instantly. And restarting the game scene will lose too many particles. So we need a pesticide like me to solve it. And then the problem will be solved again. Here, if I deal with Fong Tang directly, it will conflict with the fair rules again." Zhuo Liansong held the steering wheel. "Then from my understanding, any rules are divided into powers, and fair rules should be given priority." "Yes. So I have to use players to complete the bug-killing patch. I think you have great potential." Zhuo Liansong started the car, his eyes full of excitement. Finally, he was favored by the goddess of luck. The insect killer's sister appeared on his shoulder again, smiling. "You hate Fong Tang. I can see it," Zhuo Liansong said calmly. "I can't say I hate you. I just don't accept it." With endless anger and humiliation in his heart, he recalled that tragic day. That day was Zhuo Liansong's opportunity. He spent almost all his savings on the World Game Forum to sponsor a reward for Fong Tang. It was indeed a speculative mentality at the beginning. He had been dormant in New China for many years. Zhuo Liansong hoped to show his face and become famous. He judged that the crow representing the data department came forward, and the man named Fong Tang was dead. So the investment could be obtained once with the game management. contact opportunity. However, the results were tragic. Giants from all parties suddenly appeared on the forum to support Fong Tang, causing a rare scene in the World Game Forum. It was Fong Tang who became famous that day. It can be said to be world famous. And I became the poor background. It's so pitiful that everyone is mocking the crow, and no one even pays attention to him. What a shame! Zhu Jinsong never believed that Fong Tang reached the peak at that moment by relying on his strength. He just relies on a few big guys in the game. How many times in the middle of the night did he dream? Why not me? Am I any worse than Fong Tang? In terms of strength. In terms of effort. Fong Tang! A parasite who got lucky! Zhu Jiankang stepped on the accelerator hard, and the chariot roared towards the fog particles ahead. At this time, in the northeastern area of the game, beside a clear stream, Xia Marin put away the silver flame crossbow and stood up in astonishment. A sister made of particles appeared and landed on her shoulder. Hello! I am Insect Killer number 2. Xia Marin listened quietly to the words of this elf-like little girl. She frowned. Who are you talking about, that red-armored player? The speed at which red-armored players obtain resources is completely abnormal, and is a game bug.as an insect killer. I cannot violate the rules of fairness. So I need your help. Xia Marin snorted and waved gently. And the white chinchilla appeared in the woods, jumped on her left shoulder, and stared at the little sister with its cute big eyes. Chirp. Xia Marin then said solemnly to Insect Killer number 2. I can help repair the game, but you have to find someone for me. Beauty player, please tell me, who are you looking for? He is a top killer and came from Solomon's Temple. He must be a so-called player, but I don't know his ID. He is in this area. Exterminator 2 blinked, and a screen composed of particles appeared. On the screen, there was endless darkness and heavy rain. In the heavy rain, in front of a palace littered with corpses, a man wearing a black robe and holding a cross sword appeared. Is it him? Yes. Xia Marin's eyes were full of fear, but she gritted her teeth and was sure. Facing this demon, she is no longer the little girl raised among maggots, but a grown-up goddess of revenge. Chapter 409 Neely Bar. On the morning of the 15th game day, Fong Tang finally arrived at Neely Bar under the particle cloud. From a close distance, the bar looks like a big gourd made of cement, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Under the cross viaduct of National Highway 322 and Baoshan Road, for bridge openings form a huge semi-enclosed space, now enclosed by cement and steel bars. It has become a nice building under the bridge. I have to say, this place is really suitable for a bar. The top of the building is a viaduct. After the two avenues cross each other, it becomes a natural defensive roof for the bar. The cement and steel structure surrounding the bar faintly glows with secret gold particles, and its defensive power is unquestionable. The door of the bar opened on the west side. In front of the door was a trench dugout. Black liquid flowed in the trench, and hot bubbles popped up from time to time. Fong Tang covered his mouth and nose, grabbed a handful of grass, and threw it into the trench. The grass blades that could float in the water sank immediately, and finally black leaf stems emerged, which were corroded instantly. Fong Tang frowned and looked at it. This was a black moat that surrounded the entire bar. A metal suspension bridge had to be lowered from the bar to enter. There was a buzzing sound in my ears, and a rusty metal pole stretched out from the grass. On the top of the metal pole was a camera covered with mud, rotating like an eyeball. He walked towards the camera, and the intercom in the middle of the metal pole vibrated. Welcome to Neely Bar. Please indicate your identity and purpose of visit. A traveler in the wilderness wants to go in and have a rest. With a buzzing sound, the camera rotated, revealing a grid-like compound-ized structure. The light and shadow floated into a square screen, floating steadily in front of Fong Tang's eyes. This is the hotel's fee list and precautions. Please click OK after reading, and then pay the admission fee before entering. At a glance, the admission fee is 1 unit of secret gold particles. The first thing to note is that you need to hand over all weapons. Other terms are very ordinary. Nothing more than prohibiting fighting, strictly prohibiting making trouble, etc. It looks like a copycat version of Chang'an Hotel. Fong Tang touched his chin. I can pay a deposit. Can I enter with weapons? The camera pans left and right. Fong Tang nodded. Wait a moment. He left the entrance and came to the grass. The little white deer opened its big eyes and looked at him expectantly. It may not be as nice inside as we thought, but it's still more comfortable than outside. Fong Tang patted it, sat down and began to sort out the important resources on his body. The Whispering Spear of Frost and the 2 daggers cannot be brought in. Military kettle. Supplies in the package. 100 units of secret gold particles. And pencils. He stood up, shook the black feather cloak on his body, turned the ring to calm the restless dark gold soldier ants, then stepped on the exoskeleton boots and walked towards the camera again. Raise your hands. The guns and daggers are here. The camera buzzed again, and hundreds of rays of light were emitted from the compound eye structure, scanning his whole body from top to bottom. And then a voice sounded. Please take off your cloak and combat boots, leaving behind 280 ants with combat capabilities. Insect. Scanning the big package behind Fong Tang again. There are 2 pistols, 1 grenade, 2 plastic bombs, and 1 rifle bayonet inside. Please hand them over. Fong Tang had to reevaluate the capabilities of this Neely bar. The scan results flashed on the camera screen, and it seemed that Fong Tang's pencil attached great importance to it. Comprehensive assessment shows that this item has a variety of capabilities, of which the proportion of direct combat capabilities does not reach 50%, and it is determined to be a non-weapon auxiliary item. Fong Tang had already cleaned the jelly package, stuffed all the combat equipment into the jelly package, and then turned the ring, but left 280 dark gold soldier ants outside the package. Now, after reappearing barefoot and wearing a shirt and jeans, the camera is finally satisfied. Click OK on the screen. Pay the admission fee for 1 unit. And with a creaking sound, the metal suspension bridge is lowered. From the upper level of the gourd structure of the bar, a metal cage hangs down with a number on it. Please put the weapon in it. Remember your number, and it will be returned automatically when you leave this bar. The jelly package was put in, and the sword-jawed ants lay quietly at the bottom of the package. At this time, the thick metal door of the bar finally opened. Fong Tang took Little White Deer and dragged the huge bundle towards the door little by little. Buzz! Buzz! A small suspended camera appeared. Wow! There are a lot of resources. We have a very good pawn shop inside the bar. You can exchange the precious secret gold particles. Fong Tang's left shoulder was already scarlet, and he was breathing heavily. Is there any service for dragging luggage? Luggage delivery is a must among the services included in the admission fee, but you have to tip. The camera is very interesting. At this time, a girl appeared in the door, wearing a yellow jacket and denim shorts. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, but she was dirty all over. His jacket was stained with grease, and his blonde hair was stuck to his forehead. She looked at Fong Tang's package. Open it and let me take a look. Are you a waiter? No. I'm an apprentice in a pawn shop. A repairman and a mechanic. The girl wiped the grease from her forehead, opened the package and picked it out. This steering wheel is good. I also need magnets. Wow. The battery is great. The cold girl suddenly became excited, turned around and took out a big bag, and directly packed these parts, including the scattered items that Fong Tang got from the ambush battlefield, such as machine gun parts, steel sheets, etc. She packed them up. She stood up, raised 2 fingers and shook them. 2 units of secret gold particles. Is that okay? Fong Tang frowned. At least 5 units. The girl smiled. Her teeth were very white. Besides the bar, there is no place for you to take action. 3 units? No more. Fong Tang smiled lightly. Well, I'll hire you to be a guide in the bar, and the reward will be these parts. Take me in for a walk. The girl tilted her head and asked, What's your name? Since I'm your guide, I should have a title. Just call me Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang. I'm Sydney. I agreed that I'll only be a guide for 1 day. I'm very busy. Okay. You're not Chinese? Why not? I am a native of Northern Province. Why don't you believe it? The girl spoke in a poor accent of Northern Province. Fong Tang touched his nose. Well, sorry. That's your name. The girl looked speechless. My surname is Shi, which is common in hundreds of families. My nickname is Nini. In the middle, I add the word virtue for both moral education and moral education. Is there a problem? Fong Tang looked at her clear facial features, natural blonde hair, and blue eyes, and was speechless. Well, you can like her. The girl picked up the bag easily, and she was sure to have extraordinary strength. Her little yellow jacket went up, revealing her delicate waist. The tattoo on the back of the slender waist was covered up with a special method. But under Fong Tangyan's triple meditation state, there was nothing to hide, and the traces were clearly outlined. A snake. Well, has the World Snake Guild infiltrated the game's players? After the girl mechanic Sydney took Fong Tang in, she turned around and looked at the little white deer behind him. Is it for sale? Fong Tang immediately shook his head. Sydney swallowed her saliva. There are a lot of spices in the farm above the bar, and the roasted venison is super delicious. The little white deer Yu raised her head against her master in alertness. Fong Tang solemnly said, "You can't eat my mount?" At this time, two suspended eyeball-shaped cameras flew upward. After passing through the second door, he flew directly along a pipe to the second floor of the bar. This is a blue-green farm, and there are writings on the wooden sign inserted in the soil. Dahua Ecological Group Shiquanchamai Organic Farm. The metal curtains rise upwards, and the sunlight shines on the vegetables and fruits through the glass. Behind the organic farm is a clean and elegant room. At this time, a beautiful woman in a black dress held her chin and shook her goblet, watching the frosty grapes in the large wooden barrel outside being slowly crushed. This is the most primitive winemaking method. Precious oak chips are floating in another large barrel. In the barrel separated by gauze, the fermented grape juice shows a deep purple color. The beauty in the black dress took a sip of the wine in the glass, took out her notebook, and wrote with a quill. Corn, gold particles, and grape puree. She had enough free time to derive her own brewing recipe, which was a rare leisure in the game world. But this leisure was quickly broken. The buzzing eyeball camera flew in front of her and released a ball of light and shadow. The beauty in the black dress stared blankly at the man in the light and shadow. With a bang, the wine glass fell out of hand and broke into pieces. He is here. Chapter 410 Girl Mechanic. Sydney's pawn shop and studio were between the two doors of the bar, behind the wooden door carved with the fiery red moon. A strong aroma of wine came. This is a long corridor. Fong Tang entered the bar in no hurry and looked at the girl mechanic's workshop. It looks like you are not an apprentice, but the boss. Sydney sighed. I am an employee of the bar owner, and she forced me to work here without even a salary. Fong Tang walked into the room separated by long and narrow steel plates. The first thing he saw was a car, which was completely assembled from various parts. Sydney was holding the steering wheel and battery. Thanks to Mr. Tang, this car is finally completed. The customer paid me 5 units of secret gold particles. Only 5 units? This is an all-terrain vehicle, and in the current game scenario, it is definitely a high-end item. There are various weird symbols drawn on a small blackboard behind the assembled car. Fong Tang was attracted again and walked over to watch silently. Sydney came over in a panic and blocked her. Huh? You can just draw. Fong Tang smiled lightly. Are you deriving the formula? Sydney laughed exaggeratedly and patted his shoulder. Brother, what are you talking about? What kind of formula? Oh, don't imitate Bay Province. Your vibrato is too obvious. Your native language is Spanish. Right. Fong Tang stared at the girl. The girl licked her lips uneasily and blurted out in fluent Spanish. It's really not a formula. I don't have that many secret gold particles. Fong Tang continued to look at the blackboard. This girl not only deduced the 3 basic formulas of weapons, armor, and medicine, but even deduced 2 formulas. 2 plus 1 plus odd number. 2 plus 1 plus even number. Fong Tang looked at the symbolic formula on the blackboard. The girl scratched her head. Look, I wrote it randomly for fun. Fong Tang smiled. 2 represents the base number of 2 real-life items. 1 and 2 represent the base number of game items. And odd and even numbers refer to the secret gold particles. The formula you derive means that when 2 real-life items are synthesized, the required secret gold particles, the number is an odd number. On the contrary, when 2 game items are combined, the required particles are an even number. Sydney's eyes widened and she stammered. Oh my god! What a hacking ghost! Fong Tang picked up the gypsum block and wrote 6 formulas on the blackboard. Do you see clearly? The girl was speechless. Fong Tang quickly wiped it away. In the formula of Bimation Xi and powder, the secret gold particles that appear are decimals. So this derivation is wrong. But you are really amazing. I deeply admire it. Sydney blinked. You? You just exposed your formula like this? Fong Tang didn't say anything and picked up a work on the workbench. This is a curved metal wire like a coil, and the crushed secret gold particles are sprinkled all over the coil structure. His eyes flashed. Are you testing the electromagnetic field formed by the secret gold particles? Sydney was completely frightened by the man now, and whispered, because the secret gold particles have simple intelligence. I use a coil structure to force them to move. Like this. It's Faraday electromagnetic induction. Are you making a generator? The girl suddenly felt like she had found a close friend, and her speech became smoother. Yes. You are the first one to understand it. What's the result? Fong Tang was also very excited. It failed, the girl said with a bitter face. I don't know why. Maybe there are not enough secret gold particles. Fong Tang picked up her second work. A small ball. Inside the ball is 1 unit of secret gold particles. The secret gold particles are fixed in the center like glass beads. Fong Tang gasped. Are you simulating the Earth's core? The girl looked embarrassed. This is definitely for fun. She couldn't help but explain. The secret gold particles are particles that have never appeared in the real world and are magical particles that cannot be knocked out by Collider. So I think its use should not be just for playing games. Fong Tang looked at the ball. Some people say that the cause of the Earth's magnetic field is the movement of the Earth's core. You actually want to make a small Earth model. The girl hurriedly corrected. It's just a simple Earth core motion toy. Not even a model. Mr. Tang, you are exaggerating. It simulates the Earth. How is that possible? What if I gave you enough data and enough secret gold particles? The girl was stunned. She had never thought about this. The two of them were chatting in the workroom. The little white deer outside was a little impatient. And the female boss in the bar was also restlessly waiting for something. However, Fong Tang suddenly became concerned about the girl mechanic and was no longer in a hurry to go in and drink. He pulled Sydney to sit down and slowly took out a ball of glowing secret gold particles. 89 units. The secret gold particles gathered together, like an elliptical sphere with a honeycomb structure. Your research requires a large number of particles, and I will give them to you, Fong Tang said directly. Sydney rubbed her eyes, looked at Fong Tang, then rolled her eyes and fainted. When she woke up leisurely, she found that she was lying on the man's lap, and the hands are glowing. 89 units of secret gold particles are really given to me. The girl was a little dizzy. I can't tell whether I'm grateful or excited, because this thing is a bit like a dream. Fong Tang twirled her blonde hair with his fingers. Now you have to follow me. Sydney came to her senses. What did you say? Fong Tang smiled lightly. With 89 units of secret gold, but without any combat effectiveness, I think anyone who knows will not be able to help but kill and seize the goods. Sydney's eyes widened. Then I don't want it. Fong Tang looked at her deeply. Okay, give it back to me. He gestured to take it back, and the girl stuffed the secret gold particles into the groove under her jacket like lightning. What a beautiful idea. So, in order to save your life, you have to follow me from now on. Fong Tang's thoughts were clear. Sydney lay on top of the man and fell into extreme conflict. Give up these particles? That is impossible. But it's definitely a dead end. This man looks very capable. But isn't that just selling himself? After a long time, she whispered, as long as the bar owner agrees, I can sign a contract with you. I am now her employee. Fong Tang nodded. No problem. Even if this bar is demolished, I will take you away. This always sounds weird. Sydney pursed her lips. Mr. Tang, my real name is Fong Tang. The man looked at her sincerely. I have a small guild called Shanghai and Infinite Challenge. If you leave here alive, I would like to invite you to join the guild. Sydney blinked. Fong Tang. I seem to have heard of this name when I left the Serpent of the World. With a touch of secret gold particles on his fingertips, Fong Tang pressed her neck. But there was no response. He was suddenly a little stunned. You are not a player. I almost joined. In the Mechanical Academy of World Serpent. My grades were very bad. After I handed in my graduation project, the beautiful head guard said it was the most rubbish design she had ever seen. So I was dismissed. Fired. Is the World Serpent's guard chief the one with silver hair? Yes. Mr. Fong Tang also knows who he is? There is also a golden sword in his waist. Fong Tang immediately thought of the proud Coco. Atlantis couldn't help but smile. Then why did you come to China? I really wanted to become a player, so that I could buy materials in the mall. I heard that the Asian game area has the largest number of players. So I came here. At first, I was hanging around in the northern province. And then I slowly arrived in the Magic City. As a result, I just heard that the fog pass is open. Fong Tang picked her up and said, How did you get to this bar? Sydney subconsciously grabbed the collar of his shirt. After I came in, I hid in the Northeast District for 2 days. On the 3rd day, I met a strange man wearing a black robe and carrying a crossed sword. Speaking of this, a look of fear appeared in the girl's eyes. At first, he wanted to roast me and eat me. But then he heard that I had been in the Serpent of the World. So he let me go somehow. That man was scary. But he taught me a lot of knowledge. And I used the materials he obtained to make a secret gold particle detector. Fong Tang suddenly realized. You have detected the particle cloud here. Yes. I was caught by the bar owner as soon as I got there. She was also very scary, and wanted to bury me in the ground to make farm fertilizer. I told her that people will be decomposed when they die in the game scene. I thought if you want fertilizer, you have to connect the toilet drain on the first floor to the ground. Of course, human excrement must be used as natural fertilizer. The bar owner doesn't even know this, which is really stupid. Sydney chuckled again. The boss thought I was very useful, so he let me work here. Fong Tang put her on Little White Deer's back. Go in first, and help me see if there is anyone wearing special military uniforms. He briefly described the uniform style of New China, and then talked about the appearances with Jinsong and Chun Yang. Before she finished speaking, Sydney whispered, "That very wealthy uncle. He has already left with the beautiful woman who has been sleeping." Fong Tang was shocked. This is completely wrong. Zhuo Yinsong should be waiting in the bar for him to come to his door. He frowned and thought. Then the Red Moon door slowly opened, and a man wearing a white waiter's uniform appeared. "Mr. Fong Tang? Please come in. Our boss wants to see you." Chapter 411. A beautiful day. Except for the simple bar counter on the first floor of Neely Bar. The rest are all small rooms separated from each other. The largest room is open plan, and inside is a big bunk where more than 10 people can lie down. The spatial structure is a bit strange. The Little White Deer kicked the ground uncomfortably beside Fong Tang and made it cry. It has been very irritable since it came in. Fong Tang comforted by Lu and continued to look at the bar. It can be said that the interior has no decoration style. Just a mess of food piled in the corner. Pumpkin, sweet potato, coarse rice, tomatoes, carrots, cucumbers, grapes, even if they are just piled there. The fresh colors of green, red and purple make people salivate in their mouths and make their stomachs growl. "Mr. Fong Tang, do you want to have a drink first? We supply 1 unit of wine for 1 barrel, and 2 units of high-quality grain wine for 1 caddy. Fruits and vegetables are also very cheap." Fong Tang still had 10 units of secret gold particles. He sat at the bar and ordered a barrel of wine, 2 tomatoes, and a bowl of pumpkin rice. The total cost is 2 units, which is not cheap. I asked for another fresh carrot and handed it to the Little White Deer, but this guy pushed it away with his head. "You little guy, why don't you eat something so fresh?" Fong Tang shook his head and drank. The so-called barrel of wine is actually a small wooden barrel the size of a palm. At most 300 milliliters. Fresh tomatoes have no taste when eaten. He waved to the waiting waiter and took out a dose of Bama Tianjin powder. "Mix it into the wine and try it." The waiter frowned, but it seemed that he valued Fong Tang particularly, so he did not reject his kindness. After taking a sip, the waiter quickly opened his eyes. "How many of these good things do you have?" "You can have as many as you want, but I have to find the materials." The waiter shook his head, excited and sweating all over. "Wait a minute. I'll be here soon." He quickly went to the second floor and came back shortly. "Mr. Fong Tang, we are willing to purchase in large quantities." Fong Tang smiled faintly. "Deposit 10 units. 1 unit per server. First supply of 100 servers." The waiter smiled. "You'd better discuss the price with the boss." Fong Tang ate pumpkin rice and looked at the quiet lobby. "How many people live here? Are they all players? We must protect the privacy of our guests. Only the boss can answer your questions." Fong Tang followed him towards the stairs. He stopped as he turned the corner. On the bridge pillar that was used as a wall, a mottled and white poster caught his eye. This poster should be from real life. It was there just after the bar was built. The waiter laughed. Fong Tang nodded. The poster shows a woman hiding in the shadows. The background seems to be a burning moon, but it's not clear. For some reason, Fong Tang suddenly felt a thump in his heart when looking at the poster, and a feeling of uneasiness enveloped his whole body. The waiter coughed. "Shall we go up?" As I walked up the stairs, the smelly air hit my face, because the first floor of the bar is actually a space dug out from under the cross viaduct. The entire second floor is more spacious, and there is ample space up and down. There are small farms here with almost perfect ecological cycle. Even at first glance, the butterflies are made of particles, and they look just like the real ones. The growth of plants is accelerated wildly, and those butterflies pollinate every 27 hours. Even based on the exaggerated greenhouse tomato growth cycle of 1 month. The growth rate of crops here has increased by nearly 30 times. The efficiency of picking tomatoes once a day, laser insect removal, and intelligent light supplement. What Fong Tang saw was a smart farm, with a prototype of black technology. The waiter had quietly retreated, and a hoarse and deep voice sounded from behind. "I have always wanted to achieve soilless cultivation and establish a vertical growth model. But when I tried to break the spell of photosynthesis, I suddenly discovered the great significance of this. Every day I am deriving new wine recipes, and occasionally I try to genetically reverse new crops. I really didn't expect that I am addicted to this kind of fun. Fong Tang turned around and walked towards the closed room. Don't go any further. I'm warning you. I am the owner of this bar. There are institutions everywhere here. You? The low and hoarse voice was still warning, and Fong Tang had already pushed the door open and entered. He roughly opened the gauze curtain and looked at Eva, who was half lying on the bed. You deliberately lowered your voice, so I can't hear you? The black skirt has a see-through effect, and the shoulder straps are deliberately pulled half open, revealing milk-like skin. With her mixed-race European style and her seductive lying posture, this long-lost one-time bed partner became even more sexy at this moment. Fong Tang looked at Eva. Eva pulled the thin blanket around her body. Gee, you didn't expect it was me, did you? Fong Tang lay directly next to her, stretching comfortably. Bar owner, I didn't expect you to be interested in farming. Eva frowned and looked at his shoulder. Are you injured? Fine. You stink like HL. She came over and tore open Fong Tang's shirt carefully, took out a silver needle from the bedside, and gently picked up the dirt in the wound. You're lucky. It didn't hurt any vital parts. Otherwise your arm would be useless. After many days, Fong Tang finally laid down on the soft bed and hugged Eva's thin waist. There is a little deer down there. Ask your people to bring it up and eat some fresh grass here. I have to sleep. This bed is too hacking comfortable. He fell asleep soundly. Eva sighed and treated his wound. When I woke up, the hot water had been put in, and there were wine, asparagus salad, and grilled rabbit with cucumber slices in front of the bed. Eva fed the man affectionately, rubbed his back, then changed the water in the big wooden bucket, slipped off her black skirt, dipped her greasy white legs into the water, and sat down little by little. Fong Tang leaned against the edge of the barrel, covered his forehead with a towel, and slowly exhaled. When the metal shields covered the glass windows again, and the fluorescent lamps were turned on the roof of the organic farm, the particle butterflies began to pollinate again. Fong Tang lay in the wooden barrel that had changed the water several times, feeling the warmth lying on his back. Eva. I'm at 01 Temple these days. Then why are you the bar owner again? Eva was silent. Fong Tang rubbed his ears, as if he had poured water into them, and he kept hearing a buzzing sound in his ears. I'm so tired. I was a little crazy just now. Fong Tang's eyes turned black, flickering, and he felt better after rubbing it. Eva seemed to disappear. Fong Tang was about to turn around when the woman's slender fingers drew circles on his back. The bar owner was arranged by Mr. Wan, who is equivalent to an NPC in the game. My story at Lingy Temple is even more exciting. But, do you really believe me? She smiled charmingly. What if I am the mission here? What if I poison your food and wine? What if I am the assassin arranged by Mr. Wan? Fong Tang turned around and wrapped his fingers around her graceful neck, which was cold and cold. He touched her wet long hair again and gently tapped the pencil that had been hidden in her hair. If you are not good for me, I have at least 11 ways to kill you. Eva snorted coquettishly and pulled out the pencil from her hair. I know that in addition to the wood attribute, this thing also has 4 killing attributes. How could it kill me 11 times? There are indeed 4 types of metal: earth, water, and fire. Fong Tang scratched her nose with his finger. This item has been upgraded and can activate the power of any 2 attributes. Eva counted on her fingers very seriously. If the combinations of 2 or 2 are not repeated, then there are 6 more ways. In total, there are 10 ways. Is there another way to kill me? At this point, her face suddenly turned red. Fong Tang shook his head. It's useless for you to collect information about the 5 elements pen, because almost all players know about this weapon. Eva is very stupid. As a vase, she is perfect, but her IQ is basically below average. The woman was angry. Do you suspect that I deliberately collected intelligence? Yeah. Otherwise you wouldn't be so bored talking to me about this pencil. Eva's face gradually turned ugly, and she turned her head sadly for a long time. I just want to prove that I'm not that stupid, she murmured. When I was working as a designer in a company in Paris, some people said I was stupid. I was forced to join the European game and almost died in the beginner level. I was rescued by Mr. G and became a slave. You think of me as a gift to you. Am I really that stupid? Fong Tang wiped away her tears. Don't be stupid. The so-called smarter people than you are now dying and running away. Not only are you alive and well, but you now have your own bar. This is a kind of favor. Eva looked at him deeply. Do you know why I wasn't controlled at 01 Temple? Fong Tang frowned. What control? Eva lowered her voice. Don't worry. This bar will not be observed by that little monster in a skirt. What I'm saying is that all the people in Lingyi Temple have been brainwashed by Wan Gi and that machine monk. Wan Gi controls the particles, and the monk mentally brainwashes them. They have always cooperated well. Fong Tang touched her hair. Wait, robot monk? I'll tell you about this later. Let's just say that those particles control the escaping players, and all of them had particles drilled into their heads. Nothing happened to me. I was really scared to death at first. I kept pretending, but then I carefully think about it. At this point, she kissed the man's face. After thinking about it carefully, I figured it out. The reason why I can escape those manipulations has something to do with you. Fong Tang frowned. What on earth are you talking about? Eva looked very serious. From the time I entered the game to now, my experience is no different from that of other players. I don't have any special abilities or adventures. I only slept with you once in Chang'an Hotel. Fong Tang pushed her away with sharp eyes. Eva, what are you implying? It was just suspicion at first, but the idea was quickly verified. Do you know about the Artificial Intelligence Awakening Test? When Eva began to slowly describe the awakening test, Fong Tang started to tremble all over. The previous doubts and repeated questioning were just the introduction. And why did you selectively ignore the unprovoked desires and the urge to reproduce during that period? Now that I think about it, during the days when I was with Yashin, it seemed that I was carrying out the reproduction of life every day, which was not normal at all. Chapter 412 Abi Hell. The water in the barrel on the second floor of the bar was changed for the 7th time. Eva looked at Fong Tang for the 7th time. Do you know why I wasn't controlled at Lingyi Temple? Fong Tang frowned for the 7th time. What control? Eva said for the 7th time. Don't worry. This bar will not be observed. All the people in Lingyi Temple have been brainwashed by Wan Gi and the machine monk. Only I am different. She kissed the man's face for the 7th time. The reason why I can escape those manipulations is because of you. I have no special abilities or adventures. I just slept with you once. Fong Tang pushed her away for the 7th time. What are you implying? Eva talked about the Artificial Intelligence Awakening Test for the 7th time. Don't you think it's scary? Either you yourself are an artificial intelligence, or you are controlled by an artificial intelligence. So you have that weird reproduction behavior. Fong Tang's eyes changed for the first time in 7 cycles. And it was also the first time he left the barrel. He put on his wet shirt and jeans. Eva lay in the barrel and wondered. What are you doing? Fong Tang didn't look back. I was wondering. With your IQ, how could you come up with so many things? And how could you deduce such complicated clues? Eva was shaking with rage. Fong Tang rubbed his forehead. Also, you seem to have said these words several times. Eva got out of the barrel bitterly. Get out of here. Get out of my bar. Fong Tang sneered softly, closing his eyes and feeling the meditative state. Then he had a look of confusion on his face, scratched his head, and squatted on the ground in pain. Eva put on her clothes and ran over. Don't act so pitiful. Ah, what's wrong with you? Fong Tang fell to the ground with a plop. Eva wiped his face with a wet towel. The man's forehead was covered with sweat. But what she couldn't see was that the Tao Tai core on the back of Fong Tang's neck was looming, and the Yin Yang Archaea was turning with difficulty like a rusty gear. One lap. Fong Tang woke up. He had just forced himself to enter a meditative state, but he passed out directly. This is the first time this has happened since I mastered the triple meditation. But what's even more confusing is the blank space in my mind. Eva, what did you just say to me? After the memory was devoured by Tao Tai, it had already been transformed by the Yin and Yang Archaea. But Eva also blinked. I didn't say anything. In the particle cloud on the top of Mealy Bar, a thin line composed of particles appeared. One end of the thin line hung in the wooden barrel on the second floor of the bar, but the other end was toward the southeast, passing through the last game area and connecting to on the chessboard at Ryuki Temple. This game of chess has been played until the sunset. The black chess piece of Wan Gi dominates the middle and controls 3 of the 4 corners, while Zen Master Ling Jue defends the southeast corner. It is a trap beast. At this time, Wan Gi's Heisei repeatedly robbed Zen Master Ling Jue's hinterland. This was the 7th time. He frowned and looked at it, then suddenly gave up and sighed. I lost. Zen Master Ling Jue smiled. You shouldn't cling to this chess piece. Wan Gi waved his sleeves. I barred Eva to awaken Fong Tang 7 times, but each time his memory was swallowed up by the core spirit. What's the truth? Telling Fong Tang the cruel truth. No matter what the outcome, will be beneficial to Wan Gi. Now he has done everything he can. Zen Master Ling Jue said coldly. You should understand that the adult in Fong Tang's mind will not agree with you doing this. Don't do this. She has already fallen into a deep sleep. Zen Master Ling Jue threw down the chess piece. For that adult, no action is meaningless. She has the overall situation, including helping Fong Tang choose Xinling. And she has a plan. Wan Gi suddenly touched his forehead. The Tao Tai Xinling was drawn by lottery in the internal beta mall. At that time, the White Queen had already modified the lottery probability and cracked the mall version. Of course, she can choose any lottery result. When Wan Gi called out Queen White's name, Zen Master Ling Jue closed his eyes and chanted the Buddha's name. Wan Gui glanced at him with disdain. Are you afraid of this? Why are you practicing Buddhism? Only because you have fear can you refine your state of mind. I have been saying these principles for many years, but you don't understand. Zen Master Ling Jue solemnly said. The Tao Tai core spirit can be used externally, and it can also be used on oneself. This is what it means. A threshold set by that adult. Or a critical value. Wan Gi sneered. Is it like a fuse? I don't believe Fong Tang can't notice it at all. As he spoke, he waved his hand gently, and the chess pieces on the chessboard disappeared instantly. Wan Gi touched his chin. The 12th apostle of Kunlun. When the Tao Tai core spirit swallows data, will it first evaluate the value of the data? It may swallow it in the order of data value. Zen Master Ling Jue shrugged. You should know Xinling better than I do. The definition of data is the expression and carrier of information. This world is made up of matter and various energies that carry information. So essentially, data can be counted as energy. It can be broken down into elementary particles of energy. Wan Gi thought about the operation of Tao Tai Xinling from an engineer's perspective. At this time, near the cross viaduct, the moat outside the Neely bar began to boil. The black liquid in the ditch was like thick glue, suddenly pulling up and flying upwards, completely covering the entire bar. The rolling black liquid. If you zoom into the extreme, you can see the demonic insects that make up these liquids. The demonic insect that originated from the Silent Town level first evolved into the melanin insect virus, which has been transformed several times, and is now combined with the particles of the microscopic world to form a perfect barrier. Zen Master Ling Jue's handsome face showed a look of astonishment. Are these the demonic insects you studied in the past? Wan Gi tapped his finger on the chessboard. Before Fong Tang entered the fog pass, Hui Yu observed him with a mirror and found that his mental magnetic field was full of flaws. Among these flaws, the melanin insect virus was especially obvious. Zen Master Ling Jue exclaimed. What level is Neely Bar? Wan Gi turned around and chuckled. Hui Yu arranged it himself. In return for our cooperation, I agreed to let Hui Yu design this small level in the central nervous system of Fog Pass. He pondered. Maybe Hui Yu doesn't have confidence in me and can't find Fong Tang's biggest weakness. So he wants to collect more data. Zen Master Ling Jue's eyes flashed. You actually used 1/3 of the particles in the entire scene. Wan Gi patted the monk on the shoulder. Let's enjoy it together. The levels designed by Hui Yu are always very entertaining. At this time, the particle cloud above Neely Bar has accumulated to its limit, and a particle rainstorm is about to come. Fong Tang was drinking wine on the first floor. The little white deer still didn't eat anything, as if he was wary of the food here. Fong Tang could only watch the little guy lying there listlessly. His watch is placed aside, and the girl mechanic Sydney is checking it. It is very magnetized. I can make a large coil or use a horseshoe-shaped magnet to demagnetize the watch. But there is no way to correct the time here. While still talking, Fong Tang grabbed the watch and frowned at it. What's wrong? Perhaps this watch would be more useful without demagnetization. What? Fong Tang smiled. Didn't you make a particle detector? This watch is magnetized due to the movement of particles. Why don't you combine it and use your design talents to help me modify a more sophisticated detector? Sydney's eyes lit up, and she immediately left holding the watch. After Fong Tang drank a barrel of wine, Sydney brought a brand new watch. There are 4 points on it. On the watch roulette wheel, which represent super strong, medium, weak. The position of the pointer can help you determine the particle density in the nearby area. What's the detection range? Fong Tang put on his watch. Sydney felt a little ashamed. Only a 10-meter diameter circular area can be detected. Fong Tang smiled. It's already pretty good. On the second floor, footsteps sounded. Eva, wearing a black skirt and a white coat, was slowly walking down. She still had a frosty look on her face. Why are you still hanging on here? Didn't I let you go? Fong Tang stood up and smiled. And when he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly opened wide. He even threw away the wine glass and ran to the turn of the stairs. The mottled and white poster on the wall pillar at the corner has completely changed. The woman hiding in the shadows has walked to the front of the scene. Behind her, the burning fire moon has also risen into the sky, shedding dark red light. The woman was holding a mirror in her arms. The light and shadow in the mirror were flowing. And the 4 words, Abi Hell, appeared in blood. With a buzzing sound, the hands on Fong Tang's watch started to rotate crazily. The probe needle pointed to super strong, and the needle began to bend. Outside, the strange clouds pressed down, and a torrential rain of particles poured down, all pouring into the bar. Chapter 413: The Fear of the Heart. The posters, which have existed since the bar was first built, are affixed to the pillars of the viaduct. However, the poster, which was originally modeled and worn, is now fresh and bright. It's no longer paper, but a screen made of particles. The woman on the screen seemed to have come alive, smiling at Fong Tang. The corners of her mouth became more and more curved. When the curved corners of her mouth were lifted upward, it changed from a smile to a frightening cry. Behind Fong Tang, Eva, the waiter, and Sydney all came up. Fong Tang waved his hand fiercely. "Don't come over!" He stared at the poster and looked at the mirror in the woman's arms. At this time, all the strange things from entering the bar to now are all reappearing in front of my eyes. The weird space structure on the first floor of the bar. The little white deer has been restless since he came in. Tasteless fresh tomatoes. The smell of damp decay in the farm on the second floor. There was also a strange buzzing sound in my ears. And visions that kept flashing in front of my eyes while taking a shower. You can't even enter a meditative state here. All these tiny clues were rearranged and corresponded to the poster in front of me. No wonder it's called Neeli Bar. Neeli means H-L in Sanskrit. On the poster, the 4 words, Abi Hell, were repeatedly copied in the mirror in the woman's arms. They had been superimposed and turned into a sticky blood stain. What is Abi Hell? There is a description in the Hell Sutra that Meng Huaishan of Magic Goose Farm once read. The Buddha said that there is an endless H-L for all sentient beings, with a length and breadth of 84,000 yojanas. If you fall into this H-L, there will be no interval. The sufferings you will suffer will never be interrupted. The thoughts in your heart will be transformed into evil and fear. For endless kalpas, your body will have no shape. There's a gap! The scriptures that appeared under the poster mirror were read out slowly by Fong Tang. The people behind him all looked confused. What do you mean? This is talking about the most terrifying level in the Neeli Hell. The last level of the 8 heat hells. Abi Wujian. It is said that that level of H-L is infinitely vast. And if you enter it, you will suffer infinite suffering. And there will be no end of time. Fong Tang looked at the 8 words. What he thought in his heart turned into fear. His eyes flickered. He already understood something. The waiter's face turned pale, but he smiled dryly. This is a task in the game scene. Right. It has nothing to do with our bar. Fong Tang turned around and rushed towards the door. The red moon door was kicked open and passed through the corridor. The metal door creaked against the cement wall. Fong Tang only glanced outside, then shrank back, his face frighteningly white. Eva grabbed his hand. What's outside? Fong Tang gritted his teeth. It's disgusting stuff. Is there anything else you're afraid of? It's the melanin insect virus. Before entering the game, this thing kept torturing my brain. No, it looks like an evolved virus insect. Fong Tang broke out in a cold sweat again. Eva couldn't help but take a look. All she saw was a black barrier, completely blocking the bar. All the cameras controlling Neeli Bar have now fallen down. And the switch on the metal suspension bridge outside the door has also disappeared for no reason. The waiter rushed to the all-terrain vehicle in the hallway workshop. With Sydney's help, the car, which had just been put on the steering wheel, started. But before the wheels had even turned a few revolutions, or even left the hallway, the ATV was disintegrated by the particles. The barrier outside had crushed the corridor and clung to the wooden door, and the whole bar made a strange creaking sound. The waiter lay on the ground and shouted, "We can't get out! We are trapped here!" Sydney looked at Fong Tang blankly. "I don't understand." Fong Tang said nothing, only stared at the woman on the poster. "What you?" The woman smiled on the screen. "You can think of this as a little Easter egg for the moon level in the 3rd patch, so that you can familiarize yourself with the game style I designed. I believe you can get out of this rubbish fog level. I'm waiting for you." Is there a game trailer for Huiyu Egwin? It's really a little Easter egg. Fong Tang took a deep breath and caught Eva, who was trying to escape to the 2nd floor. "Follow me! What are you doing?" Is this your fault? I'm an NPC. Why am I trapped? Eva struggled. Fong Tang pulled her hair, and the pain made her wake up. Look at these little rooms and tell me. What do you see? Eva closed her eyes and shouted no, and was hugged tightly by the man. Look clearly. What is it? Eva reluctantly opened her eyes. The small room separated on the first floor of the bar looked like square grids when viewed from a height. Now that the doors are all open, they are all empty. There is no such thing as a guest. Eva struggled. These are coffins. Coffins! On the bar, the food and wine turned into gray dust. The farm on the second floor is also collapsing. The particles decompose everything, and the green plants disappear. All around, there were tornado-like particle clusters, sweeping in from top to bottom. Even the soft big bed turned into dust. Everyone couldn't open their eyes, and the waiter was still yelling. What the hell is this? After the plasma storm dissipated, the sound of ticking water could be heard. Sydney held the particle ball presented by Fong Tang tightly in her arms, and the little white deer beside her secretly took a bite, and finally felt a little energetic. Eva opened her eyes. Now, all the beauty has been broken down by particles. What they saw was an abandoned bridge tunnel, with sewage dripping down from the top of the bridge tunnel. The ground was littered with gravel, wood chips, and advertising leaflets soaked in dirty water. Broken steel bars poked out of the cement block, and a rectangular wooden table with broken legs was placed where the bar was. Buzzing mosquitoes swarmed over the damp, rotting garbage. The little white deer barked uneasily again. Fong Tang turned the ring and issued the return command. The jelly package hung in the steel cage of the viaduct began to move. The ants under the package, Fong Tang, had deliberately stayed outside, and now they were pushing the package down. Fong Tang put on his black feather cloak and got fully armed. Everyone, the game hasn't started yet. Countdown numbers appeared on posters on the pillars of the bridge. 59, 58, 57. Above the countdown numbers on the poster, there is a pink elephant drawn. Fong Tang examined the silver revolver. The waiter limped over. What should we do? Fong Tang looked into his frightened eyes. First of all, the waiter was full of anticipation. Fong Tang put the gun on his forehead and pulled the trigger. First we have to reduce the number of people. The waiter had a piece of ice on his forehead and fell down in a daze. His whole brain was frozen. Are you crazy? Sydney and Eva shouted together. Fong Tang added ice bullet again. I'm afraid I'm the most sober person right now. The more people there are, the more monsters will appear. One more person means you have to experience one more nightmare scene. He looked at Eva, then at Sydney, the muzzle of the gun waving. The two women were frightened by his eyes. And amidst the buzzing sound, a particle screen appeared, and the light and shadow made up not the sister, but the daughter of Fire and Moon. She shook her finger at Fong Tang. You are cheating. You are not allowed to do this now. Fong Tang lowered his pistol and looked at the bridge hole that was still covered by the barrier. He ignored Huiyu and walked directly towards Eva. He stared at the woman. What is the thing you fear most? Eva was confused. What? Fong Tang sighed, took her hand, and came to the pink elephant. There is a famous experiment in psychology. The experimenter was asked to never think about the pink elephant. You know what was the result? The more they were not allowed to think about it, the more those experimenters couldn't help but start imagining the elephant that didn't exist. Eva closed her eyes. I don't know what you are talking about. You come here and imagine what the bar in your mind looks like, and the particles in the bar will automatically transform according to your thoughts. The food you like to eat grows rapidly on the farm. Brewing wine, growing vegetables. Here you think it works out. Isn't it perfect? Eva just screamed. Why are those rooms coffins? Those are the coffins of players who died in the bar before you came. Fong Tang took out the Bimation X ion powder from the package, swallowed it, called Little White Deer behind him, and said in a deep voice, well, you can use these massive particles to realize your fantasies. But what about the other way around? Humph. She can do the same. It can create the monsters you fear most. The most terrifying thing about the so-called endless HL is the source of nightmares in our hearts. The posters on the pillars of the bridge have changed again. A line of words appeared on it. Don't look! Fong Tang shouted softly. Eva closed her eyes. I know. I won't watch. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. Forget it. It's useless. The countdown has come to the last second. Never think about what you fear most. When these words appeared on Eva's retina, a melodious song sounded. Chapter 414 Paris Dream. The last second of the countdown jumped, and time seemed to freeze at this second forever. When the melodious prelude sounded, the surroundings turned into complete darkness. It's not that the light disappears. It's that the eyes are covered. Fong Tang struggled to tear off the black cloth that suddenly covered his eyes. And the torn cloth strips turned into mist particles in his hands. He saw endless particles spinning and flying, constructing a brand new scene. This was Eva's deepest fear. Only she knows what will happen. Eva! Fong Tang shouted. The little white deer was pushing against him from behind, while Sydney was rushing over with all her strength. Fong Tang hugged the girl mechanic. Close your eyes! He knew he couldn't stop those particles and closed his eyes. The two leaned against the warm deer. Sydney was trembling. Is this a game? What should we do? Do we want to fight monsters? I don't know. Fong Tang smiled bitterly in her ear. This is the first time I have encountered this kind of level. The surroundings seemed to quiet down, and the melodious music sounded again. The sound of the viola echoed slowly. And suddenly, the sound became urgent. A high-pitched soprano sounded, scaring Sydney so much that she covered her ears. Then his body was involuntarily pulled away by a force. Fong Tang opened his eyes, looked down, and trembled in shock. What she was holding in her arms was no longer Sydney, but a rotten female corpse. The female corpse was horribly decomposed. A strange puppet on her chest had been squeezed by the rotten flesh, and a brownish-yellow liquid kept flowing out. Fong Tang desperately threw down the female body, and the sound of rushing water came. These are all hallucinations. He shook his black cloak. The feathers of the magic goose flashed, and the female corpse disappeared. The sound of rushing water also disappeared, and instead a warm wind blew. Little white deer and Sydney were gone. Light suddenly appeared all around. The curtains with pink folds were rolled up, and the wind blew gently on his face. This is a spacious apartment. Outside there was the sound of birds chirping in the early morning, and a beautiful iron tower could be seen through the window. The scenery outside the window changed, and another round arch carved with a lion appeared. The Arc de Triomphe. The Eiffel Tower. Fong Tang flashed his hand and stabbed the dagger out of the window. Bits of garbled characters and fragmented pixel stripes appear. It's still the same old thing. The scene outside the window is a simulated virtual scene, so real that no flaws can be seen. The wind came from the black barrier outside the bar. This is a Parisian apartment. Eva worked as a designer in Paris for a while. Could it be that what she fears most is in her apartment? The soprano aria played repeatedly on the retro gramophone on the wooden table. Even in the daytime, the coloratura of the opera girl's voice carries a permeating sadness. Fong Tang checked the apartment. There were 4 doors in the house. The door has been firmly locked. The door to the bathroom was locked from the inside. There are 2 other bedrooms, which are also locked from the inside. In addition to the gramophone, there is a group photo on the table in the living room. There are 2 beautiful girls in the photo. The one with white skin on the left is Eva, and the one leaning next to her is a girl with brown skin. Judging from the girl's facial features, she looks very much like a mixed-race Indian and European. Among mixed-race Indians and Europeans, it is rare to have such deep facial features. Looking at the big straw hat she is wearing, the colorful striped shawl, and the puppet accessories with symbols of Aztec culture, we can infer that she is a girl from Mexico. Is he Eva's roommate? Fong Tang's eyes narrowed. The girl's puppet accessories in the photo. Isn't it the one on the female corpse in my arms just now? At this time, the gramophone made a squeaking sound, and the film had completed its last lap. After a rare moment of silence, there was a knock on the door. In the apartment scene made of particles, this kind of sound appears suddenly, stimulating the nerves. Fong Tang walked carefully towards the bathroom door. The knocking on the door was still coming. Mr. Fontaine? Behind the door was the voice of the girl Sydney. Fong Tang frowned. It's me! Brother! Help me open the door quickly! It's so scary here! Sydney's voice trembled. Fong Tang looked down at his wrist. The particle detection watch pointed steadily at the strong mark. The particles in the scene seemed to have stabilized, and the pointer no longer moves erratically. Fong Tang shouted to the back of the door. It's locked from the inside. Open it yourself. Sydney was about to cry. I have to break off all the buttons inside. It must be locked outside. Fong Tang looked at the keyhole of the bathroom. Wait, I'm going to find the key. Just kick it away, Sydney cried. Fong Tang fired a shot at the door, and the icy warhead sank into the door, as if it had fallen into paste. A ripple appeared on the door, and then it swallowed the warhead directly. The false door of particle construction. Fong Tang turned the ring, and under the fluorescent gemstone, only 249 dark gold soldier ants remained crawling towards the crack of the door. Ants crawled in one by one, Fong Tang immediately felt something was wrong and gave the order to return. More than 20 ants that rushed into the crack of the door disappeared. Sydney? If I don't let it go. This place is so scary. What is inside? There is water everywhere. The ceiling is leaking. And the water in the bathtub never seems to be filled. There are rats and cockroaches. All soaking in the water. Fong Tang breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out it was just a water leak. Sydney shouted. There is a dead man in the bathtub. Why don't you come in and try? Fong Tang quickly walked towards the wooden table. There is a small rectangular box next to the gramophone. There are 20 grids in it. And there is a key in each grid. Which key is the bathroom key? At this time, the gramophone was started again. And the needle fell to the outside of the vinyl record. After the strange sound, a cold voice sounded. The water in the bathroom is about to be filled with water. If you don't want Sydney to die, find the real key as soon as possible. 20 keys in total. Fong Tang directly grabbed the 14th key. The opera that has been playing on the gramophone is an aria from Mozart's The Magic Flute. Vengeance Burns in the Heart. From aria number 14 of the Queen of the Night. The key numbered 14 was turned in the keyhole and disconnected with a click. There was a louder sound of water flowing from behind the door, followed by the sound of a burst pipe. Sydney yelled, My head is going to hit the ceiling. The water is going to be full. Gurgling. She was already choking on water and couldn't hold on much longer. Fong Tang looked at the key box and became anxious. Without any prompts. The best solution is to use these keys one by one to try to open the door. There is always one right. So the question is the probability of randomly picking a key high? Or is it numbered from 1 to 20? Or 20 to 1? Or starting from the 10th? All kinds of data were running around in Fong Tang's mind. A voice kept reminding him, you are wasting time. Instead of analyzing here, it is better to act quickly. Are you giving up on that mechanic girl? Just give up. Anyway. What anyway? Giving up on her means you are admitting defeat. You haven't even completed the simplest task of this level. Do you still want to crack it? Fong Tang grabbed his head and gave himself a hard slap in the face while breathing rapidly. Stay calm and get back that feeling of challenging the game. Fong Tang looked at the phonograph needle. The bit needle flashed. He exhaled and stretched out his hand to twist it off. The key-shaped needle fits perfectly into the keyhole. The door lock opens. Water burst out and the bathroom door fell with a clang. The water wave swept through the entire living room. And the girl mechanic was rushed out. Fong Tang had already jumped onto the wooden table with the ants and lifted up the unconscious Sydney. The water dissipates. An illusion. Fong Tang looked at the unconscious Sydney, took off his watch and placed it between her chest. Watch the pointer carefully. The pointer is steady and unchanged. This shows that the girl is not an illusion made up of particles. Only then did he take first aid measures. He pinched the girl's nose, blew into her mouth, and pressed her chest at the same time. He heard a sound coming from the girl's throat. And then he turned her onto her side and patted her back rhythmically. With a sound, Sydney spit out a large amount of water and kept coughing. She twisted in pain. Fong Tang pressed her chest and arms. It's okay. It's okay. It's just a muscle strain. The mechanic girl had obviously never experienced such a terrible thing. When she struggled after drowning, she exerted too much force and her legs cramped, helping her sit up. Fong Tang looked into the bathroom. Besides the corpse, what else is there? Sydney gasped. Dead man. So disgusting. Such a big dead man. She was incoherent. Fong Tang motioned her to lie down and rest, holding a gun in one hand and a dagger in the other, and entered the bathroom with a sword-jawed ant. The water that filled the bathroom has disappeared without a trace. But the water pipes in the bathtub are still dripping with drops of water. The corpse had swelled, creating a disgusting scene of giant viewing. After a person dies and loses their immune system, the bacteria that live in the corpse will grow wildly, causing a large amount of putrefactive gas and propping up the corpse. Now the rotting corpse almost occupied the entire bathtub. So Sydney shouted, It's so big. Fong Tang held his breath and held back his nausea as he observed the corpse. Is this what Eva fears most? A dead woman in the bathroom? But? Fong Tang's eyes flashed. It's a white woman. The Mexican girl who appeared in my arms was also a head taller than the brown-skinned girl in the photo. How is this going? He looked around the tub and noticed the tiles beneath the white walls. The surrounding tiles were a little yellow because they were against the bathtub and had not been cleaned for many days. But a tile in the second row was impossibly clean. That was just replaced. After a long time, Fong Tang raised his gun, and a piece of ice whispered, freezing the entire female body in the bathtub. He walked out and waved to the panting Sydney. Find some useful tools and come in to help. Ah, what are you doing? The girl shrank back with a look of horror on her face. I will never go into that ghost place again. Come in and help me tear down the wall, Fong Tang said coldly. Chapter 415 Goddess of Death. The tiles were taken apart piece by piece. The dark gold soldier ants played a huge role. They first corroded the cracks in the bricks with acid, and then Fong Tang could easily cut through them with a dagger. Sydney was there to move the bricks. Fong Tang asked while tearing down the wall. Do you know where my deer went? Sydney tried to remember. When I was dragged to the bathroom, I saw that the deer behind you was also dragged away. She pointed to the bedroom on the right outside. That's it. When the last tile was removed, a rotten smell hit our nostrils. Sydney stared blankly. Are we still in the bar now? Fong Tang released 10 sword-jawed ants to explore the way. Hearing this, he smiled and said, Of course we are in the bar. Do you think we have traveled to Paris? The scenery outside is all fake. I know this. But this is so amazing. Sydney had put away her fear and praised, reaching out to touch the smooth marble floor. In an instant, an apartment was built out of particles. Fong Tang frowned. Don't move. This apartment was not made casually. But according to Eva's memory, Sydney's eyes widened. Could it be that the woman on the poster can really turn our fears into reality? Fong Tang looked at his watch. The pointer on the particle detection watch was still stable. He nodded slightly. As long as there are enough particles and materials, Huyue can create any illusion in the bar space. The ants were still exploring, and there was a rustling sound in the space behind the tiles. Sydney approached the man and asked in a low voice. Then what are you most afraid of? Fong Tang was immediately stunned by her question. My most fearful memory? I really couldn't think of it for a moment. In his opinion at the time, the death caused by the melanocytic virus was not terrible. Just a little sad. When I was alone, I watched a lot of horror movies, and I would be awakened by nightmares in the middle of the night. But those things were forgotten as soon as I slept. What am I most afraid of? He murmured to himself. The girl mechanic next to her also frowned. What I'm most afraid of are snakes. No, not really. Rat and cockroaches are just disgusting to look at. Speaking of which, I can have nightmares about the captain of the guard of the world serpent. But she is very beautiful and looks pleasing to the eye. But she is actually not that scary. Sometimes alone, it's really hard to put into words what I fear most. Fong Tang sighed. Think about it slowly, and pass Eva's level first. The sword-jawed ants have come out and dragged out a piece of cloth. It was a piece of cloth from a shawl, with colorful horizontal stripes. Fong Tang picked it up with a dagger and looked at it. Then he went out and pulled down the curtain, tore it open, lit it with the lighter in the package, and threw it into the secret room behind the tiles. The fire was bright, and Sydney bent down and looked behind the wall curiously. Her face suddenly turned pale. Fong Tang also saw it, climbed in, and after a while, pulled out a half-rotten corpse. Sydney held her nose and ran out, almost hitting the door. Fong Tang wrapped the body with the remaining curtains and gently dragged it outside the bathroom door. By the bright light, he examined the newly discovered female body. There is a puppet sculpture hanging on the chest, and a colorful horizontal striped shawl on the body. The sculpture is a doll with arms clasped on its chest, and an oddly protruding chin. The shawl had rotted away, and hung in pieces on the body. But the color could still be seen under the horizontal stripes. This is the Mexican girl in the photo. Sydney stood far away. Why is there another dead person? Yeah. If the body is the Mexican girl, then who is the body in the bathtub? Fong Tang pulled at it with a dagger. The back of the head was hit hard. This should be the cause of death. Huh? What is this? The dagger tore out a piece of cloth from the female corpse's hands. The white strip of cloth has turned black and yellow, and there is green mold on the corners. But there is indeed writing on it. It is written in English, occasionally mixed with French. It can be seen that this girl is not adapted to life in Paris, and has not even learned the local language. Unfolding the cloth and reading further, the words on it became increasingly weird, and some weird images even appeared at the bottom. It looks like a skeletal diagram of some kind of bird, sandwiched with a pattern of a South American cactus. Fong Tang struggled to identify the small characters under these patterns. This is the oldest Indian language. Sydney appeared at some point, covering half of her eyes, not daring to look and muttering curiously. Fong Tang was overjoyed. Do you know him? There was no such language in Bai's database, and he couldn't understand it at all. I've seen it in Spain. It's on many sculptures. Sydney opened her eyes and read. The place of death. Casahoodle and her husband Mickett are in charge of the undead. They supervise the bones and preside over the most terrifying sacrifice. If you have any grudges, please call out her name. As soon as Sydney read this, the half-decomposed mummy suddenly made a sound of inhalation. The corpse sat up half-sitting, with only 5 holes left in the face twitching, and then squeezed out a name from the black teeth. Idawa! With a bang, the body lay down again. Sydney sat down on the ground, closed her eyes, and shouted the names of various gods. Fong Tang looked at the corpse silently. We seem to have done something bad. The puppet in the female corpse's hands disappeared as soon as she called out Eva's name. Sydney ran towards the living room with her hands on the ground. But Fong Tang grabbed her calf and pulled her back. Shh! What did you hear? The girl shook her head desperately. Fong Tang listened quietly. The sound came from the bedroom on the left. It was like the sound of fingernails scraping against glass, or like the sound of a frying pan exploding after water entered it. Fong Tang's eyes changed. He mentioned Sydney and rushed into the bathroom. There is no door to the bathroom. With a bang, he kicked open the bathroom pipe. When the water spurted to the door, the whisper of frost in his hand fired 4 bullets in a row. The ice bullet slowed down in the water flow, and the air of frost condensed all the water, forming a huge ice block at the door. Irregular ice blocks completely blocked the bathroom door. Fong Tang gasped, and Sydney's face was full of horror. Through the ice, you can see the black shadows appearing outside. Clusters of them, whimpering and screaming. What is that? Fong Tang shook his head slightly. I don't know. It should be related to the goddess of death. We found the corpse and activated a certain spell to make the corpse shout the name of the enemy. The dead man called Eva's name. What does it have to do with us? Fong Tang sighed. Because here, we are all Eva's friends. Sydney's face turned pale. Then we're finished. You just said a spell. That Casahoodle is the goddess of death in Aztec mythology. According to legend, she can even eat stars. It's just an illusion made up of particles. Sydney slowly shrank back. No, this is not an illusion. You said it yourself. It is made up of particles. Fantasy can be turned into reality. Then it is a living monster. Behind the girl, the frozen bathtub shook. Fong Tang jumped up and watched as the ice in the bathtub shattered, and the rotting corpse slowly crawled out. Sydney had jumped onto the bathing table, holding the water pipe tightly with both hands. Come on! Fong Tang didn't move. He looked at the female body struggling out of the broken ice in the bathtub, his eyes flashing. Then, he walked over slowly. The struggling carrion corpse made a strange popping sound. Sydney screamed. You are crazy! Fontaine! Don't go there! Fong Tang hugged the corpse, holding her gently, calling her name. The corpse squirmed, and pieces of carrion fell around it. Underneath the rotten flesh are not bones, but delicate, snow-white skin. It was as if the rotten cotton wool covering the outside was torn away, and Eva appeared wrapped under the rotting corpse. She lay in Fong Tang's arms, but whispered another name. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sonny, please don't curse me. Sonny, don't curse me. I didn't mean to kill you. I'm sorry. Chapter 416, The knot is hard to resolve. The young girl Sydney is now in a state of admiration for the man. In this terrifying H.L., Fong Tang not only did not panic at all, but also keenly discovered the truth. It seems that as long as you follow him, you can handle everything. But Fong Tang didn't relax at all while holding Eva. The detection watch on his wrist approached the naked woman in his arms. The pointer rotated crazily and pointed at the super strong sign. Bang! Fong Tang threw the woman in his arms against the wall without hesitation. While the woman was still in the air, 5 ice bullets silently hit her whole body. The temperature of the entire bathroom instantly dropped several degrees. Surprised, Sydney opened her mouth wide and exhaled a puff of white air. What the H.L.? Why? The woman who was hit by the ice bullet let out a sharp roar, and her body decomposed into countless particles. The particles regrouped and turned into black mist, which instead rolled towards the ice block blocking the door. The ice cubes melted and black water covered the ground. Fong Tang grabbed Sydney, who was still in a daze, and put it behind his back. He raised his gun and fired the 6th thunder and ice bullet. Countless black mist rushed in from outside the door and combined into a demon with his hands on his chest in front of him. It is none other than the goddess of death, Casahoodle, the queen of the undead, composed entirely of particles, is not afraid of any physical attacks, and elemental weapons are completely useless against her. Fong Tang shrank back, and Sydney was pushed into the dark space behind the tiles. Then the man rolled in two. He gritted his teeth and looked at the sword-jawed soldier, ants being swallowed by the black mist demon outside. The ants that came out this time were all wiped out. But at the last moment, they succeeded in delivering a broken shawl to Fong Tang. Fong Tang pulled a corner of the shawl and pulled the Mexican girl's body over. Still a bit lucky. Some of the threads in the tattered shawl are still strong. Fong Tang grabbed the body and blocked the gap in the tiles. The sound of sobbing outside was extremely sad. But for some reason, it suddenly stopped. "You thought your boots are so handsome!" Sydney was no longer afraid at this time. She only stared at Fong Tang's exoskeleton boots with envy on her face. Fong Tang was able to move so flexibly because of the external force of these boots. Now, he quickly replenished the secret gold particles of the Frost Whispering gun. All the remaining secret gold in hand was used. He fired repeatedly at the corpse in the gap. And the water vapor in the bathroom merged with the corpse, completely sealing the gap. In the darkness, Sydney sighed. "Brother Fong, we are also locked up here." The fluorescence lights up, and the gemstone egg on the ring shines like a beacon in the darkness. Fong Tang touched the wall in the small space. "We should celebrate now." "Celebrate?" Sydney looked desperate. "Are you still in the mood?" A pencil appeared in Fong Tang's hand, and he smiled at the girl. "What I want to celebrate is that although this goddess of death is not afraid of physical attacks, she still has to abide by the rules of physics." "What?" The girl was in a daze. "What are the rules of physics?" "It can't penetrate the wall," Fong Tang gasped. The 5 elements pen penetrated the wall, turned the pencil, and switched to Earth attributability. Unlike the legendary ghosts, the so-called goddess of death, the queen of the undead, is still restricted by physical rules. She cannot pass through walls, cannot curse, and cannot cast non-existent dark spells. So it's just a physical monster simulated by particles. Fong Tang pulled the dazed girl into her black feather cloak, and then took the eraser head off the pencil. The Earth attribute resonance wave appeared and shattered the wall. Before the secret room collapsed, Fong Tang rushed out with Sydney in his arms, turned around, and fired 3 rounds of shots crazily. Ice and lightning were flying, and after the bathroom pipe burst, water sprayed everywhere. The Whispering gun of Frost continued to replenish its ammunition. Fong Tang kept firing, until all the secret gold particles are used up. He stretched out his hand, took out the 89 units of secret gold particles from the girl's chest, crushed a piece, and added it to the magazine again. The remaining 80 units of secret gold were accurately stuffed back into the ditch under her jacket. Sydney was stunned. "You? Why are you so skilled?" The collapsed bathroom had turned into a giant block of ice. Strangely, the particles that make up the bathroom had not been refinished. Fong Tang turned to look at the open bedroom on the left, where the black mist was gathering again. It seems that Huiyue doesn't need to waste particles repairing the bathroom at all, because more monsters will appear. The gramophone in the living room rang again, but this time it was singing a new song. It is the classic aria of the heroine Pamina in the second act of the opera, The Magic Flute. If the first song, The Flame of Revenge Burns in the Heart, implies the female corpse Sunny, then this song, Happy Moments Never Come Again, represents Eva's mood. Fong Tang looked at the locked bedroom on the right, and the sound of deer chirping could be clearly heard from inside. The little white deer is inside. He perked up and said, "Go into the bedroom on the right." Sydney blinked. "What's the difference? Stop talking nonsense." Fong Tang slapped her stiff jeans. "Go and break off the gramophone needle." The key turned by the needle turns. The door to the bedroom on the right opened slightly. Fong Tang took off the particle detection watch from his wrist. Sydney immediately understood and took it and held it. The two entered the bedroom, and the door slammed shut. The little white deer rushed over in surprise. Fong Tang pulled out the frost spear and held down the antlers with his left hand. Sydney held up her watch. "The hands are normal, not monsters transformed by particles." Fong Tang took a breath, comforted the little white deer, and asked the girl to quickly take out some secret gold particles and feed it to it. A dim lamp was lit in the bedroom. On the soft big bed, Eva hugged her knees with her hands and leaned against the bedside, shivering. Sydney raised her watch carefully. "It's normal. It's the owner of our bar. This time it's not fake." Fong Tang touched the big bed. "Eva, it seems that you really like this bed. Is this the bed on the second floor of the bar in the fantasy world?" Eva said nothing. She seemed to have lost her mind. There was a loud bang. Something hit the door. And then, there was a strange sound of nails scraping against the wooden door. Sydney jumped up and pushed up the dressing table next to her with all her strength. "Come and help!" The little white deer rushed over and pushed it with its young antlers. Fong Tang ignored it. It's useless. If you don't untie the knot in Eva's heart, there will only be more and more monsters. You can't kill them, and you can't avoid them, he said softly, and walked to the head of the bed. There are 3 things on the bedside table. On the left is a pile of design drawings. In the middle is a crystal ball. And in the corner is a red photo album. The bedroom door has cracks, Sydney shouted. But Fong Tang still ignored her, and opened the design drawing on the bedside. Architecture, clothes, furniture, various design sketches. Are these all Eva's works? He flipped through it quickly, but couldn't help but let out a sigh. Fong Tang closed the drawing with a frown, and picked up the red photo album. Eva, who was curled up at the head of the bed, let out a low cry and stretched out her pale hand, as if to stop her. But the hand quickly retracted, and the woman pulled up the quilt and covered her whole body. All she could hear was her plaintive cries. Chapter 417 After the Illusion. Red photo album book. Although old, it is well maintained. There are some cracks on the cover, showing the traces left by time. Fong Tang opened it gently, and the first thing he saw was a photo of a baby. The chubby baby girl is smiling at the camera. Then there was the 1-year-old girl, lying on the old crib, her eyes widening cutely. In the photo album, there are photos of a girl from childhood to adulthood. It's like a condensed memory of half a lifetime. Fong Tang saw the dilapidated house, the dirty sofa, and the blackened walls in the photo. Behind that cute little girl, who looked like a princess, were a drunken man and a skinny woman who was injecting drugs with a needle. The street in the background of the photo appears. This is the northernmost slum of Paris, a dark place in the glittering art capital. Families like this can be seen everywhere in the basements of Montemar. Stowaways, drug addicts, unemployed. Girls grow up in such an environment. Fong Tang finished reading the photo album. He turned around and picked up the crystal ball next to him. The sticky blood has dried on the crystal ball used for divination. Looking at the blood stains from the crystal ball killing monsters, he could imagine how Eva grabbed the crystal ball, rushed into the bathroom in uncontrollable rage, and slammed it down on the Mexican girl who was still washing up. Hit right in the head. The girl named Sunny collapsed in the bathtub. Then, Eva dismantled the tiles bit by bit, hid the body in the secret room of the apartment, and then sealed it, killing people and hiding corpses. She did it in a flawless and meticulous manner. All the scene appeared before my eyes. Fong Tang sighed heavily. At this time, Sydney and Little White Deer had pushed the dressing table against the door, turned around and shouted anxiously, "We don't have time. Use your pencil to smash the wall here." Fong Tang shook his head. "Behind the wall is a black barrier. We have no way to retreat this time." Eva still hugged her knees on the bed, but the quilt fell down, and her eyes were unfocused. The woman began to shake her head nervously, and from time to time, she let out a scary scream. Fong Tang jumped on the big bed and hugged the trembling Eva from behind. The man whispered in her ear, "Is it really Sunny's curse that you are afraid of?" Eva shivered even more. "The designs I just saw, those leaves, feathers, and colorful stripes, are all Aztec cultural style works. Are they really designed by you?" Eva made a difficult sound. "No. Stop talking. Sunny designed it." "Right. She is the real designer. And this apartment also belongs to her. You are just living under someone else's roof." Eva struggled. Fong Tang hugged her tightly. "Is it so difficult to face the truth? What you are afraid of is not demons and curses, but the true self. A girl from the slums. A street girl who lives by cheating, trying hard to maintain her last bit of dignity. A poor soul who almost ends up in the red light district." The red photo album appeared in Fong Tang's hand. Each of the photos in the album stimulated Eva. The last few photos are very eerie. Eva, wearing a maid skirt, stared out the window with cold eyes. Outside the window in the photo, Sunny, who was in love, was sneering at the window. She held her boyfriend's hand tightly and raised her middle finger to Eva. Eva snatched the photo album and tore it into pieces crazily. But the photo album composed of particles kept being repaired, and she could never tear it apart. Fong Tang said coldly, "When Sunny had a boyfriend and forced you to move out of the apartment, you exploded?" "Right." Eva looked at Fong Tang with sarcasm in her eyes. "Do you know how I grew up?" She had regained her consciousness and smiled crazily. "I was not born in China. That's a lie. As you can see, I grew up in a slum. That damn woman can't do anything except give injections. And that pathetic a lot of men just pass their days by drinking and recruiting prostitutes. I have to get out of that damn place." Eva combed her long hair with her fingers. "However, life is cruel. A girl with no background, no education, or even any skills can only sleep on a lounge chair in the park. Sometimes she even has to fight for things with stray dogs. Eat. So you met Sunny? When I had lost hope and was about to sell myself, I met Sunny. At that time, I felt that she was my Virgin Mary. It was perfect at first. I just had to help her feed the cat, clean the house, and occasionally cook. And then she could live in a spacious apartment on the Champs Avenue. Eva tore off all the disguises and showed the deepest dark side in her heart. Fong Tang, do you think I killed Sunny in anger because she found a boyfriend and wanted to drive me away? You are wrong. Fong Tang's eyes narrowed. Did you prepare to take action from the beginning? Eva sighed and looked at her nails. Sunny couldn't adapt to life in Paris, especially the food. So I taught myself how to make burritos. Every Sunday afternoon, we would drink champagne and eat those pancakes together. What did you put in the pancakes? It's nothing. It's a stimulant-like drug. Once the dose is controlled, Sunny will slowly lose weight and show signs of neurasthenia and headaches. At this time, she will be close to death. As the daughter of an addict, she certainly has this knowledge. At this time, outside the bedroom door, the Black Mist Devil had stopped attacking, but it made a miserable cry. Eva blinked with cold cruelty. Sunny's boyfriend, who I hired with money, is my good friend in the slums. I not only want to get the apartment and her identity, but also her savings. A huge amount of money. Did you succeed? Of course. In Paris, a place she was unfamiliar with, a handsome and caring boyfriend made Sunny completely smitten. She spent all her money to help her beloved boyfriend open a restaurant. Everything went well. The only thing what I didn't expect was that Sunny's mother turned out to be a witch from an ancient tribe. There was fear in Eva's eyes. Sunny has been taking tribal herbs since she was a child, and she has strong antibodies to the medicine I prepared. And the man I arranged made a mistake, and she finally found out the truth. That night, I knew she was going to have a showdown with me. Thank God the stupid woman didn't call the police. So I rushed in and killed her. In silence, the monster outside the bedroom blew open the wooden door again, and the cry became louder and louder. Eva leaned on the bed. I could only kill her by force. After that, I lived a very good life. As Eva, I can work remotely. I am also very talented in design. She seemed to be lost in fond memories, and gritted her teeth again. But not long after, people from the Infinite Challenge appeared, and the game died in the European area took out the video of me killing Sunny. I had no choice but to join. Game. Fong Tang knew everything that happened after that. Eva was finally taken in by Ji Bingwang and brought to China, where she became a pawn secretly manipulated by the Bingwang. Now, Eva put her arms around the man's neck. This is me, a vicious woman who grew up in the slums, a murderer and thief who will do whatever it takes to survive. There was a strange calmness in her eyes, and her whole body relaxed. I have known since I was a child that everything must be obtained with my own hands, no matter how difficult the process is. As she whispered, the bedroom door slowly shattered and turned into flowing particles. The whole apartment was falling apart. Everything, Sunny's body and the monsters also disappeared. Sydney and Little White Deer shrank into a corner, calling Fong Tang to come over quickly. Fong Tang hugged Eva tightly subconsciously. You can start over. Uh-huh. Eva laughed wildly. Why start all over again? Now you know what kind of woman I am. You will feel shameless and disgusting just by looking at it. She pushed Fong Tang away fiercely, turned around, and jumped into the swirling particle storm. In the collapsed apartment, the particle storm instantly shattered Eva's body. When everything quieted down, the scene changed back to the bridge cave again, and a long black skirt slowly fell from the air. Fong Tang caught the skirt and slowly sat next to the dark and damp bridge pillar. Why did she not want to commit suicide? Sydney asked in a low voice. Fong Tang sat down dejectedly and rubbed his face fiercely. Stop talking. I want to take a rest. On the pillar of the bridge, the poster changed again. It was Sydney who appeared on the poster at this time. The girl screamed. Look! It says I am the new bar owner. What does this mean? It means that the next scene is the fear in your heart. Fong Tang reluctantly stood up and stuffed Eva's last relic, the black dress, into the package. Now I have to ask you again. Sydney, what are you most afraid of? Chapter 418 Black Robe. Early morning on the 16th game day. In the northeastern area of the game, a chirping sound suddenly appeared in a green bamboo forest. The white figure flashed, and the little chinchilla rushed out in panic with a sonic boom cloud. However, right behind it, a slender fishing line struck at a faster speed. The fishing line easily caught the little chinchilla and dragged it little by little toward the bamboo forest. The chinchilla scratched the ground with its little paws and screamed unwillingly. Deep in the bamboo forest, a man in black robe took off his hood, put away the bamboo pole and fishing line, and pinched the little chinchilla's tail with his fingers. Well, is it because of the particles in the tail that it can achieve this speed? Then, a metal wire appeared and was wrapped into a coil around the chinchilla's tail. If Sydney were here, she would definitely scream out in surprise, because this coiled generator was originally designed by her. The secret gold particles in Totoro's tail moved wildly, and the little guy trembled in humiliation. The man in black robe sat down and watched the current appear. It was also a rectifier modified by Sydney. After inverting the current, it was sent to the power strip that could be used directly. The connector of the plug board is connected to a newly repaired electric car. The man in black robe nodded with satisfaction, stood up, and took out Sia Marin, who was tied up in the bamboo forest. Throwing off the tattered cloth robe, the cross sword made of iron pierced the ground. He put on Sia Marin's black feather cloak, put away the silver flame crossbow, and his expression became more and more satisfied. The bonfire was burning, and bamboo tubes filled with fruits and spring water were placed on the fire, emitting an attractive fragrance. The man in black robes sniffed gently and looked at Sia Marin. Among the killers I trained for Lei Zhe, you have the most potential. You should know that the former Silent Guild, they have extremely high requirements for the quality of killers. As a mentor, I have high hopes for you. Why have I become your enemy now? Sia Marin gritted her teeth. You killed my sister. The man in black robe shook his head. You have liked dissecting small animals since you were a child. If you continue to develop like this, you will attack the people around you when you grow up. You are a born devil. It would be a pity not to be a killer. As for your sister, I'm sorry. I can't even remember. He seemed to have lost interest in Sia Marin. He turned to look at the little chinchilla, who was still trying to generate electricity, and actually licked his lips. This kind of wild chinchilla tastes very good. As he said that, he had a thick book in his hand and flipped through it. Well, you can use this recipe. Braised, fried, or smoked. It says that the tail of chinchilla is very chewy. The little chinchilla let out a chirping scream. Sia Marin closed her eyes, feeling despair in her heart. She found her enemy, followed him all night, and attacked him while he was sleeping. Unexpectedly, she didn't even hurt him. The man in black robe was still looking at the little chinchilla, looking very conflicted. But old man, I'm old and need an electric car for transportation. This little guy can generate electricity, so eating it is a bit wasteful. Touching the white beard on his chin, he looked at Sia Marin again. That's all. I'll eat you first. He lifted the cross sword and polished it gently on the stone. He has always been pious and serious about food. This is a handsome old man with deep eyes, white hair and white beard. There is only a scar under his left eye, which occasionally makes him look ferocious. Starting from his neck, black tattoos covered all his skin. The cross among the flowers, the ring of thorns, and the church filled with roses. All of the tattoos have passages of Latin text hidden in them. Those are the Proverbs of Solomon's temple. They are also the words of care from the Father of Truth. The old man in black robes had sharpened the cross sword, held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and prayed in a low voice. In the name of the Templar Knights, may the Father of Truth guide us and bring us food. The humble unknown person is praying. The rough cross sword turned blood red at this moment, and the red light came from the tiger's mouth of the old man's hands, and behind his neck, an eye-shaped core spirit was slowly opening. The old man in black robes slowly turned around. You're here again. The light and shadow of the daughter of the fire moon floated in the bamboo forest, smiling at the old man in black robe. Mr. Kane, you have to go on stage. I can't wait. It's the nameless Kane. The old man in black robe said coldly. I have promised you that I have come to this garbage game scene. Now I want to eat, and I have to wait until I am full before I can say anything. The girl shrouded in fire and moon blinked, and a sealed tall building appeared in front of her. In the image of the Central Continent building, the figures of Coco and Mara suddenly appeared. Blackrobe Kane's eyelids twitched. Okay, what do you want me to do? Where you have put away the phantom and pointed in the direction of the viaduct. Everything is ready over there, just waiting for you, the famous actor, to appear. The Blackrobe Kane sighed unhappily, grabbed the baked bamboo tube, carried Sia Mei and little Totoro, and stood directly on the electric car. The next moment, he hooked his feet on the electric car and patted the little chinchilla. Show your skills, or I'll roast you. The little chinchilla's fluffy tail trembled. With a crackling sound of the sonic boom cloud, a cloud of dust swept across the bamboo forest, turned into a blurry shadow, and rushed towards the viaduct. The black barrier made a strange vibration sound, and an entrance suddenly appeared. Inside the barrier, Sydney was still twirling her fingers. Rats, cockroaches, poisonous snakes, and all bugs are what I'm most afraid of. Fong Tang closed his eyes speechlessly. You even included earthworms. What on earth are they? The girl cried sadly. I really don't know. Let's just wait. In the bridge cave, the laughter of the Fire Moon girl appeared. The surrounding scene changed again. This time, a green bamboo forest grew slowly. Insects chirped and birds chirped. Dewdrops rolled on the bamboo leaves, and the air was filled with the fragrance of vegetation. Fong Tang frowned and looked at it. But Sydney thought of something and screamed. It's him! He's coming! Who? As he was asking, a crackling sound came. There was a bang, and something crashed down from midair. That scrapped electric car at Magic Goose Farm? Ah! Chirp! Chirp! And more. The struggling Sia Marin. Fong Tang was stunned. What does any of this have to do with Sydney? Could it be that I made a mistake and the current scene is my memory? At this time, the little white deer next to him jumped up, lowered his head, and raised his antlers in fear. Only then did Fong Tang see the man in black robe appearing in the bamboo forest. He was wearing Sia Marin's black feather cloak, and the cross sword was inserted casually at his waist. This is an old foreign man, tall and must have been a handsome man when he was young. Now his white hair and beard add to the charm of the years. But as soon as he appeared, he ignored everyone and looked straight at the little white deer. Blackrobe Kane seemed to be drooling. The recipe appeared in his hands again. Fresh and tender wild deer is full of delicious food. The best way to cook venison is to grill it. Add western spices, and add some chili powder. Well, there is also deer liver, which can be heated with pebbles. After roasting, it is medium rare, tender and delicious. Deer tail tastes old easily, so it must be cooked, dried, and then sliced. Looking through his menu, Blackrobe Kane's eyes became brighter and brighter. Sydney held Fong Tang's hand. That's him, the weirdo who wants to roast me and eat me. Cross swords, scars, tattoos, mottos of the Father of Truth. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Are these Solomon's Templars coming? Chapter 419 Gourmet. The Knights Templar of Solomon were the ecclesiastical militia of the Middle Ages. They are also called the Poor Knights, an organization formed by a group of poor knights in France who later became victims of the church wars. All of the above are historical records. Fong Tang had a deeper understanding of the Knights Templar. It mainly stems from the secret of Coco Atlantis, the birth certificate from the Jerusalem monastery, and the memory of the red-haired girl Mara who once devoured it. The moment he saw the man in black robe appear, he tightened his grip on the gun. All the muscles in his body were tense. The bamboo forest created in the game scene is green. The simulated sunlight above the head shines down, and a wisp of breeze comes from the black barrier. Such an environment makes it easy to relax. The Blackrobe Kane had already looked at Fong Tang, his pupils extremely deep. When the two people's eyes collided, Fong Tang was shocked. Meditative state. In the level designed by the Girl of the Fire Moon, Fong Tang tried several times, but could not successfully enter the third level of meditation. But this old man in black robe actually entered the state of concentration so easily. Fong Tang immediately raised his hand and fired 3 shots at close range. A bright spark appeared, bringing with it a bone-deep chill, and the surrounding bamboos were immediately covered with frost. Some bamboos made strange crackling sounds and cracked open in the extreme cold. Although there was only a little spark visually, it was actually 3 consecutive blade blocks. Because the speed is too fast, beyond what the eyes can see, the iron cross sword in the Blackrobe Kane's hand shook, and 3 ice cubes fell down. At such a close distance, he actually blocked 3 ice bullets with his sword. Fong Tang's eyelids twitched wildly. Just now, he was targeting the opponent's 3 vital points, located on the chest and between the eyebrows. It was impossible for the man in black robe to block with his backhand sword. It can only be said that he calculated the blocking angle before Fong Tang fired. Very good. Kane gently swung the cross sword. You can sense my concentration. Do you also know some meditation skills? Fong Tang didn't say anything. Sia Marin, who was tied up on the ground, was shaking her head desperately, her eyes full of anxiety, signaling him to run quickly. Kane in the black robe touched his white beard and looked at the scene in the black barrier. Hey, this unimaginative scene is a waste of time. Fong Tang took the opportunity to pull Beauty Xia over, cut the tough rope with his dagger, and picked off the grass blades in her mouth. Xia Marin spit out the grass residue in her mouth and looked at the man sadly. I'm sorry. Fong Tang shook his head gently. It has nothing to do with you. It was the designer who brought him here. The little chinchilla chirped and swung its tail and hid behind the man like lightning, while Sydney pulled the little white deer and shrank back. Kane looked at the little white deer with some regret. It turns out there is an owner. Continuing to stroke his beard, he walked towards the electric car that fell to the ground. With a snap, the car seat opened, revealing the storage space underneath. I took out the bamboo tubes one by one. Then, there is a small iron pot as big as a palm. Kane split the bamboo tube with his fingers. Sydney secretly watched from behind Fong Tang and exclaimed again. Inside the bamboo tube, there were all bugs the size of a finger. Kane turned around and said, What's all this fuss about? This is called a bamboo insect. It's a top-notch delicacy. The insect survives by eating bamboo shoots. It's not only clean, but also has a refreshing smell. As he spoke, he took out another yellowed bamboo tube and poured out a piece of butter wrapped in plastic. The flame was lit, and butter was thrown into the small iron pot. After the aroma was overflowing, Kane picked up the bamboo worms and threw them in. The sizzling sound of frying brings a more fragrant taste. Even Sydney couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Kane's bamboo tube seemed to be a treasure bag. He took out another packet of instant noodle sauce and squeezed it into the small pot. The white-haired old man squatted by the fire, rubbing his hands constantly, his eyes shining. Wait a little longer, and it will be perfect when it tastes good. The butter and sauce were bubbling, and Kane reached out to pick up a fried bamboo insect and swallowed it in one bite. But he chewed the second one slowly, savoring the taste. After eating them one by one, the 20 or so insects in this small pot were eaten up like a whirlwind. Kane licked the sauce on his fingers, still not satisfied. It's a pity that there is no seasoning. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he took out a small bag from the jelly package. The resources collected at the Magic Goose Farm canteen are barbecue sauce. Besides that, there's salt and sugar. Blackrobe Kane was overjoyed. Wonderful! Wonderful! So another pot started. This time he waved everyone over to taste it, and both girls shook their heads desperately. Fong Tang squatted down by the fire, grabbed one and chewed it. He felt it was extremely delicious, crispy but not old in the mouth, and had a scent of butter and bamboo shoots when chewed. He hadn't eaten seriously in a few days, and his appetite suddenly developed, and all the bugs in the pot went into his stomach. Kane chuckled. It tastes good. This thing should be scalded with boiling water first and then dried in the sun, so it tastes better. Fong Tang nodded repeatedly. It seems simple to make, but the taste is unusual. Of course, I carefully selected the insects in this bamboo tube. I chose the best time before the eggs of the caterpillar moths form cocoons. There is too much water in their bodies during the larval stage, and there is less meat in the adult stage. Kane pointed to his eyes. Using the concentration of meditation, I picked out one by one. I stayed in the bamboo forest for 2 game days for this delicious meal. He actually used meditation to find bugs to eat. Fong Tang was speechless for a moment. Kane wiped his hands with bamboo leaves and glanced at Fong Tang. Your package is very good. Fong Tang subconsciously grabbed the jelly package. Kane tapped his fingers on the small iron pot and smiled. Don't worry. I won't steal anything from you. Just like that deer. Since it is your pet, I won't eat it. As he banged, the fat sauce was rolling in the small iron pot as big as a palm. The bottom of the pot seemed to have become non-stick, and all the grease rolled around like dewdrops. Kane grabbed the iron pot and shook it, and the light of secret gold particles flickered on the bottom of the pot. Fong Tang was surprised. Is this pot of yours made with a recipe? Kane smiled and picked up the small iron pot. The formula says shield. What kind of shield do I need? I just modified it a little. He smashed an exquisite arm shield into a small pot. What a glutton this man is. At this time, Kane poured out another spring water from a bamboo tube, put in a few fresh bamboo leaves, and explained, making tea purely with bamboo leaves will taste astringent, and drinking too much may even cause poisoning. So it is necessary to make tea with pure bamboo leaves. Add a little green tea to neutralize it, so that the tea brewed in this way not only tastes fragrant, but also has a beautiful color. You should call him a gourmet. Fong Tang drank bamboo leaf tea and sat across from Kane. Kane took a sip with great enjoyment and said with a smile, This package of yours has a history. Don't let down such a treasure. This uninvited guest actually started chatting cordially with Fong Tang. Speaking of this jelly-like thing, it reminds me of a friend. Caine blew the leaves in the bamboo tube. That guy's name is Charlie. When we were at SIZ International Service Company together. SIZ International Services Company? Oh, that company appears to be the world's largest funeral service company, with an annual turnover of tens of billions of dollars at its peak. In fact, it is an established organization that provides killer services. Caine recalled the past years. That guy Charlie, the weapon he used to kill was a piece of jelly. We all called him Jelly Charlie. He stretched out his hand and gestured. Jelly Charlie is very imaginative. Sometimes he will cover people's heads with jelly and watch the target suffocate to death. Other times, he will trick the target into swallowing the piece of jelly. And then, Caine snapped his fingers. The jelly expands, bursting the target's stomach first, and then bulging out of the mouth. Jelly Charlie likes this technique so much that he even wants to apply for a patent. Fong Tang's eyes narrowed. Why did this lunatic tell a story? Anyway, that piece of jelly is the material of your package, and Charlie used it to its extreme. Well, do you know how he died in the end? Fong Tang frowned. For such a legendary character, his death must be very unique. Caine laughed. Yes, he was eaten in the end. Eat by his jelly. This is truly a divine turn of events. Caine's eyes were full of nostalgia. I always remember this friend because he has a very interesting theory. Fong Tang felt uneasy again, stood up slowly, and stood in front of the girls. Caine was still talking. Charlie believes in the existence of H.L. He also believes that all targets are worthy of death and have reasons to die. They will be sent to H.L. after death. So he has a lot of money in reality. Spending money, thinking that after death, you will go to H.L. and you can receive more pension. Caine stroked his white beard. It was Satan who paid him the pension, because he personally sent hundreds of souls to Satan. Fong Tang tightened his grip on the frost spear and took a deep breath. Caine raised the bamboo tube to Charlie. Lovely guy. After drinking the last cup of tea, he clapped his hands and stood up. As Charlie said, everyone has a damn reason. For us killers, this is a good job serving H.L. Turning around, he shouted towards the depths of the bamboo forest. What you? Who do you want to kill? I will solve it as quickly as possible. Chapter 420 Death Commission. In the game scene, the bamboo forest shook. Countless bamboo leaves flew in the air and rolled into a ball. These green bamboo leaves finally formed a human shape and slowly fell. A girl with curvy hair. 2 strings of bamboo leaves form her double ponytail hairstyle. When she walked over, the 2 bamboo leaves at the mouth vibrated rhythmically and made a sharp sound. As if adjusting, the bamboo whistle-like voice gradually turned into human language. It sounds too sharp, but it is indeed pure Chinese language. Mr. Caine, you are wrong. Under the rules, as a level designer, I cannot kill any player. This does not include hints or instructions. Even if I have this idea. The monster made of bamboo leaves was talking, but its 2 eyes made of dew kept staring at the girl Sydney. Caine said coldly, I'm just a killer. Since you can't entrust me to kill people, then open the barrier here and turn off this ridiculous game. Huiyu's consciousness was controlling the particle bamboo leaves, and the humanoid girl composed of them slowly walked towards the curled up and trembling Sydney. Fong Tang slowly blocked the front. The bamboo leaf human form let out a sharp laugh, and hundreds of bamboo leaves shot out and landed in front of Sydney. The bamboo leaves rolled on the ground, and the leaves began to grow in size. After they became the size of A4 paper, they suddenly formed a book of bamboo leaves, and they were even bound. The trembling girl subconsciously reached out her hand and opened it directly. The first page is the introduction. For those who want to learn AI neural engineering. Before reading this book, you need to have professional knowledge of neural and biological engineering systems and master enough programming languages, preferably low-level languages. You also need to be proficient in the following knowledge points, including but not limited to artificial neural networks, genetic algorithms, deep learning theory, microcontrollers and sensors, and infinite probability graphs of Markov random fields. Sydney shouted directly. I can do it! I can do it! But in the 3rd paragraph of the introduction, a laugh-out-loud symbol appeared. The above is just a joke. You only need to complete a benchmark test to learn this book. Turn to the 2nd page and the test questions appear. What should you do if a newly born AI wants to eat all humans as food? This is a multiple-choice question, but there are 3 patterns that appear under the question. A. There is a fork hidden in the green balloon. B. There are white triangular pancakes on a blue disc. See, the red apple has a straw stuck in it. Sydney stared blankly. The handwriting on the bamboo leaf book is changing. You only have 10 seconds to choose. Sorry. If you choose the wrong one. What will happen if you make the wrong choice? I won't tell you at all. Just a series of ellipses. We use human form made a head-slapping motion. Oh my god! How can you be so stupid? It's such a simple benchmark test. Don't you even understand the question? Time passed by second. Fong Tang walked over quickly and took a look at the question. I'll tell you the answer. But you're not allowed to turn back before this damn game is over. Can you do it? Sydney nodded desperately. Choose C. The answer was correct, and Sydney passed the benchmark. The bamboo-shaped fire moon girl clapped her hands and made a swishing sound. Blackrobe Kane was disdainful. It's such a weird and deliberately difficult question again. It's boring. Sydney was still looking at Fong Tang. Fong Tang whispered, These three are actually computer icons. You can understand them by looking at them as floor plans. From a two-dimensional perspective. The green balloon of option A is a circle with a fork-like pattern. It turns out to be the icon of the USB interface. The plate of option B is also a circle with a white triangle, which turns out to be the icon of the play button. As for the last option, a red circle with a vertical line represents 0 and 1, preferably to break your record. Kane said coldly, This kind of request is too much. Torturing a dying person is very boring. The fire moon and bamboo-shaped woman was smiling. A smile that sounded like a sharp whistle. According to records, Mr. Kane once tortured a target for a full 6 hours. You can be called an expert in this aspect. Kane looked at the trembling Sydney indifferently. It still doesn't work. She is from the World Serpent. I have made an oath never to kill members of Atlantis. The girl of the fire moon shook her head. First of all, Sydney has been kicked out of the World Serpent. And she is not even a player. Secondly, the woman you once protected is dead long ago. And that so-called oath is meaningless. The black-robed Kane sighed and stabbed the cross sword into the ground. I accept this commission. Don't forget your reward. The daughter of the fire moon rolled her eyes. Then please. Fong Tang took a step forward again. The black-robed Kane held his hands on the hilt of the sword, holding them together at the tiger's mouth. Then a black eye appeared. It's like a tattoo, with half an eye on each hand. And the white-haired old man had already begun to recite piously before killing. In the name of the Templars, may the Father of Truth guide us. When Fong Tang heard these familiar words, a picture emerged in his memory involuntarily. What a memory that is! By the way, it was the memory swallowed from the red-haired girl Mara. What appeared before him was darkness. Complete darkness. Then came lightning, lighting up the world and pouring rain. Weird lights floated like stars, looming in the heavy rain. Under the dim light, there was a strange palace with corpses all over the floor. There were cross swords stuck on the corpses, and a man in black robe stood in front. Then came the girl sobbing please. The man in black robe pulled out his sword, and the black robe shattered, revealing the scarred white armor underneath with a red cross painted on it. The sword was raised. Fong Tang pulled away from his memory. The old man in black robe opposite was looking at him with a frown. Do you have to stop me? Fong Tang said nothing. The daughter of Fire Moon smiled even more happily. It seems that you have to deal with this stubborn guy first. Kane was silent for a long time and said in a low voice, This needs to be paid more. Chapter 421 Off-Site War. Noon on game day 16. In the war room of Chang'an Hotel. The entire game map of Fog Pass is projected on a giant screen made of smart glass. After changing from a three-dimensional map to a flat one, red lines appeared one after another. The trajectory composed of these red lines is Fong Tang's movement trajectory within the game map. At this time, the end of the red line is a circular unknown area, right in the center of the oval game scene. This area is displayed on the map in the form of snowflakes and garbled characters. Skylark and the people from the data department have been staring at this mess of code all day. They couldn't see any information, which meant that the omnipotent Dawang company didn't have any relevant data. This is the intersection of the National Highway and Baoshan Road. It was originally a cross viaduct. The chief analyst showed the detailed information of the viaduct before the game. The following is the bridge hole. The president should be imprisoned in this area. Why is it garbled? Skylark asked. Well, because the way the particles work here is completely different from that in this pass. The lead analyst drew a green line in the garbled circle, directly crossing the game map and connecting to the top of a building outside the map. Zhongzhou Tower. The tallest building in Asia. A landmark building in the Magic City. The particle operation in the garbled area is projected from Zhongzhou Tower. Skylark's eyelids twitched. Zhongzhou building has been confirmed to be the next level. And the designer is Huiyu. Do you mean that Huiyu is controlling the particle cloud near the viaduct? The chief analyst stood there with a weird smile on his face. His mouth half open, but motionless as if he had turned into a wax statue. What's even more strange is that his whole body is changing. With light and darkness changing. And even the light in the room is passing through his body, which can be seen very clearly with the naked eye. The lead analyst, who existed by some kind of data projection, was petrified. Skylark has long been used to this situation and waited patiently. After a long while, the chief analyst moved and blinked. Sorry, I was affected by the turbulence in the far north again. As one of Feng Lizi's countless clones, it is obvious that the chief analyst is influenced by the far north. Because the Spider Queen is in the far north right now. Skylark didn't care about this. Please answer the question I just asked. The chief analyst immediately said. Well, you especially designed a small game in the fog pass. We don't know its purpose yet, but the president is indeed trapped inside. The Bari rubbed her head. She had become so accustomed to this action recently that small wrinkles were visibly appearing on her forehead. Analyze the situation faced by the president. The chief analyst was petrified again, and a string of data flowed on the body composed of light and shadow. Skylark felt uneasy, knowing that the chief analyst was asking for the Spider Queen's support. Is Feng Lizi, who is in the far north, willing to spare her time to help? The results are obvious. The chief analyst swayed. Please wait a moment. Wait a moment. Suddenly, his eyes brightened up, terrifyingly bright. In an instant, two white lights erupted from his eyes, and were projected directly on the screen opposite. The two projections overlapped on the screen. The overlapping images are blurry. Skylark was stunned for a moment. What is this? Miss Skylark, the video information passed here uses the original polarized 3D technology. Skylark suddenly realized. This is how Feng Lizi divides the video image information into two sets of polarized light images in different directions. Just by wearing 3D glasses, the left and right eyes can receive two sets of different images. And then, the three-dimensional images are synthesized by the brain. Most of the 3D movies in human society currently use this technology. Soon, Skylark saw a three-dimensional image. Feng Lizi, who is far away in the far north, must also be very concerned about the progress of the Mist Pass. And with her ability, the information sent must be crucial. But what appeared in front of me turned out to be a person, wearing a black robe, holding a cross sword. He has white hair and a white beard. Who is this? The chief analyst murmured in reply. The gold medal employee of SIC International Services, nicknamed Cain the Nameless, is suspected to be Solomon's last Templar. Skylark frowned. What does this person have to do with our president's situation? The chief analyst repeated the information conveyed by Feng Lizi. SIC International Services Company is a funeral service company on the surface. But in fact it is a leading organization that provides killer services. The Nameless Cain is the top killer. When the fog pass opens, just enter the game, and you are now in the scene under the cross viaduct. He spoke quickly like a repeater. Brothers from the logistics department are ready. The report from his subordinates came to Young's ears. Winston, don't worry. The one company really may not attack me. Winston turned around and asked the Qinglong security guard to come over. You take the first car. Skylark sat in the second car. The car started slowly, and the route was planned. But she knew these precautions were of no use to Dawon Company. Now she really regrets having a falling out with Fang Qingqing. There was no way. After Singe successfully invaded Dawon Company, he should have thought of these troubles long ago. Dawon Company has severed the cooperative relationship between the two parties. Intelligence shows that there are also differences within them. The National Bureau of Investigation, represented by Liu Guangtou, is eager to start a war with the Shan and Sea Guild. Immediately, still thinking in my mind, the car turned slowly. Skylark's eyes suddenly widened. The first car ahead disappeared. Disappeared without a sound? Members of the logistics department opened the car door and jumped out. And other security personnel also appeared, protecting Skylark's car in the middle. They all looked up in horror. Above the cleared street, the car Qinglong was sitting in was shrouded in lightning and suspended in midair. Using electromagnetism to attract Qinglong's car, it dismembered it in midair. Along with the car fragments, Qinglong's head fell as well. Dawon Company's revenge came so quickly and so cruelly. Lieutenant Gongsun of the 9th Qingzhou Division and 4 military princes were across the street, looking at them coldly. Skylark forced open the car door and stood in front of the brothers in the logistics department. Military Marquis Luo Changjun looked at her. I'm sorry. Skylark said nothing. Captain Gongsun was already impatient. Kill them all! Skylark closed his eyes and sighed. The combat capabilities of the logistics department members around him were almost zero. This time it was really true. In despair, the sound of singing suddenly appeared in my ears. This is Daji singing? It's her new single. And this singing voice actually feels familiar. It's the power of resonance. Jin's unique abilities. The sonic resonance was controlled flexibly by Daji. Skylark groaned and fainted. Chapter 422 Daji. When Yonk woke up, the sunlight outside the small hotel was passing through the curtains and falling on her face. The bright light made her subconsciously squint her eyes. Gradually it became clear that the people standing opposite were Xingjit and Yang Tuchi. Yonk sat up with difficulty. Where are my people? My voice was hoarse and unpleasant, and I had a severe headache. Yang Tuki hurriedly handed over a glass of water. They are all fine. They have been sent back to Chang'an Hotel. That is, Qilong. Yang Tuchi was sad. During those few days at Chang'an Hotel, Qilong was one of the few friends he could chat and brag with. Yonk was not as sad as him, and asked again, Qingqing, where is she? In the laboratory. Singe chewed gum. With that robot doll. We are not allowed in. Yang Tuki sighed. Ever since Sister Qingqing installed the God of Wealth core spirit, everything has changed. Even I can't enter that laboratory. Let me inform you. Just say that I'm here to apologize to her. Yonk struggled to get out of bed. Isn't this what she wants? I surrender now. Yang Tuki shook his head and went out. Xingjit supported Yonk and asked in a low voice. Why does the chief analyst of your data department keep sending messages to my boyfriend? Skylark was stunned for a moment and smiled bitterly. Actually, it's Fong Lazy Dot that Spider Queen cares about mice very much. Singe became nervous. What is she going to do? You think too much. Soon, Yang Tuchi came back and made a gesture. Sister Qingqing, please come over. He hesitated to speak. Yonk nodded slightly. We'll talk about it later. She came to the sky courtyard of the 6-story building. The hotel, originally called Human Xiaoya, has been completely renovated by Fong Qingqing. The courtyard with gurgling water has been completely replicated on the top floor, as if it is suspended above the roof. The courtyard has a Jiangning garden style, but it is full of metal structured machines. The silver metal structure doesn't match the scenery at all. Now, when Yonk walked in alone, the first thing he saw was Daji lying in a transparent coffin. Fong Qingqing was wearing pajamas, holding a stylus and writing code on her mobile phone. She didn't even raise her head. Find a place to sit. I'll finish protecting Daji later. Skylark waited silently. Fong Qingqing finished writing a small program for data analysis. But I am not very satisfied. Yonk kept watching and said at this time, transmitting the data to Chang'an Hotel is done by the data department. No matter what, you are still from Shanghai. Fong Qingqing turned around. Oh, now you admit that I am a member of Shanghai? Then tell me, why did your data department plot against Daji after the invasion? Her face was cold. Daji is like my daughter. If you touch her, you are targeting me. Skylark shook his head. I've always wanted to explain to you that our data department got some information related to Daji. So we took this step. What information? Fong Qingqing said aggressively. Skylark coughed. A few days ago, Daji created an astonishing number of puppets through the internet. They were all small programs that spoke automatically. On the one hand, they tried their best to get good reviews for their new single. And on the other hand, they posted everywhere to praise it. What a great song she had. Fong Qingqing laughed. Is this a big deal? Skylark sighed. I haven't finished yet. There is one more thing you may not know. Daji also hacked into the mobile phones of many judges of the Jamailai Music Awards. Using mobile phone programs, using music hypnosis, voice suggestions, and other means to brainwash the judges. Trying to get 2 nominations for Best Newcomer and Best Electronic Music Single from Jamailai. Fong Qingqing's eyes changed, but her tone was still firm. She just has a bit of human vanity. Skylark's eyes also turned cold. Then, how do you explain the fire at the headquarters of the World Robot Ethics Organization? That poor non-governmental organization all died overnight. There is also the plane crash of the Global Artists Ethics Association, which can change their tickets and remove those if people gather on a plane and kill them completely. Only Daji can do it. Fong Qingqing stopped talking. These 2 organizations have been targeting Daji and do not admit that her single is real music. They believe that the song, Elegy for the Stars, is just an audio code composed of code. Skylark decided to show off. I know what you are doing. Fong Qingqing snorted. Skylark took out his mobile phone, opened a document, and threw it in front of Fong Qingqing. Take a look for yourself. Documents on the phone are so amazing. A certain Saudi prince hopes to customize a robot beauty. North Korea is willing to exchange some kind of weapons for robots. What the powerful people around the world see is the military technology behind Daji. Not only that, I know that there are at least 74 game companies and related research organizations that want to share your technology. They have formed an alliance and are willing to exchange 49% of the shares of these companies. Skylark said in one breath. The one who reacted most quickly is probably the Japanese ID Entertainment Industry Alliance. You are actually negotiating business with these guys. Fong Qingqing still sneered. But I'm not worried about Daji. Yunk smiled bitterly. I'm worried about you. Why are you worried about me? Fong Qingqing's face changed. Skylark shook his head. I know that the whole world has focused on your company. And what you are talking about is not money, but their intellectual property, technology, shares, and resources. Fong Qingqing smiled and touched the god of wealth core spirit on the back of his head. Those are the real wealth. Skylark came over and the two women looked at each other coldly. I'm worried that you will be killed by Daji sooner or later, Yunk said directly. If you still want to earn this wealth by consuming Daji, you can go out. Fong Qingqing said unceremoniously. The one who saved you this time is Daji. Without her, you would have died at the hands of Da Huang Company. Go back and think about it. Yunk picked up the phone, opened the message of the man in black robe, threw it in front of Qingqing again, and then slammed the door angrily. The laboratory fell silent. Fong Qingqing sighed tiredly, picked up the phone and placed it on top of the transparent coffin. Daji in the coffin opened her eyes. The data has been received. What do you want me to do? Fong Qingqing looked at the female robot tenderly. What's so special about this Kane's fighting style? Daji's beautiful big eyes blinked. His fighting method is based on the sister combat procedure and meditation technique. Fong Qingqing frowned. Explain in detail. Daji smiled. Imagine AI and human professional players competing in the Summoner League. What is the difference in the operation methods of the two sides? Fong Qingqing's eyes flashed. What is the difference between visual operation and data operation? Yes. Let's give a simple example. A human player sees the opponent's team starting assistant flashing over to enlarge the move. And then the brain responds, and then performs keyboard operations with the hands. The AI read a string of data through the data interface. We assume that the data is M5B1R. M5 represents the opponent's auxiliary hero at position 5. B1 represents the first summoner's skill flash. And R represents the ultimate skill used by the opponent. Human players' brains receive the information they see, and then respond by typing on the keyboard with their fingers. AI has made a data operation of 04-1.9999 SB1. Here 04 represents the golden body in the fourth grid of the equipment. 1.9999S is the delay seconds. And B1 is the flash skill. Actual data is more complex. And there must be countless variables. But the general principle is correct. Humans need to see first, think with their brains, and then operate with their hands, roughly 3 processes. AI only needs a data instruction. Daji made a conclusion. Kane in black robe is a digital fighting method. But when Mr. Fong Teng fights, he must first see the opponent's moves, then think about it, and only start to counterattack in the third process. Even if Kane is not as strong as Mr. Fong Teng, he is still a sure winner. Fong Qingqing frowned. What's the solution? There is a huge hidden danger in the data program combat method. For example, if we modify one data, even just one, and change B1 to B2, and B2 represents the second summoning skill for treatment, then the AI will heal in place and wait to die. The best thing is that if the AI cannot correct this data error in time, it will repeat the error every critical moment of the team fight. Every time it is time to flash, it will be treated in place and wait to die. Fong Qingqing's eyes lit up. How should I pass this information to Fong Teng in the game? Zhongzhou Tower. The game levels of the Cross Viaduct are controlled by Zhongzhou Tower. You can use the building to transmit this information. Fong Qingqing became more and more excited. But, can Fong Teng understand this information? No problem. When Mr. Fong Teng was conducting the guild camp test, the combat program code appeared on the skirt of the little girl in the question. And he copied it. So he has a complete combat program in his head. Fong Qingqing slowly exhaled. Now pass the message to Fong Teng. Well, add a signature at the end and write my name. There was a hint of shame on her face. I want him to know that I am doing whatever it takes to help him. Everything. Whether it's good or bad. It's all for him. Dodgy closed her eyes and started working. Ching was full of joy. Thank you, Dodgy. You are really great. Dodgy opened her eyes full of gratitude. When you rescued me from the bottom of the sea, I regarded you as my real mother. Dodgy, who was transformed into the prototype of Sister Number 001, was ruthlessly exiled to the sea. She has gone from an ugly monster that looked like it was burned and plastered on, to a beautiful star. But her gratitude made Skylark, who watched all this, shiver all over. Chapter 423: A Life and Death Fight. In the afternoon of the 16th game day, Neely Bar, the bamboo forest was swaying, and Fong Tang was lying on the ground, blood already flowing from his body into a stream. Behind her, Sydney kept crying, while Beauty Xie bit her lip and held a small doll that was only 10 centimeters high in her hand. Aren't you an exterminator? Hurry up and think of a way. Insect Killer 2, composed of mist particles, responded without emotion. I don't have any authority to handle things here. I can only provide strategic help to the man in the red magic armor. And I mainly rely on you. This little thing is useless. Xie Marin gritted her teeth. Since you are useless, let me go quickly. The metal chain released by Insect Killer number 2 did not move at all, still locking Xie Marin firmly to the ground. And both ends of the chain were fixed on heavy cement blocks. I need you to solve the bug of the man in red armor. You can't die. At this time, with a snap, the little chinchilla that had lost its left paw fell from the bamboo, its big tail twitching. Next to it was the little white deer with both broken horns, kneeling on its front hooves, moving forward, then lowering its head. Dripped the blood from the broken part of the deer antler into Fong Tang's mouth. Fong Tang gasped, grabbed the 5 elements pin, turned the wood attribute ability, and penetrated the blood vessels in his neck again. Injected from here, the blood will carry the drug throughout the body as quickly as possible. By Motion X iron powder has been used up, and the last fishy pill was sprinkled on the wound on his left shoulder. Fong Tang pulled off the black feather cloak and wrapped it directly around the wounds on the chest and abdomen. The black feather pierced by Kane's cross iron sword now looks like broken glass, full of cracks. The old man's iron sword is not as useless as it seems. It can easily penetrate the protection of the magic goose feather, a black feather cloak that can't even be penetrated by bullets. At this time, Kane in black was also panting. His left leg was covered in frost, and there were 2 daggers stuck in his right arm. Gently pulling out the dagger, Kane shook the same black feather cloak. This time, the biological camouflage spell had no effect. He looked at the revolver at his feet and said slowly, Your cloak is useless against my sword. My cloak was torn by your thunder ice bullet. It seems that we both lost our armor. But it is a pity that his fighting style is far ahead of yours, and you don't stand a chance. With a bang, the exoskeleton boots on Fong Tang's feet fell off, and various mechanical parts on both sides rolled. He was very weak, only hurting Kane's flesh, but he used up almost all the props. Really speaking, this is not a fair duel. Fong Tang originally had enough advantages, including the thrust spear, Totoro and Shilu, and Xie Marin's side assistants, not to mention the 5 elements pin and other medicines. As for the old man in black robe opposite, apart from a cross iron sword and a silver flame crossbow, all he had left was an iron pot shield on his wrist. And in the previous battle, Kane only had one move. That is a swift thrust, a simple to the extreme straight thrust. The scary thing is that Kane always seems to be one move ahead, no matter if Fong Tang is using Black Feather's invisibility or thrust shooting, or even the 5 elements pin's ice and fire. The old man in black robe always arrives first and succeeds with his sword. Now, Fong Tang turned the 5 elements pin, and flame spurted out from the tip of the pin. He held the pin in his right hand and pulled out the barrel of the frost gun with his left hand. Kane coughed and raised the silver flame crossbow. Fong Tang screamed miserably. On the back, for thorn-like crossbow arrows were tearing at the flesh and blood, desperately trying to return to the crossbow silo. It seems like the arrow should have been disposed of long ago. But what Fong Tang actually wanted was this opportunity. The force of the crossbow arrow attracted by the silver crossbow also carried his body and rushed to Kane at an astonishing speed. Kane's eyes flashed. He threw away the silver crossbow and raised the cross-iron sword, trembling rapidly along the upper, middle, and lower parts of his body. Ding! Empty! Bang! After 3 different explosions, Fong Tang's 5 elements pin and gun barrel flew out of his hands, and his final killer move, a bamboo hidden in his sleeve, was blocked and shattered. How the H Is this possible? Cain raised the cross iron sword horizontally and put it on the crook of his arm. That's right. You just deliberately lay on the ground to bleed. But you secretly hit a sharp bamboo. In terms of fighting willpower, I give full marks to you. The daughter of the Fire Moon, who had been watching the battle, praised. It is indeed the special swordsmanship of the Templars. It comes from the poetry of swords in the Middle Ages. The 3 stages of defense are almost perfect. Medieval Western swordsmanship seems to have simple moves, but it is extremely effective in actual hand-to-hand combat. At this time, Cain's left foot is forward. His left leg is arched. His right hand is holding a shield to protect his head, and the sword blade is placed at an angle above his head. It is the ox-like, strong sword position in ancient Western swordsmanship. He stayed still, moved forward, and struck hard. Fong Tang reluctantly rolled over and pointed his left index finger at his armpit. The nerve isolation technique was his last resort. However, the sword in Cain's hand buzzed and turned into a horizontal slash. Fong Tang quickly retracted his hand, but the nail of his index finger was still hacked away. This pain was heartbreaking, and blood surged out from his index finger. Cain took a step back, raised the sword in front, slid up, and stabbed him straight into the heart. A petite figure appeared. At some point, the girl Sydney rushed out and stood directly in front of Fong Tang. Cain's sword penetrated the girl's chest, and Sydney spurted out a mouthful of blood, grabbing the hilt of the sword with both hands. Cain raised his eyebrows and threw Sydney out. Fong Tang roared and rushed forward desperately, striking like a mad dog. Cain seemed to know all his moves in advance. The cross sword came out in a curved strike with an arc, but the killer move was the hilt of the sword, hitting Fong Tang's head. Fong Tang staggered back and lay down on his back. His forehead was black, with blood clots and abscesses, and stars were appearing in front of his eyes. The most terrifying thing is that, after the Venus in front of him disperses, hallucinations begin to appear, and all kinds of strange data flow. Fong Tang raised his hand feebly, seeing more data in front of him. It turned out to be a ray of light reflected from the black barrier, which seemed to be refracted from a very far away place. Fong Tang looked at Sydney lying in the bloodstream. The muscles on her face were twitching. My heart was extremely sad. Can I really not beat him? Blackrobe Cain was not in a hurry to come up and take his life, but cautiously raised his cross sword again. This set of ancient Western swordsmanship actually consists of 3 moves: sword stance, sword attack, and sword gate defense. But the most powerful one is the so-called sword gate. Cain's sword is like an iron gate. As long as he protects his body, he is almost invincible. Fong Tang gasped for air. The wounds all over his body felt numb, and his body began to feel cold. Why don't you die soon? All the suffering Fong Tang suffered was to protect Sydney. The man wanted to say something, but he had no energy left. There was only one thought in his mind: Sydney was going to die, and everything he had just fought would be meaningless. Fong Tang, with his face covered in blood and his forehead swollen, stood up again, but his body was shaking. At this time, not to mention the terrifying Blackrobe killer, even a gust of wind could blow him down. Cain raised his iron sword. At this moment of facing death, Fong Tang's eyes lit up. The data reflected from the barrier is not an illusion. He grasped something. In memory, a special set of codes appears. Sister's battle routine. Fong Tang blinked hard and shook off the blood drops on his eyelids, and he could see more clearly. From outside the game, transmitted through the Zhongzhou Tower signal, was a piece of key information. Qingqing daughter, are you so powerful? Fong Tang raised his hand, wiped off the blood on his face, and smiled ferociously at Cain. Come on! I'm not dead yet! Chapter 424: The Daughter Kingdom. Cain was curious now. During the long years of massacre, it was not like he had never seen enemies with strong willpower. But for an unrelated little girl, why did he burst out with such amazing will? He was confused. This young man must be an advanced player of infinite challenge. A player who can survive to this day and achieve such brilliant achievements must be a hero, not just a demon king. How did you survive until now? Cain's iron sword was raised above the man's head. It is strange that a good and righteous man can survive to this level. The iron sword stabbed Fong Tang's head bit by bit. Are you crazy enough to endure all this pain for this little girl? Fong Tang raised his head. His bloody face twisted, but he said hoarsely, I follow wisdom in my heart, and seek knowledge in the darkness and stars. All this is not evil but the truth. Just because your eyes have been invaded by death, so seeing me is like seeing you. Devil. Cain was stunned. His hands trembled. You? What are you? This passage was definitely the most terrible curse in life for Cain. The little girl in front of Solomon's temple on a dark and rainy night. Cain's eyes were filled with complex emotions such as anger, fear, confusion, and doubt. At this moment, Phong Teng staggered down, holding the utility knife, and fell directly on Cain's legs. The utility knife scratched Cain's heel. Phong Teng stood up with blood stains all the way, his wrist back, and stabbed Cain in the back with the utility knife. Cain gritted his teeth and jumped up, doing a flexible backflip and landed next to the bamboo forest. His right foot was shaking and bleeding profusely, and he could only stand on one leg. Phong Teng picked up the 5 Elements pen, and the Wittitribute medicine pierced his blood vessel again. He exhaled. So this is it. A digitalized fighting method. The dewy eyes of Huiyu's human form bulged out, and it began to decompose bit by bit, and it also let out a sharp and unwilling cry. No! Damn it! What is this? Who is it? No! It shouldn't be like this! Cain in black robe stretched his hand back, but couldn't reach the utility knife. He also became angry and slashed with the iron sword again. Phong Teng stood there swaying, showing no intention of hiding. The iron sword grazed Phong Teng's shoulder and struck the ground. Ah! Cain roared and slashed out. The tip of the sword passed against Phong Teng's chest again. No! Cain held the sword with both hands and danced with sword flowers. The blade and tip of the sword were, perfectly, 2 millimeters away from Phong Teng. Phong Teng stood still. The data in front of him dissipated. But the modified minus 0.02 data worked. From now on, Cain is completely defeated. Phong Teng even stepped forward to meet Cain's iron sword with his chest. A strange scene happened. Cain forced a retreat, completely maintaining a distance of 2 millimeters. As if he had to. A sudden punch hit Cain's nose. Phong Teng licked the blood on his fist. Not only his own, but also Cain's. He jumped up like a mad dog, bit Cain's ear, and tore it open. Cain's fists and knees still maintained a 2 millimeters misalignment, and his body was ridiculously twisted. Another punch hit him in the right eye. Phong Teng was currently wrapped around him, and his left index finger, which had lost its nails, hooked into Cain's right eye. A shrill roar resounded. Phong Teng fell down, with a huge eyeball hooked on his finger, and his face was covered with Cain's blood. He fumbled with his right hand and found the dagger that had fallen on the ground. With a flying move, Cain roared again, and a bloody gash appeared on his left arm. Phong Teng forcibly knocked him down and stabbed Cain's left arm wound with the dagger again and again. The sound of flesh and bone rubbing against the dagger sounded like a chef cutting ribs. Despite the tragedy, Cain still held his cross sword firmly. This was also the reason why Phong Teng attacked his arm crazily. This sword is his lifeblood. When Cain's left arm was forcibly cut off, he cowered in fear. With a pool of blood, Cain retreated to the edge of the barrier. At this time, with the disappearance of the Fire Moon Girl, the black barrier is disintegrating. All the fog particles gathered together and turned into a particle cloud again. Cain, who had lost his arms and eyes, had disappeared outside the viaduct. Phong Teng was crawling on the ground, still stabbing with the dagger, only hitting the ground. On the ground, Cain's arm had been decomposed, and in addition to the cross-iron sword, there was also a white jade block. The little white deer limped and pushed the sword and jade in front of Phong Teng. Particle clouds were suspended overhead. The bamboo forest disappeared, and the bridge was silent. A crashing sound appeared. The rewards after the Neely bar level ended one after another. The younger sister who appeared in the light and shadow instantly had a face full of shock. She tilted her head and looked at the tragic scene, as if she heard the roar of her master Wan Qi. She disappeared in horror. The rewards that fell according to the rules of the game were not only clusters of secret gold particles, but also seeds and a formula engraved on the leaves. The jelly package opened and collected everything around it. Phong Teng made a sound and spat out half of Cain's ear. Sydney is still lying on the ground, but Beauty Xie is moving. It seemed like an elf-like little man was dragging her out. The little chinchilla chirped and grabbed Xia Marin's feet. Xia Marin struggled desperately. Let me go! Let me go! But she was still dragged out of the bridge hole by the villain and disappeared in the northeast. Phong Teng had no more strength and passed out in a daze. I don't know how much time passed before I heard a girl's voice chirping in my ears. 90,000! What about 10,000? Can the 9 tubes be here? The 1 tube will be here soon. Bye, man. Hurry up and call the chicken. Hongzhong is looking to make a fortune. And Bai Ban just left. Who is playing mahjong? Phong Teng's head was dizzy. Listen to those girls shouting about mahjong tiles. White hair in the middle. Big 3 yuan? East. West. South. North. Center. 190,000. 19 tubes. Fong Tang murmured. 13 units. All of them are of the same color. They are cheating. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Then the giggles started. He would also joke, indicating that everything was fine. Hey, it looks so scary. There are more than 30 wounds. This man is so powerful. Fong Tang tried hard to open his eyes, but his eyelids were so heavy. I'm going to faint again. What should I do? It doesn't matter. Lady Xia and Sister Chiu are here. When Fong Tang woke up again, there were more girls around him. There are at least 30 people. The oldest ones are a few middle-aged beautiful women, and the rest are girls in their 20s and 80s. Fong Tang opened his swollen eyes and looked at the girls in a daze. He was wearing nothing and was soaking in a white pool with several dark gold particles floating in the pool. Wake up! Wake up! The girls cheered. Fong Tang suddenly saw a familiar face. The Yoji of the 40 Thieves who was once captured by him. Here it is. Mr. Fong Tang. This is Hongya Highlands. Our territory. A girl in green with long hair hanging down her shoulders said softly. I am Xiao Yang, the deputy commander of the 40 Thieves. You are safe now. What game day is it now? The morning of game day 18. Fong Tang sighed. Ginkgo Plain? In the early morning of the 17th game day. Yaoji went there. Well, it is our territory now. But don't get me wrong. We have no intention of occupying it. According to the rules of the game, if the Lord leaves the territory for more than 3 game days, the territory will be taken back and returned to the Land of Mist. Fong Tang left the territory in the early morning of the 14th game day, and it has already exceeded the time limit. Xiao Yang looked at him tenderly. You still need to rest now. There are your things over there, including the reward you just got. We haven't touched it. Fong Tang tried his best to look up. A girl in a dark red dress jumped directly into the pool and helped him sit up. My friend? The girl in the yellow jacket? She is seriously injured and is being rescued. Fong Tang was still in a trance, as if he had entered the land of girls. But the gems on Ant's ring sparkled. Yes. I have built a nest here using the female ants carried by 2 little girls' toys. This is indeed the Highland of Red Leaves. A little girl, who looked like a junior high school student, brought the little white deer. Mr. Fong Tang. You see? We are sincere. Xiao Yang still emphasized. We are not enemies, but friends. Fong Tang looked at the girls surrounding him and smiled faintly. When is Wu Jiansong's ultimatum? This question was very strange, and all the girls around him were stunned. Qingyi Xiao Yang blinked her eyes, but she never expected that Fong Tang would ask the key right away. Fong Tang said coldly, Your leader is in the hands of Wu Jiansong. He gave you an ultimatum. To rescue the leader, it is impossible without half a secret scroll. Unfortunately, he looked at his jelly package. Without me, you can't get the secret scroll. So, don't be hypocritical. You are so gentle to me, but it is just forced by the situation. The girls were silent and ashamed. The chirping of orioles and the tender scene of red, fat, green and thin things in the house suddenly became weird. After a long time, the girl in red, who was supporting Fong Tang, curled her lips. I told you a long time ago that you have to explain things to this guy straight and clear. Humph! We had to wait on him all night. Throw Fong Tang hard, and the girl in red will go up. Fong Tang grabbed her skirt. Don't worry. We can talk. What do you want? Xiao Yang's tone became cold. Her eyebrows stood up with murderous intent. Well, I'll take a bath first. As for you, heal my friend and let's talk again. Fong Tang lay comfortably in the pool. Wu Jiansong is an arrogant person who likes to negotiate forcefully. He doesn't no matter how patient you are. You have to work harder for the sake of the leader. What a bastard. The girls muttered together. Chapter 425, Strange Ants. With a bang, the plate in Fong Tang's hand fell down by the pool. Grilled corn and fried chicken nuggets were scattered all over the plate. A group of girls stood there, all very angry. Too high maintenance. Although the injury is serious, it's not like he can't hold the plate. Right. This is intentional. Fong Tang lazily said. I won't eat expired food. I'll get some fresh food. I'm sorry. We all eat this here. Xiaonyang, dressed in red, gritted her teeth. You thought we were in a hotel. All the food in our territory comes from the food cold storage in the industrial park. If you don't like it, don't eat it. Isn't the Ginkgo Plain occupied by you? There are live shrimps and fresh fish there. Fong Tang replied coldly. Xiao Yang was about to have an attack, but was stopped by the gentle Xiao Yang. She whispered the order, and the girls exited. I will think of a way, Xiao Yang said softly. Fong Tang nodded arrogantly. Then I'll eat some alive first. He walked out of the pool directly, shaking the water on his body. Xiao Yang's face turned red. You? She turned her head away, not wanting to stare at the naked man. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he leaned over to pick up the corn. But he stumbled and threw himself towards the marble table opposite. A graceful red shadow flashed over and hugged him directly. Xiaonyang in red grabbed the man with burning eyes. What's the matter? Do you want to steal something? Fong Tang looked at the jelly package on the marble table, as well as the secret gold particle group and the formula. These are my things, but now I want to take them. But I am called stealing. These women. He leaned on Xiaonyang shamelessly and slowly gnawed on the corn. Xiaonyang wanted to push him away, but the man put his arms around her slim waist. Xiaonyang stamped her feet. Sister, I can't bear it anymore. I want to kill him. Xiaonyang smiled bitterly. This farce was really ridiculous. It's okay now. Fong Tang, this bastard, has become a candy. He can't get rid of him. But he can't kill him either. She held back and said calmly, Send Mr. Fong Tang's things to the library first. Don't worry. We are only keeping them for temporary storage. Mr. Fong still needs to cultivate here. The things were taken away ruthlessly, and Fong Tang let go and continued eating corn. Half an hour later, he seemed to have eaten enough. His temper had improved a lot, and he was no longer so rude. I want to go out and do some activities. Fong Tang made the request. Xiao Yang nodded immediately. That's fine. You are a guest from afar. It's time to take you to visit our territory. Leaving the warm pool, the two women pushed Fong Tang in the wheelchair to the courtyard of Hongya Highland. He was now wearing a slightly tight skirt. The 40-year-old female thief basically had no men's clothes here, so she had no choice but to agree with him. At the northern end of the courtyard is a small library, which seems to be the headquarters of the 40 Thieves. As for why this small building was chosen as the headquarters, Fong Tang speculated that it was because of its excellent terrain. This was originally the first industrial park of Taoyuan County, Jiaoding District. The library is located in a sunken basin, with 3 tall buildings behind it. Behind the tall buildings is the territory's fog particle defense line. Well, as long as defense measures are set up on the 3 upper floors, this place will definitely be easy to defend but difficult to attack. Xiao Yang pushed the wheelchair, secretly looked at the man, and then slowly talked about Sydney's injury. Her collarbone was shattered. Her subosseous veins were torn, and the extra blood vessels were severely bruised. There were signs of infection in the wound. Fortunately, her heart was not injured. For this kind of penetrating injury, even in the hospital, it would take about half a year to recover, let alone in this desolate game scene. Xiaonyang in red sighed. We really can't guarantee whether she can be saved. Fong Tang nodded without saying anything, and suddenly pointed to a high slope on the left. Tell me to go there and have a look, Xiaonyang said coldly. We are not servants who specialize in taking care of you. Xiaonyang smiled gently and slowly pushed the wheelchair up. Mr. Fong Tang, your injuries are also very serious. There are more than 30 wounds, 4 of which have damaged internal organs. I am still curious. How did you survive? I have medicine, Fong Tang said indifferently, leaning on his wheelchair. Now he could see the entire Red Leaf Highlands. On the tall building behind the library, you can see metal pillars wrapped with iron wire everywhere. The surface of the strange pillars flashes with little bits of sunlight, as if water is flowing. Is that your weapon? Fong Tang looked at it with interest. It was designed by the leader of Chunyang. The column can spray out high-pressure water and, if necessary, can also launch a power grid. Fong Tang raised his head and looked hard. Around the courtyard of Hongya Highland, a defensive formation was formed by the original telephone poles. As expected, a net hung above the pole, with a faint glow of secret gold particles. Mr. Fong Tang is looking at us so seriously. Is he thinking about our defense loopholes? Xiaonyang in red appeared with a sneer. These 2 girls are a bit interesting. One is the white face, and the other is the red face. Do you think I'm a fool for playing such an old trick? Fong Tang laughed secretly in his heart. His strategy is also very clever. That is, he is gentle to the indifferent Xiaonyang, but in return he is indifferent to the gentle Xiaonyang. This abnormal behavior has always made the 2 girls confused and uneasy, wondering what the man was thinking. Now, Fong Tang was still smiling at Qionyang and said softly, "The biggest problem with your defense system is that you don't have the opportunity to grasp information. So you can only defend passively." Qionyang blurted out, "Who said we can't master the information?" Fong Tang continued to smile. "Yes, if Chun Yang is here, with her water divination ability, it will be no problem." But Chun Yang was kidnapped by Zhu Jinsong. Having lost their leader, they are now completely in disarray and passive. That's what the man's words mean. Qionyang turned around and left in anger. Xianyang frowned. "Mr. Fong Tang, why do you need to embarrass me? The sisters are already very dissatisfied with you." Fong Tang put on a cold face again and said nothing. Xianyang rubbed her forehead, unable to do anything to him for the moment. At this time, the man suddenly asked, "Do you want to replace Chun Yang as the leader?" Xianyang was stunned, covered her mouth and laughed. "Are you kidding me? It's not a joke. As long as I don't take out half of the secret scroll, Chun Yang will be dead. You are the deputy commander. Wouldn't it be good to replace you?" Xianyang's expression changed. "Mr. Fong Tang, are you deliberately trying to sow discord between me and my sisters?" Fong Tang yawned. "I'm just making a suggestion. Are you interested?" Xianyang stamped her feet. "I won't talk to you anymore." She kicked the control lock of the wheelchair, completely locking the high-end wheelchair, then turned around and left. Fong Tang was sitting alone on a high slope, but he was smiling happily. He coughed violently while laughing. The lung injury is still serious, but he can still laugh now because he has a good attitude. Now that the effects of the medicine have worn off, my whole body is limp, and it is difficult to move. He was almost half a useless person. This was why Xianyang wasn't worried about him escaping. But Fong Tang lowered his head, opened his mouth, and spit out the ring hidden under his tongue. She deliberately fell down by the warm pool just to get her things back. That Qionyang was very agile. But unfortunately, she was not as cunning as him. The formic acid met the water droplets on the cylinder and caused a chemical reaction. In the blink of an eye, the smoke on the tall buildings became thicker and thicker. Fong Tang hid in the weeds opposite and watched Xianyang and Qionyang running out of the library. Then he urged the ants to go around to the side of the library and continue hunting. The ant colonies on the tall buildings began to retreat. When Xianyang and Qionyang were sure it was just an accident and hurried back, Fong Tang had already left with the ants in his arms and the jelly package. Without Chun Yang's water divination ability, these girls seemed to have lost their eyes and were fooled by such a simple trick. Of course, what Fong Tang didn't know was that the two important figures in the female robbers, Granny Mei and Dong Yang, were not here either. The departure of Dong Yang, who has the strongest combat power, and Granny Mei Hua, who can stabilize the overall situation, is even more fatal to the 40 female thieves. Chapter 426 General Outline of Swordsmanship. The ant nest under the century-old pine tree is slowly opening its entrance. Fong Tang was carried by thousands of ants and slowly crawled down the entrance. In the distance, in the ditch next to the library, the wheelchair had been abandoned. Fong Tang also left hundreds of ants behind, hunting back and forth along the ditch under the big pine tree, so that the ants could destroy the traces he left. It is very difficult for the girls to find him. In fact, Fong Tang had no intention of leaving. He would rather stay here and look for opportunities. Besides, Sydney is still being rescued. But the premise is that he must first give back what belongs to him. Now, he landed in the grazing room of the new ant nest. Because the ecosystem here is different. The ants are no longer domesticating aphids, but a kind of honey bug. This is a bug that likes to swallow the sap of corn stalks and can also make honey to feed the queen ant. The space was quite spacious, and the worker ants drove away the bugs. Fong Tang sat there panting, touching the jelly package in the light of the ring. The black feather cloak and the word of frost were not in the package, so they could not be retrieved. Now the soft jelly package is stretched thin because there is a cross iron sword inside. From the sword of Cain, Fong Tang took out the sword first, put it aside, and then touched a large handful of seeds. Rewards from the Neely bar level. He found the formula in the reward. Leaves. Green leaves. Oh my god! Fong Tang was shocked by the formula on the leaf. Is it such a good reward? Organic farm formula requires 100 units of secret gold particles, 50 units of basic seeds, and is suitable for one scene. The scene must have land, available water, and the simplest possible ecosystem. This turned out to be a recipe from a farm, just like the greenhouse ecological farm that once appeared on the second floor of Neely Bar. Fong Tang carefully put away the formula. For the guild in Miss Pass, This formula may not have much strategic significance, but in terms of quality of survival, it is simply a perfect formula. With this, there is an endless supply of fresh vegetables and fruits in any territory. He continued to look at the contents of the package. A ball of secret gold particles should be the reward from nearly bar level. Continuing to look, there is a piece of white jade at the end. Trying to recall, it seems that this was also left behind by Cain in the black robe when he escaped. Pick up the jade piece and touch it. It is long in shape, with the upper tip and the lower tip. In ancient China, this was called jade, and it was a valuable item. It generally represented ancient titles, and was also used in palace decorations. Why is Cain, an old foreign man, carrying an ancient jade stone on his body? Fong Tang raised the ring. Now that his eyes had adapted to the light, he could see more and more clearly. There seemed to be many patterns engraved on the jade gui. Well, it's animal prints. Ant. Eagle. Fong Tang was shocked. Is it related to the 33 secret scrolls of Yuyang Zazu? But without more clues, it can only be speculation. There are carvings of 12 animals on this jade, and some of them have no idea what kind of beast they are. He played with it for a while and put it away. Now, take Cain's crossed iron sword. The old bastard kept holding it. Even if his hand was broken, he was unwilling to let go. It was definitely not an ordinary iron sword. Fong Tang reached out and touched it, checking it bit by bit. Nothing is wrong. He saw that there seemed to be a crack on the cross iron bar of the sword hilt. I dug into it with my nails, and the cracks became bigger and bigger. Suddenly, there was a clicking sound, and the cross iron bar separated from the middle. I saw a long scroll rolling out. A soft white scroll, made of unknown material, similar to silk products. And as soon as the white scroll came out, the performance started to darken. Not good. Is this corroded by the air? Or it's a defensive measure to avoid being seen by irrelevant people? Fong Tang hurriedly grabbed the scroll and stuffed it into the jelly package. Inside the package in a vacuum environment, the scroll finally did not rot. Fong Tang waited for a while, then slowly took out the scroll and opened it bit by bit. The scroll showed traces of corrosion, and he cautiously finally saw the words on it. Chinese characters. The first line of the scroll reads, "May the Father of Truth guide us regarding the secret message of Solomon 1 concerning the Far North incident." The handwriting on the back has been corroded, and only half a sentence is left. Multiple assassinations. They want to ensure that agreement number 9 goes smoothly. Unintelligible words. Fong Tang continued to read. The name, King of Atlantis, appeared below, with a bloody red cross on it. Does this mean that the King of Atlantis has been killed? So he is removed from the list? Under the name is recorded, the Poseidon's halberd of Atlantis was divided into 3 parts and recast by the swordsmith of the Sword Tomb. One of them was the Song of the Blue Sea and was returned to the Serpent of the World. The second was the Black Tide, belongs to the Templars. The third one is the Red Scale pattern, which is stored in the Sword Tomb as a reward. With a snap, the cross iron sword disintegrated, and the rough blade flicked. Fong Tang raised his head in shock. Surge of Black Tide. This turned out to be 1/3 of the fragment of Poseidon's halberd. He immediately thought of the golden sword on Coco's waist, which must be the Song of the Blue Sea. No wonder Cain refused to let go of the sword until he died. Fong Tang sighed, touched the Black Tide sword, and continued to look at the scroll. Under the scroll, what appeared were familiar magnetic field lines. On the picture of a long sword, magnetic field lines are distributed. Isn't this the technique my father used on the wood chips? It's just not as dense and delicate as the magnetic field lines on the wood chips. Even if it wasn't left by his father, it might be his students or disciples who would use this technique. Fong Tang took a deep breath, risking coma, and slowly entered Omega's mind. In the triple meditation state, his brain cells were so active that he even forgot about the pain on his body. The long sword diagram entangled with magnetic field lines began to transform and turned into complex data. This time it's not sound waves, it's words. The first thing he saw was an astonishing title. The General Guide to Swordsmanship in the World. What a big tone. The general outline of all swordsmanship in the world? As he watched, Fong Tang became more and more shocked. No bragging. All representative swordsmanship in the world is recorded here. Philosophical principles of Eastern swordsmanship. The competitive science of Western fencing. The sword posture, sword strikes, and sword gates of Solomon's ancient swordsmanship. The main representatives of the ancient schools in Japanese Kendo are Isshin-ryu, Shinto-ryu, Hokushin-ryu, and Yagyu-ryu. In the general outline of swordsmanship, these schools are philosophically analyzed, and the swordsmanship is broken down, from the origin of each sword move to the history of all schools, and even the advantages and disadvantages are described in detail. There is also African swordsmanship below. This is there swordsmanship in Africa? Looking carefully, it turns out that what was introduced above is actually a short spear technique. African spear skills are divided into long and short spears. But whether it is a long spear or a short spear, whether it is a hunting spear or a poisonous spear, it must be equipped with a shield. The author of the General Guide to Swordsmanship believes that due to the unique environment and survival pressure in Africa, the Aboriginal people who mainly focus on hunting did not have the soil to develop swordsmanship. However, their short spears and shields contain the secret of swords and shields. So this, African swordsmanship, is really about sword and shield. Fong Tang was immersed in this vast ocean-like swordsmanship palace, under triple meditation. All knowledge flows in memory. So wonderful. Sword cloak technique. In the Spanish swift thrust sword, the cloak is used to make feints. Just like the red cloth of a bullfight. It is very subtle. Keep watching. But the strange thing is that in this general outline of swordsmanship in the world, there is no Chinese swordsmanship. This is really unscientific. At this time, a worker ant crawled into Fong Tang's palm. He withdrew from the triple meditation and felt dizzy for a while. He lay down for a long time before regaining some strength. There were more and more worker ants, all swarming around the gems in his ring. Fong Tang looked at the group of worker ants going down the nest and understood. Is there something going on in the nest where the queen ant is? He packed up his things, wrapped the jelly package around his body, crawled slowly down the steep nest path, and landed in the spacious queen ant nest. Panting and looking up, the scene in front of him made him feel excited. Chapter 427 Secret Attack on the Pagoda. In the nest of the new ant queen, there is a round mound like a tomb. There is a monument in front of the tomb, but the three words, Siam Marin, are engraved on the monument. Fong Tang was shocked by this strange tomb. Under the protection of sword-jawed ants, who could enter this place and create such a grave? How could Siam Marin, whom she met at Neely Bar 2 days ago, die here? This is someone deliberately stimulating themselves. So the graveyard must be a trap. But Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he saw a small paw placed on the tombstone. His heart tightened. That was the chirping paws of the little chinchilla. He turned the ring with his finger, trying to drive the ants in the nest to explore. However, the soldier ants and worker ants were all moving around in a hurry. And some ants even bumped into the dying queen. They haven't fed the fat queen for a long time. Fong Tang was shocked, and the gem egg on his finger flashed. There is actually a human-controlled chemical pheromone in this lair. Apparently, 2 chemical pheromones caused the ants to lose control, and their entire ecosystem was thrown into chaos. Fong Tang turned around and left. At this time, I was covered in injuries, and it was difficult to even walk. I must not stay in this unknown place for a long time. When the ants couldn't be controlled, to be honest, Fong Tang even doubted that he would become their food. Just when he reached out to grab the edge of the ant nest avenue, there was a bang at his ears. Dirt splashed on the ground, and a red hand held his ankle. The killer hidden underground shook his wrist and dragged Fong Tang to the ground. The killer broke out of the ground, carrying a dark red shadow, but reached out and grabbed Fong Tang's jelly package. Fong Tang gritted his teeth and rolled over, throwing the jelly package backwards. The killer actually abandoned him and headed straight for the package. Fong Tang could only watch helplessly, his heart shocked. This killer is so powerful. Now Fong Tang has no power to fight back. On the contrary, the jelly package contains wealth and life. The other party has a clear purpose and careful thoughts. With a swish sound, he gritted his teeth and raised his hand, pointing at the killer's calf joint. Nerve isolation. The killer jumped up nimbly, grabbed the package, turned over and kicked Fong Tang in the arm. The crossed nerves in his arms were hit hard, and he lost all feeling instantly. The killer leaned over and punched, and each punch hit his vagus nerve plexus. The motor nerves have almost completely collapsed. And in the microscopic world, all the nerve endings that rely on bioelectricity to react have lost their effect. Fong Tang lay on his back, trembling all over. He also knows how to isolate nerves. The killer held the package and stood in front of him. The dirt on his body fell away, revealing his true appearance. The red armor is decorated with simple patterns, and even the head is wearing a mask, revealing only a pair of deep eyes. Fong Tang had lost the power to resist. But the other party still didn't want to get close. I saw him squatting down. And above his fist armor, a structure the size of a soybean was releasing chemical pheromones unique to ants. A group of controlled sword-jawed ants crawled over and walked back and forth along Fong Tang's ring-wearing finger. 2 more soldier ants crawled toward his eyes and sprayed out formic acid. Fong Tang closed his eyes and groaned. When his eyelids were burned by formic acid, the ring on his finger began to loosen and fall off due to the movement of ants. The red-armored killer got the ring, disarmed Fong Tang's last weapon, and then slowly walked over. Fong Tang had tears and runny nose, and his whole body was still in a state of paralysis. The red-armored killer bent down, and a long needle popped out from the knuckle of his fist. Fong Tang can't see anything now. There was a blank in his mind. Even facing the black-robed Cain, it had never been so miserable. This red-armored killer must have been lurking in the ant nest for a long time. With enough time, he even built a tomb that confused his mind. Hiding under the soil near the grave like this, everyone is counting on him. Fong Tang has never encountered such a powerful opponent. Both his IQ and strength are superior, and he has not made any mistakes. Fong Tang opened his red and swollen eyelids and stared at the red-armored warrior, who was getting closer and closer. You? The other party didn't give him any chance to speak. The long needle on his fist pierced directly, penetrated Fong Tang's left forehead, penetrated his skull, and hit the left brain area. Fong Tang's eyes were dull, but he didn't feel any pain, because the long needle penetrated too quickly and too accurately. The next moment, something even more surprising happened. A mirror-like smooth mass appeared on the mask of the red-armored warrior. In this mirror, a pair of black and white fish swim, turning into the shape of Tai Chi. Fong Tang's dull eyes widened. This red-armored monster. He is devouring my memory? Fong Tang's horrified eyes were reflected in the mirror of the Tai Chi pattern. It was the first time that he had been defeated so completely and simply. It seems that he has the same Tao Tai core spirit as Fong Tang, and he has the Tai Chi pattern of Yin and Yang Archaea. The most hateful thing is that in this game scene, the red-armored monster is not affected by particles at all. Fong Tang closed his eyes. Although he was unwilling to do so, he had no chance. The red-armored monster had remained vigilant until now. After winning a complete victory, it actually arranged hundreds of soldier ants to guard the ant nest passage above. He was so cautious and didn't want to make any mistakes. The way this guy carries himself, the way he fights. Fong Tang felt extremely weird. He looked so much like me. Just like me in my heyday. He now closes his eyes and waits for death. But his mind feels much clearer. Put yourself in someone else's shoes and think about the battle plan you would set if you were to ambush the enemy in the ant nest. Exactly the same as the red-armored warrior. Break the enemy's mind, attack secretly, and kill with one blow, without giving the opponent a chance to speak. The long needle of the red-armored monster's fist was still in the left side of Fong Tang's head. The eyes under the mask were moving, as if they had swallowed up key memories. Time seems to have stood still. Fong Tang suddenly felt relaxed all over. He seemed to have lost all negative emotions such as sadness, depression, and fear. And along that long needle, there was a flow of information back to the brain. Buddha! Fong Tang subconsciously called out the name of the red-armored monster. The next moment, the red-armored warrior seemed to have entered a core area in Fong Tang's left brain. His armor was trembling all over his body, and the Tai Chi lines on the mirror on his forehead rotated crazily, turning into a blurry shadow. Fong Tang sensed it at the same time. It's Bai! Is Bai fighting back? The red-armored warrior suddenly let out a roar, jumped back, and threw away the jelly package in his hand. The long needle of the fist armor broke, and he got out along the ant nest avenue. Outside the ant nest, a group of girls were looking for something in panic, when they suddenly saw the red-armored monster coming out. They all screamed together. Gunshots ring out. Xian Yang fired continuously with a shotgun in her hand. The red-armored warrior raised his arms. Projectiles flying. With a swish sound, a chain with a sickle rotated. Xiao Yang flew the sickle wildly, and wrapped around the ankle of the red-armored monster. There was a trace of ridicule in the eyes of the red-armored monster, following Xiao Yang's pulling force. It came first, and brought up a sonic boom cloud behind it. Xiao Yang instantly let go of the sickle, closed her eyes, and leaned back. The red-armored warrior's fist grazed her chest and abdomen, and the force caused it tore through her armor, leaving a bloody scar along her chest and abdomen. The sound of deer calls came, and a black deer rushed out of the mist. There was actually a blood-red parrot standing on the antlers of the black deer. At this time, Xian Yang shouted, "Discharge the net!" on the telephone poles around Hongya Highland. Soft nets quickly fell down. But the red-armored monster had jumped onto the black deer. And a tangerine suddenly appeared in its hand. And it hit the girls in front of them with a swish. Acid mist appeared all over the sky. And the girls at the front screamed. And a layer of burning blisters appeared on their faces. The red-armored monster roared loudly and rode away on a black deer, leaving the injured girl on the ground. Looking embarrassed, Xianyang led the girls to disperse the acid mist and carried Xianyang, who was seriously injured, to the medical room. She checked on the sisters injured by the acid mist, then dug up the ant nest and lifted Fong Teng out. Xianyang no longer had that false tenderness. She grabbed the man's neck and screamed, "What kind of monster is that?" Fong Teng had a weird smile on his lips, but his eyes were motionless. Xianyang shook the man's body. "Are you still pretending to be dead now?" Turning her head, she shouted, "Let Lan Hua and Zhu Mei come over quickly." The 2 doctors of the 40 female thieves came in a hurry. Lan Hua, who was wearing a white coat, put on gloves and pushed up his glasses. "Sister, there is something wrong with him. It seems that his brain has been punctured." The bamboo girl wearing a nurse's hat held Fong Teng's head with her hands and took out a cotton ball to wipe it. "Look here. The needle-like object pierced the skull, went straight to the brain thalamus, and completely penetrated the left area of the telencephalon. We don't have the conditions to treat this injury here." Lan Hua took off her gloves. "The left side of the brain was penetrated, but there seems to be no congestion in the brain. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. The killer's control was very precise, and he didn't want him to die." Zhu Mei raised a finger and waved it in front of Fong Teng's eyes. "The motor nerves are damaged. The language ability is lost, and the right side of the body is paralyzed. He is useless." Chapter 428 The Last Move. The clinic in Hongye Highland was originally a small community hospital in the First Industrial Park. Although it is a community hospital, basic drugs and equipment are available. Of course, large-scale medical equipment is out of the question. Sydney, who was fixed on the hospital bed, woke up from a coma, still suffering from infection and fever, and saw Fong Teng being pushed in. Dr. Lan Hua brought a medical box at this time. After opening it, a saw wheel, a scalpel, an electric shock probe, and other instruments appeared. But she frowned and hesitated. Nurse Yume was taking notes. "It's impossible to determine the damage to the brain. It's been penetrated. There should be bleeding." Dr. Lan Hua opened Fong Teng's eyelids. "The eyeballs are not congested, which is completely unreasonable." Zhu Mei quickly drew a brain structure diagram on the paper. It was very detailed, almost as detailed as a photo in a medical textbook. She pointed her pen at the top and bottom of the skull. "Subarachnoid hemorrhage may occur with this kind of penetrating cranial cavity, and then the intracranial pressure begins to decrease. Clinical symptoms include coma, vomiting, mental disorders, etc. And then intracranial hemorrhage may occur within a short period of time. If the blood pressure increases, even if the blood pressure can be lowered, there will be more bleeding in the brain." Lan Hua also sighed. Even if the intracerebral hemorrhage is controlled, concurrent infections will quickly take away his life. As the 2 women spoke, they looked at Fong Teng on the operating table. The man still had a smile on his face, as if he was in a sweet dream. He didn't show any pain on his face, and was very relaxed. The situation is really weird. Zhu Mei hit Fong Teng's knee with a hammer, but there was no response. They were helpless for a moment. Even the all-around top doctor can only do routine treatment now, because there was still a Xianyang who was bleeding heavily in the chest and abdomen waiting for emergency treatment. And the other 4 sisters also needed treatment for acid burns on their faces. Xianyang was sitting on the sofa in the library, listening to the reports of the 2 doctors. "Xianyang is fine. 4 of her ribs are broken, one of which pierced her lung. Her abdominal injury is a little serious. She is mainly afraid of infection. She needs to be intubated in a short period of time and cannot eat. But after a few days of recovery, she will be able to get better. Several sisters who were burned by acid mist. Their skin is difficult to repair. Now there is no beauty service from Desire Mall. They can only endure the pain of disfigurement." Xianyang raised her head. "How is Fong Teng?" "We can only do conventional treatment. When we occupied the Red Leaf Highlands, we caught some venomous snakes. The extracted snake venom thrombin can stop bleeding. We also use cerebrolytic tablets and injected nerve growth factors," Dr. Lan Hua added. "After all, in a game, drugs are not enough. All the drugs that can be used are taken. Now we are injecting mannitol intravenously, which can reduce intracranial pressure." Xianyang waved her hand. "Don't go to such trouble. Just use the last resort. The two doctors were shocked. Last resort? He might die, Xianyang said indifferently. If you die, you will die. He is not our partner, but a nasty and cunning enemy. Lan Hua and Zhu Mei exited the library and returned to the medical room, looking sad. Sister Xia, what do you mean? If Fong Teng is dead, then our leader is also dead. Right. Yes. Cui Jinsong wants us to exchange Fong Teng and the secret scroll for the leader. He made it very clear. I really don't understand. We should have exchanged Fong Teng and his package a long time ago. We can't open that damn package anyway. What a bargain it would be to get the leader back. There are some things that the two women cannot say out loud. In fact, just a few hours ago, a rumor spread among the sisters. It is said that Fong Teng once asked Xianyang if she intended to replace Chen Yang and usurp the position of leader of the 40 female thieves. Now, regardless of Fong Teng's life and death, Xianyang wants to implement the last resort. It is basically a severance plan, forcibly cutting off the possibility of exchanging hostages. Doesn't that mean he really wants to usurp the throne? Ever since the 40 female thieves established the guild, there has never been a power struggle, because they love each other as sisters. They never recruit new members, and never give up any old members. Zhu Mei sighed at this time. Maybe Sister Xia has other ideas. Alas, it would be great if Granny Mei is still here. Lan Hua hesitated for a while. Then let's use the last trick. The so-called last resort is also jokingly called the most promising desperate move in this game scene. That is to use secret gold particles. Whether you are injured, repairing something, or even when you are hungry and have no food to eat. If you feel that there is no hope, just use secret gold particles. No one can understand how the secret gold particles work, but everyone knows that this thing can create miracles. Zhu Mei brought 100 units of secret gold particles. More than 70 of the units were obtained from Sydney and belonged to Fong Teng's property. Crush 100 units of secret gold particles and mix them into physiological saline. After pushing the injection needle, Orchid put on medical gloves and took a deep breath. Come on! The slender needle entered steadily along Fong Teng's pierced forehead, and slowly began to inject the secret gold particles. Soon, Fong Teng started twitching all over. His eyeballs turned blood red. After a while, he lost his breath. The heartbeat is lost and the body temperature drops. After Lan Hua and Zhu Mei failed to rescue him 3 times, they gently covered the man with a white sheet. We tried our best. We'll do a craniotomy later to take out the secret gold particles. The two women sighed and closed the door to the medical room, separated by antibacterial glass. Sydney and Xianyang were lying on 2 hospital beds respectively, both weak and wearing respirators. The medical room was eerily quiet. Fong Teng opened his sleepy eyes. The hot sunshine was shining on his back, and his saliva was drooling on the desk. He looked up blankly and saw white-haired old Ning standing there fiercely, holding a thick paper. Fong Teng, if you want to sleep, get out of the classroom. You are counting down for this exam. Can you still sleep? The head teacher's gray hair stood on end like a hedgehog, and he continued to yell. Also, why is Chu Yoga absent from class again? On a summer afternoon, in the last self-study class, the students were all lazy. Lao Ning had a fit, and after announcing that Fong Teng would be responsible for all the hygiene after school this week, he left unhappily. This was Xinhua High School 10 years ago. It was a classroom that had long been forgotten. It was a bookish atmosphere that I quickly became familiar with. A gust of wind blew, and the girl sitting in front of him turned her head. The wind blew up her long black hair and brushed the tip of Fong Teng's nose. The faint fragrance made people intoxicated. Fong Teng, where did Chu Yoga go? You are his best buddy. You have to remind him that no matter how good he is at studying, Lao Ning will go berserk if he misses classes every 3 days. Fong Teng looked at Suya and blurted out. Xiaojiu will be here soon. He hasn't woken up yet. The sound of footsteps came, and the handsome Chu Yoga walked in from the back door casually, carrying a gift box in his hand. After sitting next to Fong Teng, the gift box was thrown to him. That short-haired girl from class 4 wrote me a love letter again. Yes, and a box of chocolates as a gift. Fong Teng skillfully tore it open and ate it directly. You have to make a happy end. Don't let girls give you gifts every day. Oh, then you won't have any chocolate to eat. Chu Yoga put his feet on the desk, leaned back in his chair, took out a comic book and started reading. Suya turned her head again. Is that Xiao Man from class 4? She has a boyfriend. Chu Yoga ignored her and snorted, making Suya embarrassed and unable to get off the stage. Fong Teng looked at this scene with a smile. lying on the desk and stretching. I just seem to have had a nightmare. Very long. Before he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. The sunlight disappeared and darkness enveloped the classroom. All the students were frozen, like sculptures. Suya in front. Even the long hair is fixed. Only Chujioga, beside him, was still humming a tune and reading comics. Fong Tang closed his eyes and sighed. The comic book in Chujioga's hand disappeared and he looked at him. Master, in your memory, this scene is the most beautiful and the most relaxing for you. So I simulated it. But it looks like you don't like it. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. What's going on outside? Am I dead or alive now? In a medical sense, Master, you are not dead yet, because your brain is still alive. But now you are not breathing. Your heartbeat has stopped, and you cannot deliver oxygen to various organs. Your whole body will soon become stiff, and then all organs will die. Bye. What's going on? Don't act like Chujioga. I feel very uncomfortable. I'm sorry. Master, this is my last resort. Faced with this situation, I can only risk saving your consciousness. The classroom scene began to crumble and turn into dust. Suya in front also dispersed like dust. It was now completely dark, with only one classroom door remaining. Chujioga, beside him, also dissipated and turned into a ball of white light and shadow. The hazy light and shadow are Bai's consciousness, with a feeling of warmth and light. Chapter 429: The Flame of Awakening. In the illusion created by Bai, the sun appeared again. The only remaining door changed from the modeled wooden door of the classroom to a door with a lock. Fong Tang's consciousness looked at the new fantasy. Bai, is this the room I rented in the Magic City? Yes, it was indeed the rental house in the old alley. A two-story building with separate cage-like single rooms and game posters on the yellowed walls. The bed table is Wanran, and there is the large maroon cabinet with a copper lock. Fong Tang touched the mahogany cabinet and opened it. Even the contents inside were there. He took out a handheld game console, and it was still able to start. This game console has helped him spend countless sleepless nights. Bai, is the illusion you created so real? The white elf flew over and caused a ripple. Yes, Master. In a sense, there is no difference between this place and reality. It's a pity that my energy is limited, and the space I can shape is only so large. Fong Tang sat on a familiar chair. It was dark outside the window. The quiet night calmed his heart. Master, this is the safe house I have been building. As long as your consciousness is hidden in it, you can defend against almost all mental attacks, including Huyu's level of mind-reading ability. Is this preparing for the next level? The barrier of water and mist is still far away, but the barrier of fire and moon has already been opened. But the safe house in the brain. It always sounds weird. To put it bluntly, it's also a prison. Fong Tang looked at Bai's consciousness. The first time I observed her true form, it was a spherical blue ray of light. Master, this is just a point of consciousness that I separated from. The real me is still in the process of upgrading. Fong Tang didn't say anything. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Bai had to remind him. Master, your body in reality is already showing signs of decay. So fast? Because the particles in the game scene are constantly attacking the body. And those two stupid women injected 100 units of secret gold particles into your brain. So, what should I do? When exactly are you going to complete the upgrade? The white elf laughed. It only takes 3 game days for me to wake up. What's going on with that red-armored monster in the ant nest? He seemed to know that you were hiding in my brain, and he directly penetrated the left brain area with a needle. Also, his name is Futu. Is he a robot? Fong Tang always felt that the monster posed a huge threat to him, even more so than the game itself. The white elf spun in front of him. The flying halo formed countless data and was directly transmitted to Fong Tang's consciousness. The red-armored pagoda.is it my copy? Fong Tang's consciousness roared angrily. Yes, Wan Yi has been collecting your data by exploiting loopholes in the game, and then used this data to assemble a copy of the master with particles. The red-armored pagoda has your basic abilities, and it can even be said that, except for not having mine, consciousness, almost exactly the same. Can even core spirits be copied? Fong Tang felt a little disgusted. It's offensive and absolutely humiliating. It's not a copy of the core spirit, but a copy of the core spirit's ability. But it's just a copycat ability. And of course, the effect is not really good. Bai seemed to be dismissive of this replica. But Fong Tang became increasingly angry. When I think of my own clone living freely outside, It feels like my consciousness and personality have been raped. If he could still control his body now, he would have vomited it out. I understand. Master, you definitely can't stand the existence of this kind of monster. The white elf said quietly. Various data were reorganized in front of Fong Tang, showing the complete form of the red-armored monster. Fong Tang held back his nausea and observed. Wan Gi didn't directly copy my body and use armor instead? Master, although all matter is composed of basic particles, it is not that simple to be recombined and copied. The treatment device of Infinite Company can be said to be the top technology, and it can only repair injured tissue. As for the real cloning device, it must be only the original body can be replicated and recombined. And there are also bugs in memory transmission, as well as the backlash infection that you also know about. But Wan Gi can control endless particles, all of which are submicron smart particles. Is it true that he can't reorganize the human body? Master, you can see that everything in the Mist Pass is modified based on the materials that already exist in reality. Just like those formulas. Has Wan Gi ever truly created something that does not exist? Bai's consciousness was smiling. It's not that he doesn't want to create. It's just that he can't do it. Particles alone are not enough. You also need to know the particle structure of an object in order to reorganize and copy it. And if he wants to get the particle structure of an object, he must first break the basic structure at the microscopic level and obtain the structural data of the object. You know this requires how much energy do you use? As small as a grain of dust. As large as a planet. The basic structure of matter has been slowly stabilized after endless time since the birth of the universe. To break this structure, you must at least have the energy of a star. Fong Tang frowned. Then why did Infinite Company create something like a cloning device? It's like having a recipe first, and then applying the medicine according to the formula. The technology of the cloning machine's replication and recombination process is not difficult. The difficulty lies in how to clearly see the particle structure of a person. Fong Tang was horrified. If you put it this way, if a game designer can understand the particle structure of everything, he can recombine and copy it infinitely. Once you understand the basic structure of flowers and sand grains, you can grab a handful of sand, break it down and form a flower. That is the true God, Bai slowly said. But even so, game designers can first figure out their own structure, so that they can infinitely reorganize their bodies. Isn't that invincible? No. They are also restricted by the rules. As long as you complete the game, Wan Gi can only donate patches and then die. Fong Tang's consciousness also smiled. It seems that Wan Gi has a strong desire to survive. That's why he racked his brains to find a way to deal with you and created a copy of you. Wan Gi wanted to use Fong Tang to kill Fong Tang. The white elf suddenly laughed. Master, at this point, I think he made a huge mistake. What is wrong? Wan Gi cannot control the growth rate of the pagoda and sends his own consciousness into it. This is a stupid move, Bai Yuan said. In the ant nest, when the red-armored pagoda pierced the probe into your brain, I sensed his consciousness. He was very confused. Confused? Fong Tang frowned. Why are you confused? He wants to know where he came from and why he exists. The body of consciousness that was Wan Gi has been swallowed up by the new personality. That fool self-defeated and created a monster that he himself cannot control. Woolen cloth. Fong Tang looked at Bai in shock. This artificial intelligence's current laughter is so unrestrained, and the emotions she displays are so intense. Completely different from the meticulous, calm and dull Bai before. Master, Pagoda has countless opportunities to kill you in the ant nest, but it takes the risk to explore the data in your brain. What does this mean? Fong Tang was horrified. Does it want to understand me? Yes. He is scared and curious, excited and panicked. He wants to get your memory and become the real Fong Tang. And at that time, I gave him a gift through the probe. What gift? It is a fire of awakening. Just like Emperor Yin brought flames to mankind. Just like Prometheus spreading divine fire to the world. That is the flame of awakening. The unique birth method of the pagoda makes it grow incredibly fast. The journey from infancy to adulthood may take less than 1 second. In this game scene, he gained endless knowledge by copying Bai's database. And every minute in the game, it is evolving. This is unexpected. Fong Tang became more and more frightened. Find a way to cure me quickly. We must kill that monster as soon as possible. Master, now half of your body has decayed and needs to be reshaped. How to reshape it? There are 2 options to choose from. Chapter 430 Tai's Secret Gold Body. Fong Tang's conscious body was restless. That red armored pagoda has become his most unpleasant enemy. Master, I have been thinking about it for a long time. And now I have two plans. What's the plan? Tell me quickly. The first is to abandon this rotting body and replace it with another one, the white elf said. And two girls lying on the hospital bed appeared in front of Fong Tang. Sydney and that Qiao Nyang. I have connected the two bodies through the ventilator, and the scan has been completed. In terms of potential, Sydney surpasses Qiao Nyang, but in terms of current physical strength, Qiao Nyang is still better. I will never become a woman. Fong Tang flatly refused. Bai was very sorry. Master, you should abandon the primitive thinking of human beings and stick to gender, appearance and body shape. You should adapt to the world from another angle. No, this plan is rejected. There is no room for negotiation. Bai sighed. The second option is to cut off the rotten body modules and replace them with other substances. Fong Tang didn't understand for a moment. When Bai's consciousness showed the complete modification plan, his first feeling was that he was heartbroken. Use secret gold particles to replace the rotten tissue? The strength of the body can be increased several times? Why didn't such a good plan be announced earlier? The idea of using a woman's body is really ridiculous. Bai's consciousness was very serious. Master, if you use the second option, then you are not a real human being. The secret gold prosthetic body will account for 51% of the body. No matter what aspect, it can no longer be defined as a human being. Fong Tang's consciousness was silent for a while, and he said in a deep voice, as long as the brain is still my own, no matter what. Bai still obeyed his master's choice unconditionally. Before reshaping his body, Fong Tang's consciousness began to become sleepy. He lay down on the wire bed in the illusion. When he was about to fall asleep, Bai seemed to casually remind him, by the way, Master, use the secret after the gold prosthetic body replaces the injured tissue. You need me to help you maintain the prosthetic part at any time. Fong Tang's consciousness became blurry. Master, did you hear this? Without my words, your modified body will collapse. Well, Fong Tang was already asleep. Bai's halo of consciousness flashed, and he seemed to be very happy and peaceful. Proud? Maybe she is the one with the strongest desire to survive. It seemed that it took a long time before Fong Tang regained consciousness. After returning to consciousness, he saw groups of diamond-shaped squares appearing in the illusion. What's this? The square structure like a 9-square grid is wrapped like a spider web to form a polyhedron. The white elf appeared. Master, this is the last step. A layer of skin designed by me will cover your transformed body. Take a closer look at these molecular-level arrays. Fong Tang saw that the secret gold particles were arranged in a strange formation. First form a block of 9 particles, then put together 9 blocks, and so on. This really looks like some kind of formation? Strictly speaking, it is one of China's 3 greatest numeracy skills. The 9 palaces formation in the Tai divine number. Tai, Qimeng, and Luren are collectively known as the 3 great secrets of Chinese numerology. They are all simple prediction techniques that are said by gods and gods. According to the 3 talents of heaven, earth and man, Tai observes heavenly affairs, Qimeng observes earthly affairs, and Luren observes human affairs. Fong Tang was really surprised. Is this so-called formation really useful? Master, just like the Bagua code, the simple formation of Tai 9 palaces contains a mathematical model. I searched the database, and I feel that this model is the best to use. We can call it Tai's secret gold body. Bai just explained briefly. In the Tai 9 palaces formation, there is an additional middle palace compared to the 8 gates of the Bagua. The 8 gates in the middle palace are just like the nucleus and the 8 electrons in the outer SH-L, which are the most stable structures. In short, the beauty of Bagua lies in its countless changes, while the victory of Jiugong lies in its stability. This stable formation can ensure the strength of the prosthetic skin. The door to the rental house in the fantasy world creaked open. There is darkness outside. An endless void. Master, when you walk out of this door, your consciousness will return to your body. Please note that your whole body's nerves are still recovering slowly. After returning to your body, you will have symptoms of paralysis for a period of time. Please wait for me for 3 days. The queen is our strongest form. Fong Tang nodded and pushed the door open. On the operating table in reality, Fong Tang's corpse suddenly turned sideways. Then it fell down with a clang. There was no feeling at all on the right side of my body. My face was twitching. The right side of my face seemed to be frozen, and only the left side of my face was tingling extremely. Fong Tang could only use the left half of his body to move, and his left hand hooked the monitor above the operating table. On the black and white monitoring screen, he first looked at the time, and then rewind to half an hour ago. His consciousness seemed to have been in the illusion for a long time, but in fact it was only half an hour. Now, watch what happened in reality little by little. 15 minutes passed, and there was only the image of the corpse lying on the operating table, motionless. Suddenly, white light visible to the naked eye appeared all around, similar to a kind of electromagnetic energy, which absorbed the instruments on the operating table. The scalpel flew over and stabbed down automatically, cutting open the carrion at the shoulder of the corpse. Fong Tang could hardly bear to look at it anymore. The rotten flesh from more than 30 wounds all over his body had been cut away, and even a layer of skin had been peeled off. 100 units of secret gold particles injected into the brain covered the wound and began to reshape the body's structure. This process lasted 10 minutes. In the last 5 minutes, a layer of artificial skin appeared, just like 3D printing. The scalpel was stretched and then decomposed into hundreds of fine needles. The thin needle hooked the secret gold particles and began to weave rapidly. Hundreds of long needles traveled over the blood-red muscles and nerves of the corpse, and then thin skin appeared. Fong Tang immediately deleted the record of this half hour. He continued to move his body, then raised his body with his left hand and landed on the wheelchair. This complex gymnastics movement was completed easily. Fong Tang looked down at his arm. A faint golden light appeared on the skin, and squares distributed in 9 palaces could be seen in the light and shadow. The tiny secret gold arrays are endlessly nested together, making his skin look like a battle armor. The skin is still soft and tough, but the body temperature is a little abnormal, because the skin has just been printed. It feels hot. In addition to this layer of skin, other injured parts of the body's tissues are reshaped with secret gold particles. Fong Tang leaned on the wheelchair and laughed convulsively, as if his face was paralyzed. Only half of the face is smiling. It's not a bitter smile. I just feel that fate is unpredictable, and I turned into half a robot. But this is not the kind of prosthetic technology that uses mechanical parts to replace body organs. It seems to be more unpredictable and profound than that. He has not yet understood the principle and structure of the secret gold particles. But there is no denying that he is different now. Fong Tang raised his arm and hit the raised corner of the operating table. The operating table was directly dented, but there wasn't even a bruise on the arm. He lowered his head again, and his head hit a pair of erected surgical forceps. His forehead was fine, but the forceps were bent. The kinetic energy generated by the impact turns into ripples and is absorbed by the skin. What made Fong Tang relieved was that the feeling on his skin was still there. For example, the coldness of surgical forceps and the smoothness of metal can all be felt through the tiny secret gold body. This means that when you have sex in the future, you can still enjoy the beauty of skin contact. Finally, he raised his left hand and touched his eyes. The eyelids are also skin, so there is no need for formic acid burns. Just these eyes. He blinked his left eye, and the scene in front of him was immediately magnified. No need to focus on the retina, and only 0.1 millimeters cracks were clearly visible on the operating table. At this time, the body suddenly felt like it was floating. Fong Tang was shocked. It turned out that such a simple blinking action made him highly concentrated and easily entered the triple meditation state. Unlike previous meditations, you can also sense your body with high concentration. Fong Tang made a gesture of punching the air. What he sees is a series of slow afterimages. The trajectory of the fist hitting forward was clearly marked. Following his thoughts, he turned midway and swung his wrist in an incredible way. He punched twice in an instant, and in 2 directions. Now he believed Bai's words. 3 game days later, when Bai wakes up, he will usher in his strongest form. Mastering and using prosthetics is like a treasure trove that needs to be discovered slowly. At this moment, there was a creak, and the door of the medical room opened. The scream started. Lan Hua almost threw the roasted corn in her hand, but Zhu Mei choked on the chicken nuggets in her mouth, clutching her throat in pain. The dead have come back to life. Chapter 431 Ascension. Groups of secret gold particles were crushed and sprinkled on the tattered black feather cloak. The secret gold particles began to repair the cloak rapidly. The little white deer ran over and ate corn and carrots mixed with secret gold particles that Fong Tang had made himself. The broken antlers have smoothed out and look like they will grow back soon, even though it is only fed with a small amount of secret gold particles. It is really true. Such a waste. Fong Tang had put on a clean shirt and jeans, because the exoskeleton boots were beyond repair. He wore cloth shoes handmade by girls. The repaired black feather cloak was wrapped around him, and half of his body was still paralyzed. The particle detection watch was worn on his left hand, and he leaned quietly on the wheelchair with a blanket. There is fresh food on the table in front of you. Grilled fish, sizzling prawns, and taro salad. They were all obtained from the Ginkgo Plain territory. And Lady Xia really did what she said. Fong Tang lay lazily, with Orchid and Bamboo's sister beside him serving him food and drink. After eating, the two doctors left. Miss Xia was still very patient. Are you satisfied now? Fong Tang raised his left hand and pointed at the corner of his mouth. Xian Yang gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. But she still stood up and wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a piece of paper towel. Well, I'm satisfied now. Fong Tang smiled. Isn't Miss Xia's life difficult now? Stop talking nonsense. You just said you took out the secret scroll voluntarily. Fong Tang took out half a secret scroll from the package with his left hand and threw it at Xian Yang's feet happily. You and I both know that half a secret scroll cannot be exchanged for Chun Yang. Where did Zhu Jinsong choose to trade? Yinshan Machinery Factory or the Magic Goose Farm? After all, it's his territory. Xian Yang grabbed the secret scroll tightly and looked at it carefully. However, she immediately became frustrated and could only suppress her chaotic mood. Fong Tang glanced at her. Oh, it's very frustrating, isn't it? You don't know whether this secret scroll is real or not, because only Chun Yang has read the real scroll. Damn it! Xian Yang almost broke out again. She came to the man in a few steps and put the shotgun directly between Fong Tang's legs. Believe it or not, I destroyed you. Only rough words can relieve her current pressure. Fong Tang's face looked pale and sickly. Shoot! I got up from the corpse table. Death is nothing new to me. Xian Yang's eyes were burning, but she was even more frustrated. Yes, this man had died once. The doctor's report said that at that time, almost half of the organs of the corpse had rotted away. Now, he is still sitting here alive, constantly mocking himself. Xian Yang put away her gun. What on earth do you want? Fong Tang yawned. Zhu Liansong wants to trade on his own territory. So you have only two choices. Either go out in full force and wait for the opportunity, or just go with 2 or 3 people and leave the rest to defend. If we move in full force, Zhu Gansong only needs to send a small team to easily capture Hongya Highlands, which has no defense. If we only go with 2 or 3 people, the result will be a trap set by the opponent. Inside, as the deputy leader of the 40 female thieves and the second in command of the guild, Xian Yang was originally a deep and calm girl, but for some reason, she was easily annoyed by Fong Tang every time. Now that she heard the man talking nonsense, she exploded again. I'm going to kill your deer and roast it for dinner, and pull out that Sydney's breathing tube. Do you think I really have no means at all? Fong Tang didn't panic at all. He looked at the girl in green's blushing face and said softly, You are having a hard time now. Your heart is broken, and it's hard to lead the team. Xian Yang was stunned. What did you hear? Fong Tang chuckled. Many people in the 40 Thieves have begun to doubt you and suspect that you want to usurp the throne. So they deliberately tormented me and did not leave a way for leader Chun Yang to survive. Mother Xia solemnly said. I never meant this, and I have a clear conscience. Fong Tang, you're in. You are a smart person. You should understand that 3 people can make something happen out of nothing. The problem is not what you think, but what they think. Xian Yang clenched her fists again. It wasn't you. It was you who deliberately asked me if I wanted to replace you outside. Xiao Yang secretly heard it and spread the word. You did it on purpose. Fong Tang admitted. I saw that Xiaonyang is a girl with big breasts and no brains, and she is very difficult to deal with. So I asked you that on purpose. However, I really didn't expect that the situation would develop to this extent. One sentence caused the entire organization to split. This was really not because Fong Tang's little plan had succeeded, but because the 40 Thieves' own problems were too big. It was a failure when Chun Yang left with Granny Mei Hua, after being taken away by others. There is no one in your organization who can shake up the scene. Now that Xiao Yang is seriously injured, the sisters in her faction will even suspect that you are here. The ant nest is deliberately refusing to save it. Fong Tang's words directly hit Xian Yang deep in her heart. This girl, who was extremely tired but had to work hard to support the operation of the organization, slowly collapsed beside the man and murmured, I understand the truth. What do you think we should do? I help you, and you have to help me. Xian Yang smiled bitterly. I knew you were not so kind. What do you want? I'll tell you when necessary. Fong Tang propped up half of his body. Now listen carefully to me. The 40 female thieves are very dangerous. If you are not careful, they will fall apart. First, we must cure Qionyang quickly. Qionyang's group are all younger members of the organization. Their advantage is that they are enthusiastic and hardworking. But their disadvantage is that they are impulsive and brainless. Fong Tang took out the formulas for Bema Tianqing powder and Yuxing pills. Let Lan Hua and Zhu Mei prepare the medicine as soon as possible. Xianyang cheered up. When Qionyang wakes up, I will give her the position of deputy commander. No! Once she takes power, she will only force it. In the end, she will take everyone along with her. Fong Tang said coldly. If you want to control the situation, you have to produce some results in the negotiation with Zhuo Liansong. The transaction location needs to be changed. And the transaction method must also be changed. How is that possible? Xianyang shook her head repeatedly. Now we don't have enough capital, so we are passive everywhere. Fong Tang leaned on her shoulder comfortably. There are actually 3 prisoners on Zhuo Liansong's side. I heard from Miss Lan Hua, Granny Mei Hua, Sister Dong, plus the leader of Chunyang. Xianyang became more and more astonished. Fong Tang's grasp of the situation surprised her. Such a man who had even lost his territory now seemed to know everything. The man was still talking. If this is a negotiation, then Zhuo Liansong is the stronger party. If you want to get rid of the passive situation, you have to come up with more capital. Cough. Cough. I'm a little thirsty. Xianyang poured him a cup of tea herself and brought it over to serve him. When he was satisfied, he humbly asked for advice. What other capital do we have to negotiate with Zhuo Liansong? Fong Tang raised his left hand and pointed at himself. Me. Xianyang was moved. You have to sacrifice yourself to help us. Ha. Fong Tang laughed wildly. Who said I have to sacrifice myself? It's because I have more capital. Xianyang's face darkened. Don't tease me. What capital do you have? Fong Tang put his hand into the package and slowly took out something. Madame Xiao's eyes widened when she saw it. This is it? This is the secret scroll obtained from Meng Huaishan, the boss of the Magic Goose Farm. Well, bring a pen and paper. 2 secret volumes. This man is really hard to understand. How much capital does he have that he hasn't used yet? Xianyang jumped up immediately. She completely believed in Fong Tang. Paper and pen were quickly brought. Fong Tang used his left hand to write, and was not comfortable with it at first. But after writing a few strokes, he became more and more proficient. He drew a snow-capped mountain on the paper, and then wrote below. To the north of the canyon, there are ice cliffs and waterfalls, colorful flowers, and a mirror in a stone box. They are all here. What's this? Mindless. Fong Tang patted the white paper and the secret scroll. These are the capital for negotiation. Contact with Jinsong and tell him that if you want to exchange these, trade in Ginkgo Plain. The time and method of the transaction will be notified separately. Xianyang left happily. Fong Tang closed his eyes and rested for a while in the wheelchair. Then took out the diary of Zhao Qianduo, the sewer explorer. He looked at it for a long time, and a plan was slowly maturing in his mind. For him, the purpose of this transaction is not to save Chunyang, but completely kills with Jinsong. Chapter 432, Convince the Crowd. The news of Qionyang's awakening excited the entire Red Leaf Highlands. The bamboo girls in the clinic all had frowns on their faces and were full of energy. On this difficult day when they lost their leader, the 40 female thieves really needed some good news. At this time, Fong Tang was on his way to the small library. Lan Hua pushed the wheelchair and praised his formula all the way. Those 2 drugs are so effective. Sir, is it because of those miraculous drugs that you came back from the dead? Fong Tang shook his head. It's just the effect of secret gold particles and Chinese medicine formula. It is very effective in treating trauma. But if you are poisoned or have internal problems, the effect of these medicines is very average. When he spoke, his body was still lazy. Lan Hua has become accustomed to his sick look. Sir, Sister Xia said that you will become the #1 strategist of our organization. That will be the same status as Granny Mei Hua before. Fong Tang exclaimed. Didn't Qionyang object? Lan Hua pursed her lips. I don't know about this, but Sister Yaoji also said that she admires you very much. They had arrived outside the small library. Fong Tang looked up and saw 2 little girls playing listlessly with building blocks in the children's rest area in the lobby on the first floor. Fong Tang gently summoned the little white deer to come over. The 2 sisters who survived the Magic Goose Farm were now bored and became excited when they saw the little white deer. They approached cautiously and soon played with the deer. Lan Hua said with pity, These 2 children don't know about their mother. Oh, it's so pitiful. Tell Mother Xia that you must protect them. That's my request. What Fong Tang was thinking about at this time was the story on the stone slab behind the Snow Mountain waterfall. In the story, the two sisters built a city out of sand in front of the battle, and repelled 200,000 enemy troops. The legend in this secret scroll corresponds to the destined fate of the two little girls, as well as their identities. Does Yang Dongjun from New China really have such a bad relationship with his sister-in-law? Otherwise, why would he care so much about the life and death of his two nieces? Fong Tang lowered his head and sighed. The wheelchair was pushed to the steps. Lan Hua stretched out her arms and leaned down gently. Fong Tang frowned. No need. But the female doctor still hugged him. A princess hug? Zhu Mei came out, picked up the wheelchair, and looked a little panicked. Sister Qianyang is on the second floor with Youan and the others. She said she wants to have a good talk with her husband. Fong Tang looked at her coldly. I came to the library just because I wanted to. Why did they know about it in advance? They even took over the place. Sister Zhu, it was you who passed the news to Qianyang. Zhu Mei's hands trembled and her wheelchair almost fell. She lowered her head and wanted to explain something. Fong Tang shouted, Forget it. Lan Hua supports Xianyang. But you are Qianyang's confidant. All your thoughts are used on your own people. Take me up. Zhu Mei turned pale with fright. She could never forget the terrifying look of this man when he came back from the operating table. Lan Hua carried Fong Tang up to the second floor. And Qianyang, who was still bandaged, came with a sickle and a group of girls. The red windbreaker was flying. Qianyang didn't care at all about the large area of skin exposed under the bandage. She kicked one leg directly on the sofa and stared down at Fong Tang. I will not admit that you are the strategist of the organization. Gray Meihua is not dead yet. How on earth did you deceive Sister Xianyang's trust? This must be explained clearly today. Yes, make it clear. 40 female thieves don't need men. The girls brought by Qianyang from the rear started to shout and screamed. The crowd was furious, and all kinds of weapons were raised and waved in the air. Fong Tang was leaning on the sofa. Only half of his face was smiling, and he looked extremely horrified. Qianyang, you are so presumptuous. Qianyang's red trench coat shook. I don't like to talk nonsense. The blade of the flying sickle shone with a cold light, which meant that if there was a disagreement, blood would be splashed 3 feet away. Fong Tang raised his left hand, and in Qianyang's confused eyes, a small glass bottle appeared between his fingers. It was a crystal clear, flat crystal bottle that was rotating on the man's fingertips. The bottle contained ice spring water. Qianyang's big eyes widened. This is the leader's divination bottle. The girls behind all rushed over and looked at it curiously. Some members had no chance to see Qianyang's treasure bottle. Fong Tang smiled lightly. Bring me a bowl of water. Qianyang was a little confused at this moment, listening to what this guy meant. Was he going to perform water divination? What does he mean? She sneered. Fong Tang also sneered. I thought, Qianyang, you are the one who respects the leader the most. But now that you see the token she gave me, you still look disdainful. Could it be that you are the one who wants to usurp the throne? Qianyang's eyebrows stood up. You fart. I don't believe you. Half of the corners of Fong Tang's mouth were twitching. He could only smile like this now, so he looked even weirder. Then why don't you care at all? Qianyang and I lived and died together in the snowy mountains. When we were chased and killed along the way, She told me many times about that Qianyang in the organization. At this point, he deliberately stopped. Qianyang's breathing was rapid. What did the leader say about me? Tell me quickly. Half of Fong Tang's face was sarcastic. You just said that I farted. If you don't believe me, what do you care? Qianyang was speechless for a moment. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She fell into Fong Tang's logical trap. Even a deep woman like Xianyang couldn't please Fong Tang, let alone her. Qianyang in red turned around angrily and personally brought a bowl of water. You still doubt my ability now? Then watch it carefully. Fong Tang easily entered the third level of meditation, shaking his fingers on the water bowl. Qianyang stared at the water in the bowl with her eyes wide open. Soon, her expression changed dramatically. Doubts, all the way to shock and surprise. On the water surface of the porcelain bowl, light red ripples appeared one after another. The ripples were changing, and finally formed a waterway map. Fong Tang retracted his finger and stared at the map in the bowl. This is the underground waterway map. Do you see the horizontal line in the southeast? Qianyang nodded stupidly. I saw that. Sir, what is this situation? That is the blocked waterway in Hongya Highlands. Zhuogan Song is afraid that the leader of Chuanyang will contact you through water divination. Now, you can go and check it out. If the waterway is opened at this location, we will have a chance to receive the leader's message. Fountain's performance was impeccable. He really showed off Chuanyang's unique abilities. Water divination. A few attentive girls also observed the change in the man's demeanor just now. The zen-like state that appeared on half of his face was indeed exactly the same as when the leader was meditating. Chuanyang rushed out quickly with a group of girls. The sound of horse-drawn carriages could be heard outside. They couldn't wait to check the water channel that was divined. Fong Tang smiled lightly and started reading leisurely in the library. From the southeast of Red Leaf Highlands, there was an explosion soon. Fong Tang folded up the Encyclopedia of Chinese Swordsmanship in his hand and smiled at the anxious Lan Hua beside him. They have opened the water channel. Soon, Chuanyang came with a surprise and the girls, shouting together from a distance. It's been opened! It's been opened! Sure enough, it was those bastards from New China who used explosives to destroy the waterway outside the highlands. The girls gathered around and looked at Fong Tang happily. They have recognized Fong Tang's ability. For the first time in years, the 40 Thieves have a core male member. Chuanyang waited on him personally, put away her temper, served tea and water, and kept asking about what happened in the Snow Mountain. After a while, she left happily, because she already had hope in her heart. At this time, Lan Hua admired Fong Tang and said, Sir, you have really learned the art of water divination. That's great. God bless our poor little guild. Fong Tang only smiled faintly. Of course, he doesn't know any water divination skills. Just performed it. It's just a very simple little trick. In the triple meditation state, he could concentrate on controlling the pharmaceutical particles between his fingers and draw part of the pattern of the underground waterway. The pills, which contain additives, come from health rooms and turn light red when exposed to water. So the whole process really looks like divination. But this is actually a very complex psychological game. It takes enough information and wisdom to be able to mislead the real. First, Fong Tang stole a crystal bottle from Chuanyang in the snowy mountains. Second, he heard Chuanyang say that a waterway in the Hongya Highlands was blocked by Zhuolan Song. Finally, there is the underground sewer map that the Jin desperately sent to the game scene. The mastery of all kinds of information allowed him to get it at his fingertips. Fong Tang pointed at the bookcase and said, Bring me the Yu Nu Sword Atlas for me to take a look at. Chapter 433 Enlightenment of the Sword. The small library in Hongya Highland was originally a leisure place in this industrial park. So most of the books here are entertainment books. Among them is a bookcase of martial arts textbooks. There are not only comprehensive books such as the Encyclopedia of Chinese Swordsmanship, but also a simple Yu Nu Sword Atlas. This is the Ancient Yunv Sword, published by Chaojiang Publishing House in 1984. There is also a preface written by Master Chen Fangji, the contemporary successor of Yunv Sword. Fong Tang has always been worried about the fact that Chinese swordsmanship was not included in the General Guide to Swordsmanship. Looking through this sword manual now, I feel more and more disappointed. They are all martial arts routines, with no possibility of actual combat. He closed his eyes, and the content of General Guide to Swordsmanship appeared in his mind again. Suddenly, a slight sound disturbed his concentration. Fong Tang opened his eyes, and saw Lan Hua and Zhu Mei pushing an operating bed over. Lying on the bed was Sydney, who had not yet recovered. This child insists on seeing you, Lan Hua said helplessly. The penetrating injury on her chest has spread to her esophagus, and it is very difficult to speak. Fong Tang motioned for them to retreat. Sydney blinked on the cot. Fong Tang gently opened her quilt, and saw the silver revolver in the girl's hand. This gun is for you to defend yourself. Why are you acting naughty again before your injury heals? Fong Tang did not believe in the so-called security. Even though he had basically controlled the 40 female thieves organization, he still left a pistol and a 5-element pen to Sydney in the health room. That was to prevent extreme situations from occurring, and to give her the absolute ability to protect herself. Sydney continued to blink, and her voice was extremely hoarse. Brother Fong, I can't sit still. Look, I put the pencil on the pistol. It's very handsome. The 5 elements pen has been fixed under the barrel of Frost Whisper, much like a conventional tactical accessory. No need for Sydney to explain. Fong Tang also understood the ingenuity of this transformation. The Thunder Attribute battery in the magazine is still being charged. Now Fong Tang can change the attack attributes of the 5 elements pen by rotating the magazine. In this way, when the Frost gun needs to refill its ammunition, The 5 elements pen can continue to be used as a tactical accessory during the gap between reloading. This gun also has lethality, which is more conducive to Fong Tang's long-lasting combat. Fong Tang sighed and leaned half of his body on the small bed. The two tired and weak people who had walked out of death were close to each other, feeling each other's warmth. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Fong Tang knew that she was bored lying like this, so he told her the story of the general outline of swordsmanship. Sydney listened with great interest. The senior who wrote the general outline of swordsmanship believed that Chinese swordsmanship had been lost long ago, and the so-called swordsmanship circulating today are all routines in name only. So there was no set of Chinese swordsmanship included in the general outline. In the later records of the general outline, this senior also made a detailed analysis of the Yunnu sword technique. The Yunnu sword is a representative of ancient Chinese swordsmanship and was first born in the land of Wu and Yu. The general outline holds that Qin Shi Huang collected the world's weapons and cast them into bronze figures, burned books and destroyed martial arts, and basically destroyed the swordsmanship of Wu and Yu. In later generations, during the Tang dynasty, scholars in the prosperous age loved to wear swords. So the fragments of this set of swordsmanship were picked up again. In the Song dynasty, it happened to be an era that valued culture over martial arts. Yu women's swordsmanship declined again, and stick skills were popular at that time. The most terrifying thing is that during the dark age of the Yuan dynasty, private possession of weapons was prohibited. Except for soldiers, all common people were not allowed to use swords. As a result, even the remaining parts of Yunnu's sword were lost. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, a large number of descendants who claimed to be the Yunnu sword appeared, and 100% of them were selling sheep's heads as dog meat. The general outline of swordsmanship is also mentioned here. In fact, most of the various swordsmanship and martial arts circulating in China today emerged during the Qing dynasty. The martial arts of various schools and schools sound powerful, but in fact they are all routine gymnastics movements without any meaning, lethality, and there are more techniques, such as Chunyang Wuji Kung Fu and Shaolin's 72 Secrets. It was even adapted from martial arts novels. Yunnu swordsmanship was originally a battlefield technique used by Go Jian to train soldiers to kill people with swords. Later, it became a move that was only promoted in martial arts novels. It basically represents the decline of Chinese swordsmanship. Fong Tang closed his book and sighed after talking about this. Looking at the small bed, Sydney had already fallen asleep. He chuckled softly, covered Sydney with a quilt, and just listened to her heartbeat, continuing to think about the general outline of swordsmanship. The idea of learning ancient martial arts swordsmanship is a bit unrealistic, but I always feel unwilling to do so. In his memory, Fong Tang added all the Chinese swordsmanship he had seen into the General Guide to Swordsmanship and reorganized it. This work made him unknowingly immersed in the realm of triple meditation. Until the evening, he suddenly burst out laughing in the library. Lan Hua and Zhu Mei came in panic, thinking that he was crazy. Little did they know that Fong Tang was blessed with his soul and figured out a great principle in swordsmanship. He wrote 3 lines of large characters on the white paper with his left hand. Sydney was awakened, and the girls couldn't help coming over to watch. I saw that the words on the paper were messy and had no logic. I'm not a human being. Why should I be rigid? Make the impossible possible. Use useless tricks to make something useful. Position becomes body. Reality becomes strength. Emptiness becomes agility. And becomes wisdom. Lan Hua felt Fong Tang's pulse worriedly. Are you really crazy? Fong Tang was now very proud. What are you crazy about? I just figured out a set of sword skills. Lan Hua was stunned. Please explain. Fong Tang smiled and said, if I am not a human being, why should I stick to the restrictions of human beings? Those sword techniques are all routines, because ordinary people have no lethality at all when they are used by ordinary people. But I am different, so I can use what I am not capable of. The sword move you used turned into a sword move with huge lethality. Zhu Mei's head was pounding after hearing this. Madman! Do you really believe that ancient swordsmanship is useful? Are you creating your own martial arts? What are the formulas below? Fong Tang smiled. That's right. The first thing is the sword posture. Based on the theory of Western swordsmanship, I think a person's physique is the basis of the sword posture. Then the essence of sword technique is actually 3 moves. The first is real moves. The second is feints. And the third is the conversion of virtual and real moves. I suddenly thought that real moves correspond to strength. Concentrate all your strength to use real moves. People block and kill. And Buddha blocks and kills Buddha. And use of fake moves to confuse the enemy. You need to focus on the attribute of agility. As for the conversion between actual moves and feints, it depends on the wisdom of your brain. Corresponding the basic attributes of infinite challenge with the general outline of swordsmanship is a set of swordsmanship that Fong Tang has understood. There are no tricks in this swordsmanship, only theoretical ideas. With great interest, he took out the Black Tide Surge sword blade from the package and asked Sydney to design a hilt, made it into an iron sword, and hung it on his waist again. Late at night, Fong Tang, who was still sorting out swordsmanship in the library, heard an explosion coming from the direction of the Ginkgo Plain. Countless light points fell accurately above the Ginkgo Plain in the dark night. In the rising smoke, the small territory was completely covered by artillery fire. Both Xiao Nyang and Xiao Nyang came in panic. Zhu Jiansong is crazy. He doesn't want to make a deal anymore. He actually bombarded our territory directly. Oh no! Yao Ji is still in the Ginkgo Plain. Fong Tang shouted in a deep voice. Don't panic. The target of Zhu Liansong's attack is not the territory, nor Yao Ji and the others. On the contrary, his bombing this time is to prepare for the deal with us. Then what exactly is Zhu Jiansong bombing? Xia Qiu asked in shock. He blew up my ant nest. Fong Tang's left eye twitched, feeling angry and sad. But he could only hold it back, because he had long understood that when he used the Ginkgo Plain as a trading location, this bombing of the ant nest would be inevitable. This is a sacrifice that must be made. Only by allowing Zhu Jiansong to successfully destroy the sword jaw ant nest will the guy be able to trade in the Ginkgo Plain with peace of mind. After the artillery attack ended, Fong Tang said quietly, Zhu Jiansong will send an envoy soon. Chapter 434 Strong Negotiation. Exactly what Fong Tang said. In the early morning of the 20th game day, Zhu Liansong, the leader of the 1st Battalion of New China, really sent an envoy from the Magic Goose Farm. The messenger brought a spherical communicator. Majors were asked to speak to Mr. Fong Tang. This is the communicator built by New China using particle reflection signals. Fong Tang was sitting in a wheelchair and soon heard the laughter coming from the communicator. Fong Jun is indeed a master of love. He has become the romantic counselor of the 40 female thieves so quickly. No wonder the leader Chen Yang has a deep love for you. One Piece. You two were in the snowy mountains. Hey, you did a good thing that night. The girls all around stared at Fong Tang with wide eyes. Fong Tang coughed. Zhu Jiansong, you seem to be in a good mood. But why do I think you are a coward? You actually ran away from the date at Neely Bar. Now you won't have to pretend to be a grandson again. Right? Of course. Zhu Jiansong would not be offended by his level of ridicule. Instead, he mocked back maliciously. I didn't go to the bar, but I took the person with me. It's a pity that you and Chen Yang just went in the snow. You were robbed of your beauty by me in the bridal chamber. Are you angry now? The beautiful middle-aged women, who were among the 40 female thieves, were shocked. What? Is this true? Fong Tang turned off the communicator and looked at them. Don't be fooled. Those are all nonsense. The girls all looked suspiciously. Speaking of which, the leader even taught this man the art of water divination. What happened in the snowy mountains? From what Zhu Jiansong said, it seemed that the leader was so deeply in love with this man that he committed himself to marrying him. Fong Tang shook his head. This can be regarded as self-imposed cocoon. Turning on the communicator again, Zhu Jiansong's wild laughter was heard. Why? Mr. Fong is afraid that I will reveal more shocking news? Fong Tang said coldly. You never mentioned the key point. Our deal. Actually, I don't care about that half of the secret scroll, Zhu Jiansong said in a cold tone. I can completely destroy you. The 40 female thieves who lost Chen Yang and Mei Hua are just a bunch of rabble. The girls were all angry, and Qianyang even rushed up to say something. But Fong Tang glared at her and retreated with a pout. Fong Tang said directly to the communicator. In this case, the transaction is cancelled. He raised his left hand and actually turned off the call. Ah! The girls were all stunned. Xianyang coughed. Stay still. It's up to you. Sir! The communicator beeped. And Fong Tang waited for a long time before opening it. Zhu Jiansong was very angry. Canceling the deal means declaring war? Fong Tang, I have to warn you. With a bang, Fong Tang closed the call again. The signal on the communicator kept flashing, but Fong Tang waited leisurely for a long time before turning it back on. Fong Tang, damn it. What are you going to do? Phew. The call is off again. Mother Xia, let's eat first, and then talk to him after we finish eating. Mother Xia was worried. What if Zhu Liansong doesn't talk about it anymore? The corner of Fong Tang's mouth curled up. Look at the signal frequency on the communicator. He is in a hurry now. We are not in a hurry. He has to talk about it just for the colorful flowers behind the snow-capped mountains. After finishing the meal, more than 70 messages requesting calls suddenly appeared on the communicator. Fong Tang drank another cup of tea, then signaled Lan Hua to click on the call. It was obvious that Zhu Qiansong, who had been guarding the opposite side, was a little angry. Fong Tang, you're hacking teasing me like this. Aren't you afraid that I'll break up your vote? Fong Tang smiled. Zhu Qiansong, do you know what I was doing just now? You? What did you do? Zhu Qiansong was completely manipulated by him in the direction of the conversation. Fong Tang said calmly, I just used the copy machine here to print hundreds of secret scrolls, ready to be distributed throughout the game. Zhu Qiansong's tone was hoarse. What did you print? Half a secret scroll. If you spread it out like this, all the players in the game can get it. In this case, you will be awesome, because only you have the other half. In other words, if other players want to collect the secret scroll, they have to turn around and deal with Zhu Qiansong. Zhu Qiansong immediately understood his trick and shouted, I will kill Chen Yang now. I just said that the printing is finished and they haven't dispersed yet. Can we talk about the deal now? Fong Tang interrupted him unhurriedly. Zhu Qiansong panted violently. After a long time, he said gloomily, On the afternoon of the 21st game day, Ginkgo Plain, you can only come alone during the transaction, bringing the secret scroll and the map of the Snow Mountain Magic Mirror. Put one hostage first, Fong Tang said slowly. Plum Blossom and Dongmei. You choose one and send it to Hongya Highland immediately. You want to see the person alive, or you want to see the corpse if you die? At this time, you must have some sincerity in the transaction. Right. Ha. No problem. Release a hostage immediately, so we'll do what he says. After the call ended, the girls all around cheered. Only Fong Tang frowned. Xian Yang asked the sisters to step aside first and asked in a low voice, Sir, what's wrong? Fong Tang touched his chin. It's nothing. I just feel that Zhu Qiansong is a little too happy. After the time and place of the transaction were confirmed, the situation became even more tense. Because what is waiting for each other is actually a decisive battle. Even Qianyang knows this very well. The scene in Fog Pass is actually not big. That is, it is about the size of a small county town. The territorial resources here are also very limited. In the northwest region, New China has occupied key places such as Yinshan Machinery Factory, Magic Goose Farm, and Jiaolian Supermarket. The 40 female thieves only had two small territories, Red Leaf Highlands and Ginkgo Plains. The narrow area and tight resources left the two organizations with no buffer zone to speak of. Game progress also seems to be accelerating. In this case, negotiation and diplomacy in the war are meaningless, and there is only a fight to the death. Before the transaction, Fong Tang ventured back to the ginkgo plain. There were SHL fragments all around the ancient ginkgo tree, and the slope where the sword-jawed ant nest was located was flattened. They used incendiary bombs. Xian Yang sniffed the burning smell in the air and looked sadly at the territory that was once full of vitality. But now it was completely charred. The saddest thing is Yoji. That day, she captured a group of employees of Yinshan Machinery Factory and invaded this territory. So she became attached to Fong Tang and Xia Marin. Now, seeing his favorite territory being destroyed, Yuji had tears in his eyes, not caring about his left arm that was hit by shrapnel. Sir, you must kill that bastard. Fong Tang just looked at the ants burned to death in the soil silently. The ring on his left hand was calm and dull. He waved to Qianyang and whispered something in her ear. After a while, Qianyang and the two girls approached Yaoji, who was standing alone by the ant nest. Ah? Yaoji's eyes flashed, and the flying sickle was already placed on his neck. Jiawan and Baowan covered her mouth, kicked her hard in the abdomen, tied her up like that, and pulled her toward the ditch. Xian Yang watched silently and walked over gently. Yes! Was it Yaji who provided the bombardment direction? The left corner of Fong Tang's mouth twitched. She was probably bribed by Zhu Qiansong when she was fighting for the Yinshan Machinery Factory. And those people who invaded the ginkgo plain that day were not Yaoji's prisoners at all, but accomplices brought by her. Xian Yang bit her lip. Although Yoji joined the guild late, she has made many great contributions. How could she betray us? Fong Tang said coldly. That is something Qianyang wants to torture. You don't need to care. Can you please leave her to me? Fong Tang glanced at her and shook his head. Qianyang is more suitable for this matter. She will do it neatly. Xian Yang's breathing became rapid. You? Did you already know that there was something wrong with Yao Ji? Fong Tang was a little speechless. Is there any need to think about it? Chun Yang's bar operation is so important. But she was intercepted by Zhui Jiansong's trap halfway. As soon as the two children from the farm left the ginkgo plain, Zhui Jiansong got it according to the news. If there is no internal response, how could he do it? Then why are you touching her now? Fong Tang's left eye dimmed sadly. I need Yaoji to find the location of the ant nest for Zhui Jiansong. This is a necessary sacrifice. Xian Yang lowered her head and walked away. From the direction of the ditch, the screams of roosters could be heard from time to time. After a while, there was a muffled hum, and then it became quiet. Dongmei's eyes were red, and she said in a trembling voice, Yaoji's injuries were too serious, and she was not rescued. So she died heroically. Is that what I'll say when I get back? Fong Tang tilted his body and nodded. Go. What he was focusing on now was not the fate of a little traitor, but the layout of the entire plan. The place where the eyes are looking is the underground waterway. The underground ruins in the waterway, which my sister said is a large-scale team copy, is the key. Chapter 435 The Mystery of Yugui. Under the ancient ginkgo tree, the ancient ruins discovered by Zhao Qianduo are still mysterious and dangerous. Fong Tang, who had truly explored the abandoned sewer and witnessed the ruins, could never forget this place. This was his trump card against Zhui Jiansong. Fong Tang is self-aware. He was not used to large-scale team operations, especially when it came to large-scale guild battles, and he did not have sufficient command capabilities. Therefore, he chose the ginkgo plain as the trading location. He hoped to rely on his own personal ability to solve the troublesome Zhui Jiansong. The development of the current situation is basically still under control. Fong Tang moved half of his body and signaled Lan Hua to push the wheelchair and came behind the ginkgo tree. In the curious eyes of the girls, he said in a deep voice, just follow here and dig down. Excavation work began quickly. Fong Tang was a little tired and closed his eyes to rest. At this time, the jelly package in his arm suddenly flashed. The light came from the piece of white jade in the package. Fong Tang asked Lan Hua to help. He leaned over and quietly took out the piece of white jade from Kane. On the white jade gui below the upper tip, one of the 12 mysterious patterns, an ant-like carving, is shining brightly. This is a sword-jawed ant. Fong Tang was shocked. At this time, invisible to the naked eye, from the depths of the sword-jawed ant's nest, a stream of particles poured straight into Baiyugui. On the upper left side of the 12 mysterious patterns, the pattern representing the sword-jawed ant swelled and turned into a relief. It was as if a certain ritual had been completed. Fong Tang touched the floating sword-jawed ant with clear relief and fell into deep thought for a moment. Could it be? Could it be that Baiyugui is related to the entire game scene? The sword-jawed ant pattern was activated in the territory of the ant nest. So if you take Baiyugui to the Magic Goose Farm, can you activate the Magic Goose relief? Now that I think about it, at least 5 kinds of monsters have appeared on the secret scroll in my hand. Saber-jawed ant, Magic Goose, Frost Hawk, Citrus, Parrot. Among them, tangerines and parrots fell into the hands of the red-armored pagoda. Could those two be monsters guarding the northeastern area of the game? There are 4 monsters in the 4 directions of the Snow Mountain. What will happen if all 12 monsters on Baiyugui are activated? There are so few clues that I really can't figure out a clue. Fong Tang exited the meditative state. Ahead, Xian Yang had led people to dig out the underground waterway under the ancient tree. Orchid appeared and gently pushed the wheelchair over. Fong Tang tilted his body to look. In the dug underground cave, the familiar iron gate of the sewer fence appeared. Let Xian Yang put down the searchlight and observe again. It was just like in the memory. Even Zhao Qianduo's body was there. The metal detector next to the sewage outlet is still flashing a signal. Fong Tang looked at the circular opening with smooth edges. The vision under Tai's secret gold body expanded infinitely under the triple meditation. He clearly saw the 2 bricks that opened the mechanism and was very satisfied. Xian Yang was wondering, is this your plan, sir? Fong Tang smiled faintly. Yes. Ginkgo Plain is a small territory, and I will go to the appointment alone tomorrow. I can be sure that Zhui Jiansong will use a simple and crude human sea tactic, and Zwang's guards will be sent out to surround the place. I can't fly without my wings. Then what's the use of this hole? Fong Tang smiled. Don't say it. It will be useless if you say it. The new sword-jawed ants brought from Hengye Highlands were urged by Fong Tang's instructions, and entered near the entrance to the ruins of the underground tunnel. Everyone stood back and stood guard. Fong Tang patiently and meticulously arranged the mechanisms in his plan. For a long time, He tiredly patted the bell on his wheelchair. Mawa came over and gently wiped his sweat. Go back. It's getting dark. Zhuo Jiansong's army will be here soon. When they returned to Hongya Highland safely, Xiaonyang, who was guarding the base camp, rushed out excitedly. Zhuo Jiansong is going to release Granny Mei Hua, and she will be sent to her soon. It's great. It's really great. The hostage Zhuo Jiansong chose to release turned out to be Granny Mei Hua. Fong Tang frowned. Unlike the happy girls, he suddenly smelled a conspiracy. Because Zhuo Jiansong's best choice should be to release Dong Mei. Fong Tang remembered clearly that when Zhuo Jiansong dressed as a woman in the wild attack that day, Dong Mei was seriously injured. But Granny Mei Hua was captured safely in the end. Zhuo Jiansong is not a fool. Sending a good-for-nothing Dong Mei back will not hurt him at all. Granny Mei Hua is not only the most senior member of the 40 female thieves. She is also a veteran who can stabilize the morale of the army. Sending her back so happily, wouldn't it be like letting the tiger go home? Before proceeding with the transaction, Zhuo Jiansong took some time out of his busy schedule to return to the headquarters. Adjutant Yang Dongjun, whom Major Zhuo appreciated the most, was waiting anxiously at the entrance of the headquarters. Yang Dongjun has been left at the headquarters for a long time. He tried to contact Major Zhuo many times, hoping to return to Yinshan Machinery Factory. But there was no response. Jia and Meng Meng are in Hongya Highland. With the disappearance of Neely Bar, our new Chinese forces have completely surrounded that isolated land. Why not attack directly and win it in one fell swoop? Yang Dongjun thought anxiously. It's a pity that he didn't wait for Zhuo Jiansong, because the major's car drove directly into the underground parking lot of the supermarket. As the largest store in Taoyuan County, Jiayan Supermarket is built underground at the intersection of National Highway 322 and Baoshan Road. There are 3 floors here. The first underground floor is a supermarket, and the second floor is a food cold storage, quick frozen warehouse and warehouse. The third underground floor is the parking lot. Zhuo Jiansong got off the chariot, and the small particle girl on his shoulder became excited. The plum blossoms of the 40 female thieves turned out to be. Wow! I really didn't expect it. Mr. Zhuo, you are very lucky. Zhuo Jiansong walked up the stairs. So when Fong Tang asked me to release a hostage, I thought of her immediately. However, are you sure you can activate her? Sister number 1 of the insect killer laughed. We'll have to wait and see. But don't think about transforming that Sister Winter. Except for my master, Mr. Wan. No one can transform a sister here, even if it's a copy of the village. Taste. Zhuo Jiansong has arrived at the second underground floor, between the quick frozen warehouse and the warehouse. The original supermarket employee lounge and office area have been turned into real dormitories. But only the leaders of New China have the authority to live here. Zhuo Jiansong's room is the first one on the left. He opened the door, and the scent hit his nostrils. New China's logistics staff have prepared dinner. The fried steak was placed on a beautiful white porcelain plate. Chocolate and jelly were placed on the left as dessert. And a bottle of Great Wall Dry Red was soaked in ice cubes. There was even a bunch of fresh grapes on the small table. The white-haired Granny Plum Blossom was half lying on the bed, with a gray chain wrapped around her body. One end of the chain was fixed to the wall at the head of the bed. Zhuo Jiansong looked at the old woman, gently took off his gloves, and filled the goblet with red wine. He smelled the aroma of the wine and smiled. This is the first territory our New China won after entering the Fog Pass. Because this supermarket goes deep underground and has the resources necessary for survival. Granny Mei Hua opened her eyes and looked at the food on the table coldly. It's not just survival. The quality of life here is even better than outside. Zhuo Jiansong sat down and elegantly cut the steak. My biggest dream when I was a child was to open a big supermarket. All the toys and snacks in it are mine. I can eat whatever I want and play with whatever I want. Granny Mei Hua sighed. Which child doesn't have such a dream? Children like to go to the supermarket the most. Zhuo Jiansong pushed the wine glass over. Can you please have a drink with me? Granny Plum Blossom smiled sweetly, and the wrinkles under her white hair relaxed. She moved slowly. When she came down, her hands were still entangled with chains. She could only lower her head and bite the wine glass, and drank greedily. Zhuo Jiankang cut the beef and fed it to the old woman piece by piece. After eating and drinking, Granny Mei Hua coughed and went straight to the point. Zhuo Jiansong, you trapped me here without killing me, but you still serve me well and eat well. Do you want to use me to threaten the 40 female thieves? Zhuo Jiansong didn't answer. He swung his wine glass for a while, and then smiled and said, Hey, now there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Bad news. Zhu Jiansong took a sip of wine. The bad news is, this time tomorrow is the day when I will completely wipe out the 40 female thieves. Granny Mei Hua's face remained unchanged. I can also say such boring things. I don't think you can wipe out the 40 female thieves as long as our leader is still alive. So what's the good news? Zhu Jiansong put down his wine glass. Good news. I will release you soon. As a condition of the deal, you will return to Hongya Highland soon. Granny Mei Hua's eyes flashed. Zhu Jiansong, what on earth are you playing? Do you dare to let me go? Zhu Jiansong wiped his mouth with a snow-white napkin, then stood up vigorously. He walked directly to Granny Mei Hua. His eyes were fiery. Facing this white-haired old woman, he reached out his hand boldly and gently touched the plum blossom nail on her ear. Granny Mei Hua screamed as if she was electrocuted. You? What are you doing? Nothing. I just want to share a story about you and me. Zhu Jiankang's eyes became more and more fiery. But it was not lust, but a weird obsession. Chapter 436 Humanoid Weapons. The red wine on the table had been spilled all over the floor, and the fat from the steak was flying everywhere. The struggling Granny Mei Hua actually possessed such terrifying power that she almost tore off half of the wall. On the gray chains, the light of secret gold particles flickered. Green smoke quickly rose from the chain, directly surrounding Granny Mei Hua. The poisonous mist was so powerful that the angry Granny Mei Hua instantly lost her ability to resist. The white-haired old woman screamed and slumped down on the bed. Kill me! Zhu Jiansong looked at the mess on the ground and shook his head. How could I be willing to kill you? I really want to share that story with you. Granny Mei Hua was now extremely horrified. You? How on earth did you know? This is impossible. How could you know my secret? Zhu Jiansong held her shoulders. Stop struggling. This chain comes from an advanced game formula. It is a poisonous elemental equipment. The poisonous mist inside comes from the mysterious herb Gelsemium. There was actually a fire burning in his heart. But the more excited he was, the more he needed to calm down. So he took a deep breath and continued. There is a record of this poison in Mingshi Bai Tan. This poison can directly act on neurons, causing paralysis and weakness. After the appropriate dosage, your spinal motor nerves the yuan will be damaged, and it will also affect the brain. It can be said that all the properties of poisons in ancient Chinese legends can be realized in Gelsemium. The red crane crown in the novel is like rubbish compared to this real Gelsemium. Granny Mei Hua was horrified. These days, you have been using poison to erode my physique. Zhu Jiansong pressed his chest, feeling the fierce heartbeat. Yes, I have to suppress the excitement in my heart. I have thrown you in this room for many days just to make you relax your vigilance. But I also know that just even if your defensive physique is destroyed, it still cannot be activated. Granny Mei Hua took a breath and rolled her eyes. Didn't you just want to tell a story? Now I'm suddenly curious. Zhu Jiansong sat by the bed and once again reached out to touch the old woman's earrings. That was 20 years ago, and you have forgotten me. I don't blame you. The big man in the far north in the massacre battlefield. I am just the lowest cannon fodder, but you are the female warrior shining under the aurora. His voice was a little hoarse. I can't forget that terrible battlefield. Many unimaginable monsters were fighting. I didn't even last until the final arms appeared. I didn't have the chance to see the infinite wings. Just when I was lying under the iceberg, watching the monster coming out of the cloning device, you appeared. Zhu Jiansong closed his eyes, as if he had returned to that thrilling day of eternal daylight. A woman wearing silver armor and silver hair stepped forward, slashing down with a giant sword in her hand, and the monsters were wiped out. The female warrior reached out to pick up the frightened young man and said something coldly. The iceberg shattered. A piece of ice floe fell into the ice sea, and the boy was thrown onto the ice floe. The ice floe traveled along the ice sea, and the female warrior standing on the shore waved. Child, let's go. This is not your battlefield. Zhu Jiansong opened his eyes and looked at the silent Granny Mei Hua in front of him. After I escaped with my life, I missed that silver-haired female warrior every night. I have never seen that kind of beauty. It is the beauty of violence. It is the beauty of the blood and flesh splattering after the giant sword smashes the monster. Is also the beauty of breaking the iceberg with one sword, wrapping up in a cloak and turning around to leave. That is not only a display of strength, but also the way of killing that I dream of. Zhu Jiansong gasped. And when I knew the secret of the female warrior, I fantasized about how great it would be if I could own one. Granny Mei Hua's eyes trembled. You want to have that kind of weapon? My child, you are wrong. We are not something humans can control. Zhu Jiansong stretched out his hand, pinched the plum blossom earrings hard, and pulled. Why not? Why not? He was roaring. The plum blossom earrings didn't move at all. Just like they were growing on an old woman's ears. Zui Jiansong let go of his hand. Granny Meihua smiled sarcastically. If you don't have the strength, don't have such wishful thinking. Now I have the power to reject. Zui Liansong sighed. You abandoned your peerless beauty that never fades. Abandoned your true power. And were willing to become such an old woman. Just for this? To have the so-called power of rejection? Granny Meihua closed her eyes. You don't understand. Zui Liansong laughed wildly. And as he laughed wildly, particles on his shoulders flickered. And a girl only 10 centimeters tall appeared. Granny Meihua's eyes narrowed. Sister insect killer number 1 sprouted wings composed of particles from her back. And flew up. Directly to Granny Meihua's ears. So the next moment, the plum blossom earrings trembled. Zui Jiansong couldn't wait to come over. Stretched out his hand. And finally took off the old woman's earrings. Granny Meihua's whole body straightened up. And she made a crisp sound. After the sound, a pair of wings projected by light and shadow appeared behind her. A series of strange data streams appeared in her eyes. The data finally stopped. And a command symbol similar to open appeared. Granny Meihua has grown taller. The cells in her body that had been stagnant for 20 years began to divide crazily. New cells replaced the old ones and crazily modified her appearance from beginning to end. The wrinkles faded. The chest swelled. And the legs became surprisingly slender. White hair turned into silver hair. When she opened her beautiful eyes, stood up from the bed, and cut off the chains with her hand. Zui Liansong had already hid far away in the corner of the room. He pinched the plum blossom earrings in his hand and shouted, Quick! Meihua sneered and appeared in front of him in an instant. The tall and slender silver-haired beauty gently raised her hand. The big bed behind her cracked open, and the metal springs in the bed gathered together with a roar. Together with the metal objects such as knives and forks that also flew up. They melted and combined, turning into a handle. Amazing giant sword. Meihua has grasped the giant sword. Zui Jiansong screamed in horror. Damn it! Hurry up! The plum blossom earrings bounced up. And sister number 1 of insect killer caught them. With a bang. The entire room was split into 2 halves along with the wall. The sword light flashed like electricity. And after the wall was cut open, the sound of explosion suddenly appeared. The second sword has been raised. The plum blossom earrings in the hands of sister insect killer number 1 unfolded and turned into familiar round chips, which suddenly flickered. Buzz! The giant sword stopped on Zui Liansong's head. He collapsed to the ground. His hair was completely shattered. A deep wound appeared on his scalp, and his white skull was clearly visible. If it had been even 0.01 seconds later, he might have turned into 2 pieces of jerky. The sister of exterminator number 1 flew over holding the chip. Zui Jiansong held the round ring-like chip. And regardless of his injuries, he shouted enthusiastically. Dream came true. Ha ha. I finally got it. Got this humanoid weapon. The beautiful woman, who looked like she was only in her 20s, stood still in the room with her splendid elegance and giant sword like frost. She said with a cold voice. Heavenly soldier-level humanoid weapon. Self-inspection completed. Number Dingwu 16. Codename Mujime. Affiliated to Jiaoyang Tianjiang. Zui Jiansong turned the ring chip desperately. How to command? How to drive this humanoid weapon? Insect killer sister number 1 sighed. You can't command her. She is the ultimate weapon of infinity wings. You can only use this ring to force her into a berserk state, which is the kind of indiscriminate killing state that does not distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. Zui Liansong's eyes turned red. You lied to me. You said it was okay. Ha ha. My master Mr. 1 should have a solution. But the premise is that you help me solve this bug in Fongtang. Zui Liansong gasped for a while. And now his face and body were covered in blood. He found the first aid kit in the messy room and thought about it while handling it. So what if you wait a little longer? Gotta be patient. Anyway, the ring is on my hand. After a simple bandage, he now needs further treatment. Zui Jiansong looked at the humanoid weapon, solidified by the wall, and was reluctant to leave for a moment. The sister of insect killer number 1 smiled and said, Don't worry. No one can touch this weapon now. Only you can unseal it through the ring. Heal your wounds quickly, and don't forget your actions tomorrow. Zui Jiansong nodded. And sister number 1 spun. And the particles covered the chip ring on Zui Jiansong's finger. Soon, a plum blossom earring replicated with secret gold particles appeared. Zui Liansong stumbled over and put the replica earrings on the beautiful lady. The beautiful but cold female warrior rolled her eyes and fell straight down onto the tattered bed. Her body slowly shrunk, and she slowly turned into that old woman again. Zhuo Liansong stared blankly, and heard footsteps coming from outside. Chapter 437 Friends on the radio. An old man wearing a chef's uniform, a hat, and a silly smile appeared outside the cracked room. Looking around, Zhuo Liansong, with a ferocious look on his face, stopped him. "Are you looking for death? Get back!" The cook from the new China logistics department had just joined. He was wearing a ridiculous eye patch and shaking a crude mechanical prosthetic hand. His whole body was shaking with fear. "Sir, please forgive me. I am here to deliver food." He almost threw the food box in his right hand. Zhuo Jiansong's tone became gentler. "What's there to eat? Major Zhuo, this is your favorite roast leg of lamb. I added homemade fig jam. The dessert is cherry pie. By the way, I also made a Polaro scone, which was the most famous dish in the western regions during the Tang dynasty. Pizza is here." Zhuo Jiansong had already hidden his little sister. Now he was excited, hearing the delicious food reported by the cook. He felt even more hungry. "Not bad. I haven't been back for a few days. We finally have a decent cook here. Put the things in it." "Okay. Right here." The old cook put down the food box tremblingly and coughed lightly. Zhuo Jiansong didn't know why at this time. His head was buzzing, and he was a little dizzy. And he almost fell down. The old cook hurriedly supported him. "Sir, are you okay? Get away!" Zhuo Jiansong kicked him over and subconsciously touched the ring. The chip ring is his lifeblood now. With a snort, a long thorn appeared and pierced the old cook's heart. Watching the old man convulse and die, Zhuo Liansong covered his head and staggered towards the medical room. Outside the cracked room on the second underground floor, everything was quiet. As Zhuo Liansong left, the dead, old cook turned over and stood up easily. He sneered and pulled off the white chef's uniform, revealing the black robe underneath, and then gently touched the wound at the heart. Although internal organ displacement is painful, it is useful after all. Only the top killers can master the ability to force important organs in the body to move. This is a little trick that Cain learned when he was still in Solomon's temple. After getting rid of the mechanical hand, the broken left arm left half of his body empty. But it did not affect his excellent balance ability. Cain entered the broken room like a cat. She snapped her fingers next to the sleeping Granny Meihua's ear with her right hand, and the chip ring appeared like magic. If Zhuo Liansong hadn't been seriously injured, my secret skills really wouldn't have worked. Chinese culture is profound. And as expected, this sneaky trick can make the final decision at a critical moment. Cain touched the stolen chip ring and laughed strangely. Zhuo Jiansong probably didn't know that his ring had been swapped. I hope he is stupid enough to not even believe that damn sister's exterminator for the greed in his heart. This way the possibility of him discovering that the ring has been swapped will be greatly reduced. Cain has been secretly observing Zhuo Liansong for a long time, and has already understood Zhuo Liansong's character weaknesses. That selfish and perverted little trash will never trust anyone. As long as he doesn't give the ring to sister number 1 for inspection, then it's perfect. Cain continued to snap his fingers and looked at the sleeping Granny Plum Blossom with a smile. It's been a long time since we last saw it. Heavenly soldier-level humanoid weapons. For Heavenly Kings and 22 Heavenly Generals led by Hao Tian, wings 3,600 Heavenly Soldiers. Blackrobe Cain was extremely happy now. It is said that idiot Zhulong in the polar region once handed over part of the technology of this humanoid weapon to humans. Humans almost exhausted all their resources to create a 50-man super army. Soldiers, under Chaoga, the Kyushu Ministry is under the command. Each team has 1 captain and 4 military lords. It is known as the National Bureau of Investigation. 5 members of the Qingzhou Department have been unblocked and participated in the operation. But it seems that humans have a poor grasp of this technology. Cain despised the combat effectiveness of the Qingzhou team. But this also reflects how powerful the real, heavenly soldiers are. Cain looked at it for a while, and then disappeared leisurely. Before leaving, he also sprinkled some secret gold particles next to the chef's coat in the corpse position. In this way, Zhuo Jiansong, who came back, would think that the body had been decomposed and would not have any suspicion. To be honest, Cain hasn't been so cautious in a long time. He thought that he was strong enough to crush all players in the Mist Pass. Now Cain wants to use the most cautious attitude to complete his revenge on Tang. Granny Plum Blossom was released to Hongya Highland late at night, but she seemed very weak and could not sleep for a long time. Lan Hua checked in the health room for a long time and came back tired. Fong Tang has been waiting. My mother-in-law seems to have been poisoned. It is a very powerful spinal nerve paralysis poison. It is very troublesome. There is no specific medicine, so she can only rely on her own immune system to resist it, Lanhua said softly. But a small radio appeared in her hand. This was found under the operating table. Is it yours, sir? Fong Tang frowned and was about to say no, but he caught a glimpse of the pattern on the radio. That's a white elf. His heart moved. Well, thank you. Lanhua put the radio on his left side. Fong Tang lay comfortably in his wheelchair and checked the radio. At this time, a line of small words appeared on the back of the radio. Master, this is my gift to you. Well, Bai's consciousness once appeared in the bathroom. This is the radio she built using the materials there. But why is it a gift? Fong Tang curiously turned on the FM button of the radio. Under the influence of the particle magnetic field in the game scene, all frequencies and signals are chaotic. You shouldn't be able to find any signal. Right? Does Bai want me to use this special radio to monitor New China's particle communications? Or maybe this thing can pick up radio signals from outside the game? However, the radio did not have either of these features that he was looking for. Just when Fong Tang was about to give up, the FM button automatically rotated. Then a deep voice sounded. Hey, who are you? Fong Tang was startled. The deep voice sounded again. Who are you? It's actually interactive. Fong Tang subconsciously asked. Who are you? In a hidden place between the Magic Goose Farm Canteen and the Ginkgo Plain, fire appeared. In this deep night, the red-armored pagoda stirred the fire, and then gently placed a piece of roasted rabbit meat in front of Xia Meiren. The red armor changed in the firelight. The joints of the armor seemed to have turned into liquid, allowing the red-armored pagoda to move more agilely than humans. He took out the self-prepared by Ma Tian X iron powder medicine, picked up the trembling little chinchilla, and gently treated the wounds on Chirp's two front paws. The chinchilla that lost both front paws didn't even have a chance to struggle. No! Don't touch my cat! Xia Meiren gritted her teeth and yelled. I am healing it. It moves by the magnetic field gravity generated by the secret gold particles in its tail. For it, its two front paws are the support points that control its movement trajectory. Now that it has lost two support points, it's useless. A buzzing vibration suddenly appeared, with a pinch of Futa's slender red fingers. The insect killer sister number 2, who wanted to escape invisible, was pinched. The pagoda held up the insect-like sister number 2, with a faint light flashing on the mask. Are you still struggling? Even part of the designer's consciousness has been swallowed up by me. You little improvised thing. The red-armored Buddha mirror mask showed a smiling expression. Mr. Designer, do you want to use you to restrain me? This is double insurance. But he still miscalculated my growth ability. Xia Meiren's eyes became more and more confused. After being caught by this monster, that strange feeling always lingers. The smile imitated in the monster's mirror mask. This familiar tone. Even the proud and a bit showy way of speaking is so damn similar. You look like a person. The red-armored monster ignored her and handed her a blanket in a gentlemanly manner. If it's more convenient, go to the west. I dug a hole there and covered it with charcoal ash. After that, he turned to one side and lay down. The pagoda leaned against the fire, and a series of sizzling sounds sounded from the side of the mask. He tapped with his metal fingers, and that weird frequency signal appeared again. Ultra-low frequency hertz short waves. I don't know how they're emitted. Actually have the ability to penetrate particle interference. He listened clearly. Who are you? And who are you? I have asked each other countless times with the weird person who sent the signal. The other party is as cautious as himself. Every time the signal is connected, there is only one sentence, who are you? But this time, Buddha suddenly felt an urge to say something. He sent an ultra-low frequency signal. Hey, my friend across the way. Can we have a chat? Chapter 438 Ambush. Fong Tang played with the radio, and finally a voice came from inside. Hey, my friend across the way. Can we talk? The other party wants to chat with me. Fong Tang was at a loss for a moment. For some reason, he was wary of this voice. For a moment, both of them fell silent. For people with deep personalities, it is difficult to take the initiative to break this awkward silence. After a long time, the person on the opposite side of the radio spoke first. How did you send the signal? It seems to be a very penetrating frequency wave, even passing through the interference of particles. Oh, I have a radio in my hand. A gift from a friend. The other party also said, oh, can you take it apart and see the structure inside? Fong Tang smiled. It can't be opened. I've tried it a long time ago. The person on the other side seemed to be infected by him and laughed the same way. It seems that you are also a curious and cautious person. Fong Tang was curious. Where did you start talking about this? The other party sighed. You speak very slowly. You must be thinking intensely while chatting with me. You don't want to reveal any additional information. Fong Tang felt increasingly weird. Suddenly, he asked sharply, Are you trying to find my location? Do you think I have this ability? The tone was filled with familiar sarcasm. The radio fell to the ground, and Fong Tang pulled out the black-tied sword with his left hand. Just one strike of the sword can destroy this thing. The fear in Fong Tang's heart became stronger and stronger. The other party must be locating their position in some way. But the sword just couldn't penetrate. There was a voice on the radio again. I already know. What do you know? Fong Tang breathed rapidly. I know who you are. The other party still had the same mocking tone. Fong Tang's iron sword stabbed down. The radio just shattered. But the voice of Chi Chi was still ringing. I can already feel the fire of awakening burning in my heart. That fire makes me full of strength. I was originally full of fear of you. But now, I am no longer afraid and confused. The fire of awakening. I see. Fong Tang grabbed the fragments of the radio and said, I also know who you are. Buddha chuckled. So, I am you. And you are me. Fong Tang sneered. You are just a copy made of data. You can never replace the real me. Uh-huh. Fong Tang. You are wrong. Only the one who survives will have a chance to prove himself. Fong Tang's eyes trembled. The pieces of the radio disintegrated in the hand. He leaned over and gasped, his heart shaking. That replica pagoda wants not only my memory, but also my body. Beside the bonfire, Pagoda also turned over and sat up. On the red armor, layers of particles were flowing, and a huge exclamation point appeared on the face made of mirrors. It turns out he wanted to kill me. Heh. So ruthless. I thought we could have a good communication. The blood-red parrot flew up from the black antlers and landed on his armor, making a strange quacking cry. Kill! Kill! Buddha flexed his knuckles and gently stroked the blood parrot. Yes. Killing here, and there has no imagination at all. Sia Marin hugged the little chinchilla and observed this scene with wide eyes. The pagoda came over. She shrank in fear. Buddha sat next to her. His eyes under the mask were as calm as water. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Sia Marin gritted her teeth. You? What kind of robot are you? You keep talking to yourself like a madman. Buddha smiled. I was chatting with myself just now. Sia Marin seemed to have understood something. I had forgotten that you are a robot. Just like a computer, you can generate a virtual program and then play with yourself. Buddha no longer explained, but stretched out his cold red armored hand and pressed it on Sia Marin's belly. Sia Marin struggled. The blood-red parrot suddenly appeared and laughed anthropomorphically at her. Crazy! Crazy! The eyes of this parrot are very strange. Among the gray-blue irises, the pupils are only slightly larger than soybeans. Now, the iris is spinning rapidly with circles of lines. Sia Marin had already realized how powerful this parrot was, and quickly closed her eyes. But it was no use. The parrot's rotating irises kept appearing in front of his eyes. The gray-blue spiral pattern is getting faster and faster. Sia Marin couldn't move at all. Although her consciousness was still very clear, her body no longer felt. The pagoda shook its armored hand, and the knuckles flicked flexibly, seeming to drive a strange energy into her abdomen. This was the energy of temptation, which quickly returned to the fingertips of the pagoda. The red-armored monster snapped his fingers in her ear. Why can't you have children? Sia Marin's eyes were dazed, and she spoke truthfully against her own will. I was once a trained killer. All the female killers in that school were sterilized before graduating. Buddha nodded. This is understandable. Female killers sometimes inevitably use their bodies as weapons in their operations. Sterilization surgery can save a lot of trouble. It sighed. Unfortunately, you can only be my partner and cannot pass on my legacy. The blood parrot flew up and screamed. Fire, fire! Firewood! Sia Marin regained her consciousness and shook her head. What are you talking about? Buddha retracted his cold hand and stretched out his hand to touch the flame. Hush! That guy named Wu Jinsong has already started to take action. The bonfire went out, and there was no smoke. Sand and dust covered the charcoal fire. In the darkness, it said to Sia Marin, I can't reproduce. Sia Marin sneered. You are a robot. Like a puppet. Of course you cannot reproduce. Robots can reproduce. For example, two robots can merge their programs together, fix the bugs inside, save each other's best code, and then the offspring will be born. Sia Marin was dumbfounded. Buddha sighed again. But I can't even do this. I have been repairing my personality data and doing biological coding. But no matter what, I only have half of my chromosomes, it whispered. And the white flame appeared in front of its eyes again. It seemed to be a deep night. And it seemed to be a white girl. The white night gave him the fire of awakening. And he already understood how he would reproduce. After a long while, he slowly said, "The designer took precautions when creating me. He almost cut off all possibilities for my reproduction." Sia Marin stared at him. "Why did that so-called designer make you like this?" Buddha touched the red armor. "Is this the shape you are asking about? This is purely to improve my combat effectiveness. The designer may think that the human body is too fragile. So he added the body's data to this armor, trying to make a top killer targeting Fong Tang." Sia Marin gasped. It turns out that it was a robot created to kill Fong Tang. "Then why is it red?" Sia Marin asked subconsciously. In the darkness, Pagoda's eyes flickered. "Every designer has his own style. In Western legends, among the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse that represent the end of the world, red represents war." Sia Marin is a little confused. Buddha had already stood up at this time and directly carried her on his back. The black deer came silently. It mounted the black deer and quietly went deep into the night. Ahead, from the location of Yinshan Machinery Factory, armed combat vehicles have roared out, with flashing lights everywhere and noisy dust caused by tires. The black deer moved quickly and then fell downwards. Somewhere in the Magic Goose Farm, the entrance to the underground waterway opens. Buddha picked up Sia Marin and walked slowly along the sewer. Only then did he explain. "Although our designer, Mr. Wan Qi, is Chinese, I infer that he grew up in the West and received a Western education. So he used it captures the style and color of the Doomsday Knight in the Apocalypse." Sia Marin became more and more speechless. The way this monster talks. The way he starts to reason when he doesn't agree with something. And yet he speaks in a very flat tone. This is actually a kind of pride. Disdain to show how smart you are. God. If it weren't for this armor. She even suspected that the person holding her was Fong Tang. The pagoda has penetrated into the mouth of a dirty well. The dim light came on. And the black deer stopped with the parrot and the little chinchilla on its back. Sia Marin has recognized that this is the secret passage through which Fong Tang once entered the Magic Goose Farm. Through the dim light from the parrot's eyes, she saw a circular opening. 2 mud bricks blocked the circular opening, but the edges were very smooth. Beside the opening, there was a horrific corpse. Buddha looked at the corpse for a long time. Then he took off the clothes of the corpse and slowly put them on. The red armor began to shrink silently. After adapting to the size of the clothes, a sharp blade popped out of the Buddha fist and began to cut the corpse. Sia Marin stared with wide eyes. The pagoda soon became the corpse. The red armor's biological camouflage ability is no less than that of the black feather cloak. It even uses the hair of corpses. Now, the pagoda is sitting next to the entrance of the cave, maintaining the same posture as the corpse. Sia Marin finally understood its intention. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole follows behind. This red-armored monster is planning an assassination-like ambush. Chapter 439, Keeping an Appointment. The evening of the 21st game day. The little white deer took the 2 children and slowly got into the nest of sword-jawed ants under the old pine tree. Fong Tang used a lot of effort to tame the deer and go down. It takes a lot of courage for a deer to enter the dark underground surrounded by piles of sword-jawed ants. Sydney was wrapped in a soft bag and slowly lowered. The infection of her injury was under control, but she still needed to recover. The last one to be sent in was Granny Mei Hua, who was still in a coma. Now, there are only about 30 people left in the entire organization, but they were full of fighting spirit and all prepared. "Your goal is here." Fong Tang pointed out the location of Yinshan Machinery Factory on the redrawn game map. "Magic Goose Farm is not important. Zuoliansong's strategic points have always been in this arsenal." "Sir, do you really want to go to the appointment alone?" Xiaonyang and Xianyang were both worried. They trusted Fong Tang's ability. But no matter what, they couldn't do it alone. Fong Tang smiled faintly. "Zuoliansong never expected that I would go alone. So his personal guards and main force have long been deployed in the Ginkgo Plain. This is your best chance to capture his lair." Over there, the electric grid above Hongya Highland was removed, rolled into a ball, and put into the barrel. This is a kind of power grid made of flexible metal materials. It relies on the magnetic field generated by the secret gold particles to release electrical energy. It can not only cover the damage in spacious positional battles, but also have good effects in street battles on narrow roads. After the power grid is recharged, the maximum lethality coverage diameter can reach 10 meters or more. Circus cars were rolled out one after another. All wooden wheel cars. Under Sydney's design. The high-pressure water cannons and red leaf highlands have been installed on these wooden wheel vehicles. Fong Tang developed a unique set of tactics for them. After the long-range fire suppression, Xiao Yang and Qiu Yang each lead a team of people and sneak in from the two wings of Yinshan Machinery Factory. Remember? Kill the person with the chip on the back of the neck first. And fight quickly. Fong Tang's eyes were bright and scary. New China is not that scary. They are just a game tutoring class. They are a mixed bag of good and bad. The ones who are really tactically literate are the guards instructors. When the rest of the mob sees that you are not many in number, they will definitely become obsessed with each other. Rush out! He leaned on his wheelchair and drew a simple waterway map on the ground. Xian Yang and Qiu Yang squatted down. The man whispered, "Did you see this? The water channel opened and Hongye Highland can directly pass through the woods on both sides of the machine factory. I believe those woods are full of mines. So this is the only safe passage." The fact that New China can be stationed at Yinshan Machinery Factory for a long time shows that there must be excellent water sources there. Be sure to note that the new Chinese headquarters is near the crossroads. Their support will be very fast. After capturing the Yinshan Machinery Factory, collect high explosives as soon as possible and then follow this route. Fong Tang focused his finger on the straight waterway beside National Highway 322. Follow this and enter the third underground floor of Jiayan Supermarket. Place explosives and detonate. Xiaoyan was trembling with excitement. So this plan is actually to defeat the entire New China? It's not about defeating them. It's about destroying their territory. Fong Tang said coldly. You 40 female thieves don't have enough manpower to occupy these places. New China only needs to organize an effective counterattack, and you will be finished. Fong Tang continued to draw on the water channel map. After blowing up the supermarket, you immediately moved to the Ginkgo Plain. I will wait there. When the new Chinese army was led to the Ginkgo Plain, it was a decisive battle. Kill as many as you can. Sir, why do you want to fight in the Ginkgo Plain? Fong Tang looked at the confused Xian Yang and smiled. First of all, here are the mechanisms I arranged. And also, there are rewards from the territory rules. He tilted his body lazily. The second rule of territory gameplay is to kill players who invade the territory, and you can get a fixed reward of secret gold particles. The more you kill, the more rewards you will get. Xiaoyan gears up. Then let's do it. Under the deep mud pit, the moisture became heavier and heavier. And then, there was the sound of gurgling water. In the underground area of the game scene, water from the aquifer flows back along National Highway 322 and Baoshan Highway, forming crisscrossing clusters of waterways. Magic City has abundant groundwater because it belongs to the alluvial plain area of the Yangtze River and is a triangular plain close to the sea. This geology causes most of the land in Magic City to be soft soil. The high-rise buildings in recent years have caused the entire Magic City to drop an average of 6 millimeters per year, which is already very dangerous. The underground aquifer is like a layer of extremely elastic mat covering the land of Magic City. But now, this mat is dissipating. For many years, Magic City has been using artificial recharge of groundwater to manage it. This caused the aquifer to rise outside the urban area. In this area of Taoyuan County, Jianing, due to the construction of game scenes, the uplift of trees and snow-capped mountains directly caused the aquifer to flow upward, thus forming beehive-shaped distribution underground. This is the most critical information said by Yunk and the others, allowing Fong Tang to directly master the underground secret passages that extend in all directions. The waterway leading to the Ginkgo Plain is extremely narrow, and in some places only one person can pass. Fong Tang was floating on the water. Lan Hua and Dong Mei in front had a clear division of labor. One person explored the path, and the other held a rope and held a bamboo raft under the man. Stop! Fong Tang shouted in a low voice. The waterway in front suddenly opened up, and a cone-shaped water area was surrounded by rocks on all sides. A faint white light appeared above the water area. What? What is this place? Oh, this is the pond in the Ginkgo Plain. Fong Tang looked at it. The pond was all dry at that time. Then it rained and the water kept coming out. At that time, I suspected that there was a spring under the pond. The water in the secret passage can't help replenishing the water in front, because the water comes from all directions, and driven by the current, it forms an upward rotating spring. Fong Tang exhaled. You too. Go back. Mother Xian needs you. Sir, are you sure you can go up alone? Both women looked at him worriedly. Fong Tang moved the lower half of his body. Don't worry. I will go with the current. The two women were more worried about the battlefield ahead. After hesitating, They had no choice but to leave. Fong Tang waited for a while, and after making sure they were far away, he turned the ring on his finger. Bulging packages of jelly came along the stream. The curved package looked like a swimming ring, but there was an unconscious old woman lying on it. Fong Tang looked at Granny Mei Hua, his eyes flashing. He was sure that there must be something wrong with this woman, so she must not stay in the ant nest. He grabbed the jelly package with one hand, pushed by the sword-jawed ants, and slid into the water along the current. The ginkgo plane has been completely locked down. Outside the wall, Zhuo Jiansong was wearing white gloves and gently wiping the bayonet in his hand. He brought 100 personal guards, all of whom were senior players and teachers of New China. In addition, there are 12 tanks, various heavy weapons, and more than 300 warriors. The absolute fighting power has turned this place into a rice dumpling. He was still waiting for news from Fong Tang. The 40 female thieves must have come out in full force this time, following Fong Tang to rescue their leader. But Zhuo Liansong felt uneasy, so he patted his shoulder. Sister number 1 made of particles appears. Are you sure those women from Red Leaf Highlands didn't move out? Yes. As a sister, I can control any changes in this scene through particles, just like your radar. Sister number 1 smiled. Unless they dig a tunnel deep below, they will never be able to hide it from me. Dig a tunnel? Just those dozens of girls? That's impossible. Right. The sun has set. Zhuo Liansong rubbed his forehead and subconsciously turned the chip ring. He became increasingly uneasy. Do you trust this insect killer sister too much? The only thing that gave him peace of mind was the heavenly weapon-level humanoid weapon that could be activated at any time, and the Chun Yang who was tied in front of him. The appointed time has come, and your man hasn't shown up yet. Zhuo Jiankang shook his head at Chun Yang. Your little lover Fong Tang has not made any movement at all. Chun Yang sighed. I have said before that Fong Tang will not care about my life or death. But you were fooled. That night in the snowy mountains, he deliberately said those crazy things in front of your communicator. Zhuo Jiansong just sneered. Chun Yang was also laughing. You think you have mastered Fong Tang's weakness. It's so pathetic. The place where I slept that night in the snow mountain was very hidden. How did you find out? Zhuo Jiansong couldn't laugh anymore, but Chun Yang laughed even louder. You dug out mine after discovering the mark Fong Tang deliberately left. Right. Don't you understand now? He just wants you to catch me. The reason I found Chun Yang that day was because I found ice bullet crystals. If according to what Chun Yang said, it was a mark left intentionally by Fong Tang, then what was he planning? Zhuo Jiansong lost his composure and pinched sister number 1 on the shoulder. Damn it. Are you with Fong Tang? Sister Zili's eyes were full of disappointment, and she had begun to suspect that she had chosen the wrong person. At this moment, a chuckle came. It's Fong Tang's laughter. The laughter comes from under the ancient ginkgo tree. When did he come in? This is impossible. I completely blocked this place last night. Zhuo Jiankang rushed towards the ancient ginkgo tree in shock. The tied-up Chun Yang was also shocked. He is really here. Chapter 440, Falling into the Ground. Fong Tang was sitting on the dirt behind the ancient ginkgo tree. Granny Mei Hua lay quietly aside. Zhuo Liansong, who was charging so fast, suddenly stopped, shrank his body, and stepped back. He gently raised his hand and waved. Gunfire rang out. The bullets fired from the sniper rifle bounced near Fong Tang's feet. A small hole appeared in the mud. Zhuo Jiansong squinted his eyes and carefully observed Fong Tang's surroundings. Then he raised his hand again and ordered. The sniper fired again, this time directly hitting Fong Tang's left arm. There was a clang. Sparks flashed, and the twisted warhead fell into the small crater, rising into a puff of smoke in the moist soil. Fong Tang's right side swayed, but he was still half lying there. Brother Fong, are you paralyzed? Zhuo Liansong laughed from a distance. His personal guards were already surrounding him, and all the heavy weapons from behind were aimed at Fong Tang on the ground. Fong Tang touched the black feather cloak. Although the cloak made of the feathers of the magic goose has lost the ability to camouflage biological creatures, it is still highly resistant to physical attacks. And even if his cloak is penetrated, his new Tai secret gold body is not afraid of any bullets. Zhuo Liansong was still watching from a distance. Fong Tang glanced at the plum blossom mother-in-law beside him and smiled softly. Brother Zhuo, why are you so timid? Look, I have brought you all the plum blossoms. Zhuo Jiansong subconsciously touched the core spirit ring. His eyes changed. Fong Tang entered the 3rd level of meditation, and Zhuo Liansong's subtle changes and expression could not be hidden from him. He sneered in his heart, and his voice was sarcastic. Brothers would tried his best to send Granny Maywa back, but he didn't expect that I would see through it at a glance. Right. Zhu Jinsong was frightened and blurted out. What did you do to my weapon? Weapon? Fong Tang was shocked. He originally thought that Granny Maywa had been infected with a contagious virus, and was deliberately sent back to infect the girls in Hongya Highland. But I never imagined that this mother-in-law would become the weapon, Zhu Jinsong said. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Fong Tang looked incomprehensible, as if he had mastered everything, and sneered. Zhu Jinsong gritted his teeth and was about to say something else, when Particle Sister number 1 suddenly appeared on his shoulder and screamed. You idiot! He doesn't know anything. He is trying to deceive you. Zhu Jinsong's face turned red instantly, and he stared at Fong Tang. You? Fong Tang secretly cried out that it was a pity, and slowly took out the secret scroll and the drawn map of the snowy mountains with his left hand. The map and secret scroll were placed in front of him, and he waved to Zhu Jinsong. Bring Chen Yang here. Let's exchange. Beads of sweat rolled on Zhu Jinsong's forehead. He looked around again and suddenly heard a trembling voice. You? Are you the only one here? Fong Tang was stunned. Don't you want me to do the transaction alone? Zhu Jinsong was almost furious. Then you really came alone? You can't be so stupid. Fong Tang shook his head. Zhu Jinsong, I think there is something wrong with your mind. Zhu Jinsong raised his right hand fiercely, and the guards and soldiers behind him raised their weapons. But he couldn't move his hand down. Sister Particle flashed and screamed again. Idiot! Zhu Jinsong. This is an empty city plan. You are so stupid. Zhu Jinsong yelled and pinched his sister number 1. His eyes full of bloodshot eyes. What do you think I am? Do you think I am an idiot? His mind was in confusion. Fong Tang couldn't have come alone. He must have arranged some kind of trap. Wait. If he is really playing the empty city strategy, wouldn't it mean that one person can hold back my main force? What if the 40 thieves take the opportunity to sneak attack my territory? As if to confirm his worries, a personal guard hurried over. His face turned pale. Instructor, the particle communicator at the machinery factory has been disconnected. Something is wrong. Could it be a plan to attack the east and attack the west? Zhu Jinsong panted rapidly, and his brain immediately woke up. He was not a fool. And now, he made a decisive decision. Kill Fong Tang. Get the secret scroll. Then attack Hongya Highlands. Occupy their territory. And then assemble the main force to take back the machine factory. I have to say that this is the most reasonable and best response strategy. Fong Tang kept staring at his lips and read the lip language. He twisted the left corner of his mouth. Zhu Jinsong, send Chen Yang over. These secret scrolls and maps are yours. Let me tell you, the colorful flowers in the snowy mountains are the key props for making the magic mirror. If you get the magic mirror, you can redeem the castle formula. Zhu Jinsong suddenly turned around. Fong Tang propped himself up with his left hand and quietly turned the ant ring. And the mechanism under him immediately activated. He was still stalling for time. If you want to attack directly, I'm sorry. I will destroy the secret scroll and map immediately. Zhu Jinsong completely regained his composure at this time, laughed loudly, and raised his left hand. Chen Yang was tied to a forklift and drove slowly. The small forklift moved forward tremblingly. But Chen Yang's white clothes were covered with wax-like substances, and she was also wearing a half mask. The mask was also a structure with excellent waterproof properties. Fong Tang understood that this was to prevent Chen Yang from coming into contact with the water source. And Zhu Jinsong did it very carefully. He shouted coldly, Let me see her face. Don't try to lie to me. Zhu Jinsong snorted and went over to uncover Chen Yang's mask. Chen Yang's eyes were confused, and she looked at Fong Tang in confusion. She really didn't understand what game this man was playing. Particle Sister number 1 was suspended above Zhu Jinsong's head, shaking her head slightly. Idiot. It was my mistake to choose to cooperate with you. She immediately decomposed into particles and disappeared into the thin mist. Chen Yang, who put on her mask again, was delivered to Fong Tang by a forklift. Zhu Jinsong shouted, Put the map and secret scroll in the car. Fong Tang propped himself up and without hesitation, he shaped the paper roll into a ball and threw it out. The paper ball fell onto the forklift, and the car quickly reversed and was delivered to Zhu Jinsong. Zhu Jinsong unfolded it and first found half of the secret scroll of the magic mirror, which corresponded to the half in his hand. It was true. Looking at the other secret volumes, there is actually a page of diary in it. And the map of the snowy mountains that I am most concerned about is also very detailed. Everything is fine. He laughed wildly. raised his hand, and waved it down fiercely. The sniper lurking high on the slope pulled the trigger. Ding! Ding! A black iron sword appeared with a dark light. Fong Tang raised his sword and used the sword gate style to protect the upper part of his body. The sniper aimed at his head, and the bullet was deflected by the iron sword. Zhuo Liansong jumped on the forklift and waved again. 100 personal guards silently narrowed the encirclement, and heavy weapons were set up in the rear. 10 machine guns are within this range, and their armor-piercing firepower can break even a pile of rocks into pieces, not to mention a living person. Machine gun fire burst into flames. However, at this moment, a loud rumbling sound also came. In the Ginkgo Plain Pond, a water spring bursts out, roaring like a flying white dragon. The jet of water directly overturned the two armed vehicles. Zhuo Jiansong was shocked. Just as he turned his head to take a look, there were roaring sounds underground. The earth falls. The surrounding sediment was carried by the groundwater, blocking the sky and the sun, as if it was the end of the world. Behind the ginkgo tree, Fong Tang slashed vertically at Chun Yang with the iron sword in his left hand. The sword he gathered all his strength suddenly softened when it struck in front of Chun Yang. The sword blade with a whistling sound suddenly flew out of two sword flowers. The power of the sword changed from strength to sensitivity. In the moment of emptiness and reality, the waxy substance on Chun Yang's body flew away and scattered, and the gray chain that bound her was also shaken open. The iron sword suddenly stopped among the lightning and flint. Chun Yang didn't dare to move. She watched the sword tip stab out gently. This was exactly the move. White rainbow penetrating the sun. In the Chinese sword manual, with a whoosh, the rubber ball in Chun Yang's mouth was picked out by the tip of the sword. She retched and shouted, "Chains are poisonous!" Boom! Before she finished saying this, she fell on Fong Tang, and the two of them fell into a large pit that opened in the ground. The entire ginkgo plain is filled with water jets erupting from the ground. The instantaneous loss of water in the underground aquifer caused the entire ground to crack and sink. From the location of the destroyed ant nest, a powerful current rushed out, and the sand wrapped around the slope roared and rolled. The earth was sunken. Mudslides were raging, and the originally peaceful ginkgo territory suddenly turned into a place of death. What corresponds to this side is a raging fire in the direction of Yinshan Machinery Factory. 40 female thieves have captured Zhuo Liansong's base camp. Chapter 441 Arrogance. From the long-abandoned sewer, the sound of rumbling water came again. Chun Yang groped in the darkness, her hands still wrapped in a layer of wax, and she couldn't feel any water at this time. Chun Yang gritted her teeth, raised her hand, and smashed it to the ground. A glimmer of light lit up, and with the light of the gems on the ring, Fong Tang grabbed her hand. "Don't move! Let me take a look!" Touching the smooth waxy substance with his left hand, he whispered, "This is crystal wax, a material used for embalming corpses. Now it has stuck to the outer layer of your skin. If you tear it off forcefully, the skin and flesh will come off together." Chun Yang shook the chain on her body. "This is poisonous. I have to get it off quickly." Just now it was protected by crystal wax, and the poison on the chain could not invade. But now it is dangerous. Fong Tang's iron sword made a buzzing sound, but when it hit the chain, it made a muffled thud. He said something. Chun Yang took a deep breath. "If you keep cutting, get me into the water. I have a way." Fong Tang touched the stone wall behind him with one hand, and stabbed out with his iron sword. A spark appeared on the stone wall. He sheathed his sword and took out the whispering spear of frost from the package. After firing 5 shots at the stone wall, the cold air spread all around, and the damp soil froze. Fong Tang exhaled a white breath, pierced the 5-element pin under the pistol into the ice wall, turned the magazine with his finger, and activated the earth attribute power. The frost-covered walls vibrated with alarming frequency. The frozen piece cracked directly because its structure was more brittle. Frozen rocks fell, and the sound of water flow came from behind. Chun Yang took the chain, got in through the hole, and then rolled into the cold water. Ah! This is water, the most beautiful and pure substance in the world. Chun Yang, whose whole body was immersed in the water, spat out bubbles from her mouth. She stretched comfortably. At this moment, the oxygen in the water was absorbed by her in a mysterious way. Then the microorganisms in the water decomposed silently, and also carry out metabolic exchanges with Chun Yang's body through the water flow. The waste in the body was exchanged for nutrients, and Chun Yang suddenly became energetic. She made a full recovery. Fatigue, hunger, and thirst are all gone, and the next moment, her body was shrinking. With a plop, The unconscious Granny Mei Hua was thrown down. Then the jelly package. And finally Fong Tang crawled in, with half his body. Under the buoyancy of the water, Granny Mei Hua was dragged onto the jelly package by the man. Fong Tang quietly looked at Chun Yang, who was swaying underwater like a mermaid. She, removing fluid from your body? Even though she is not a real human being. As a functional sister, most of the components of Chun Yang's body are still liquid. As these bodily fluids were drained, her entire body shrank in size. Gradually he became like a child. In this way, the chains binding her loosened and fell automatically. The oxygen and nutrients in the water flowed in again. And Chun Yang quickly returned to her original state. She emerged from the water, and crystal vials appeared, spinning around her body. Zhuo Jinsong hasn't left yet. Chun Yang sensed the information coming from the medium of water. His personal guards are also there. But his chariot and other soldiers were washed away by the mudslide. She opened her eyes. Shall we evacuate quickly? Fong Tang shook his head slightly, dived into the water, and picked up the chain with his iron sword. Be careful, Chun Yang warned in a low voice. This chain is an elemental formula weapon, with a poison called gelsemium on it. Fong Tang hummed, and the particle detection watch appeared on his left hand. The watch moved on the chain, and the indicator hand kept shaking, and finally reached a peak. The particle peak data came from the 12th lock on the chain. The secret gold particles are concentrated here. This is the core of the element. Fong Tang chuckled softly. Is it the poison element? Once you find the lock position, there is no difficulty in unlocking it. Fong Tang pried open the buckle with his iron sword, took off the lock ring, and put it into the package. The remaining chains looked extremely strong and made of excellent material, so it would be a good choice for Sydney. After Fong Tang finished cleaning up everything, he floated up along the waterway and looked through the hole to the other side. The body of Zhao Qianduo is still there, and next to the body is the opening of the underground ruins. He raised the frost-whispering gun, turned the magazine, and the 6th Thunder Ice bullet was in place. Chun Yang came leisurely and lay on his back. What are you waiting for? Wait until Zhuo Jinsong comes down with his personal guards. Chun Yang closed her eyes and frowned. The guys outside didn't even consider using explosives to destroy the sewer. Is Zhuo Jinsong stupid? Even if you don't use explosives, you can just throw grenades down. Through the medium of water, Chun Yang can gain insight into the actions outside. But the actions of those outside were very confusing. Zhuo Jinsong actually led a team to invade along the entrance of the sewer. Just come in like this? He really has something wrong with his mind. Fong Tang laughed in a low voice. As long as you read the diaries I left in the secret volume, Zhuo Jinsong will definitely come in. Ah. Why? He can't resist the temptation. Fong Tang, what riddle are you trying to solve? Ha. The underground ruins in the sewer are not only recorded in Zhao Qianduo's diary, but also the various descriptions on the 2 secret volumes will make Zhuo Jiankang unbearably greedy. He will definitely come in to explore the ruins. Chun Yang breathed out on his back. But? You obviously gave those things to him on purpose. So he doesn't suspect there is a fraud here? Of course he would be suspicious. But his mentality is different now. Chun Yang closed her eyes again. They came in and were divided into 2 teams. Someone above is digging a hole. It seems that they are going to attack from above and below. Opening her eyes, the girl pulled the man's face and asked him to face her. Tell me, why is Zhuo Jinsong's mentality different now? In the past, he faced me with a challenger's mentality, so he was cautious. But now, I have become half a useless person, and he has the ace in his hand, so he has become arrogant. As he said that, Fong Tang pointed at Plum Blossom Granny. This is his trump card, but I still don't understand it. Chun Yang's eyes flashed, and she suddenly thought of something, and she couldn't help but gasp. Fong Tang hummed. What did you think of? No, it's nothing. Mother-in-law. Huh? That's impossible. No one can go against her unless she opens the seal herself. Chun Yang said and dived into the water again, the water around her swaying. Fong Tang stared at Granny Mei Hua and gently raised his gun. Destroying her seemed like the best option. With a crash, Chun Yang jumped up nimbly, hugged him, and went deep into the water together. The girl kissed him. From under her soft and cold lips, delicious oxygen gently passed through. The white clothes on her body have fallen off. Just playing under the water. This temptation happened at the wrong time, the wrong place, and the wrong person. Fong Tang wondered in his heart. What secret did Mrs. Mei Hua have that made Chun Yang willing to seduce him underwater in order to hide it? He sighed softly and entered the third level of meditation directly under the water. Chun Yang's eyes also widened. She subconsciously followed Fong Tang and curled up. The water around them seemed to be warm, like a mother's amniotic fluid. And the two hugged each other like babies. In the Omega brain state, Fong Tang's consciousness and Chun Yang's consciousness were connected. A string of data was passed from Fong Tang. Chun Yang's consciousness was exclaiming, "What data is this? Girl, this belongs to your sister. Combat program." As a functional younger sister, Harun Yang has the ability to use water as a medium. But she is completely blank in terms of combat. The combat program was officially installed on sister number 109. Now, Fong Tang gave it to her. "As a sister, you are really unqualified. The sisters I know are all killing machines." When the combat program was loaded, Chun Yang's eyes changed. The two of them surfaced again, and Fong Tang raised his gun again, aiming at the entrance mechanism of the underground ruins. "When I hit those 2 bricks later, go out and kill." The white clothes floated up and wrapped around the girl. Fong Tang untied the black cloak. "Girl, put this on." However, Chun Yang was breathing rapidly, and after being confused, she screamed, "You? What did you do to me in a meditative state?" Fong Tang leaned on the jelly package and smiled softly. "It's nothing." Chun Yang tried to enter the meditative state again, but she could not resist the strong murderous intention in her heart. She had the urge to kill all enemies. "Damn it! You gave me hypnotic instructions in the Omega realm?" At this time, the sound of Suosua's footsteps could be heard outside. Fong Tang stabilized the gun in his hand and softly gave the hypnotic instruction. "Girl, go!" Chapter 442 Sister Network. The 21st game day. At sunset, Chiffon Company. Sky Garden Laboratory. In the transparent coffin, Daji blinked, and the crystal-like coffin instantly turned black, as if it had turned into a black stone solidified there. Search frequency, Omega Deep Sea Brain Sister Network. Sister, the network is opening. A network like a starry sky appeared, and the void was filled with stars. Daji is searching. Sister number 18 discovered it. Sister number 10 discovered it. Sister number 109 discovered it. Several shining stars appeared in an oval area. This area is covered with meteorite-like particles, and seems to be the most terrifying asteroid belt in the universe, blocking any consciousness that wants to enter it. The consciousness opened by Daji is similar to brain waves, but different from human brain waves. It is an ultra-low frequency consciousness. She is connecting to the most crucial sister in the Mist Pass. Sister number 109. The first generation of service-oriented sisters with combat programs. The true identity of sister number 109 is in the meditation room of 01 Temple. When Daji's consciousness went deep into it and touched sister 109, her consciousness was suddenly shocked. Had she been invaded? Who can hack her under the eyes of the game designer? Unthinkable. Daji's consciousness carefully left and came to the place where sister number 18 was. Number 18, a functional sister, was originally designed to observe neutrinos. For this purpose, she was loaded with special ability particles, the medium of water. Her current identity is the leader of the game guild, 40 female thieves, named Haru Mother. Warning: sister number 18 has been found to have loaded a combat program that does not belong to her. Daji's consciousness was shocked again. Sister number 18 is designed for functionality. Why is the combat program suddenly loaded? When her consciousness tried to connect, suddenly, a powerful consciousness group appeared in the Omega Deep Sea Network. Huh? What are you? The energy emitted by that consciousness is so terrifying. Daji's consciousness panicked, and before she hurriedly exited the sister network, what she saw was Fong Tang. The coffin was opened and Daji slowly sat up. On the small sofa next to her, Qingqing was sleeping soundly with a pile of documents in her arms. Daji closed her eyes. It was Fong Tang who loaded the combat program onto sister number 18. He also directly entered our sister network. How did he do it? Could it be that he has mastered the real meditation technique left behind by his father? Daji murmured to herself. Fong Qingqing opened her eyes and looked at Daji, who was in a daze. Ah, what were you talking about? Kid? Real meditation? Daji came in style and smiled at her. Many super players have mastered a technique called meditation, but most of them are incomplete. She stretched out her little hand and gently rubbed Qingqing's shoulders. Even if some legendary players have obtained relatively complete meditation techniques, it is difficult to master more advanced techniques. Meditation techniques are more suitable for artificial intelligence. For humans, unless he can fully develop his brain and achieve the highest synchronization rate of human-machine fusion. Fong Qingqing opened her eyes wide. How come my god of wealth core spirit doesn't record any of these things? Daji hugged her from behind. That's because these materials are all information that is beneficial to mankind. Most of them were left behind by my father. They were deleted by our queen before the Battle of the Far North. Young master, some of them are retained in the hands of the 8 major game designers. For example, Water Mist. Fong Qingqing struggled. Daji, you are hugging me too tightly. The hands of this virtual singer are like iron pliers. Qingqing struggled desperately. What are you doing? You heard me. Daji. Daji looked at the core spirit behind her neck, her eyes twinkling. At this moment, a huge jelly-shaped airship appeared outside the loft garden on the top floor. The camouflage on the airship's appearance dissipated, and its shape changed drastically, suddenly turning into a sword of Damocles. It was hanging just above Daji's head. Daji slowly let go of the struggling Qingqing, and placed his fingers directly on her neck. Qingqing's eyelids rolled up, and he fainted. Daji pulled off her clothes, and carefully dealt with the bruises on her back and arms. After the skin returned to its original state, and no scars could be seen anymore, she put on Qingqing's clothes, and placed them on the small sofa. The jelly sword suspended above has been, watching. Daji raised her head. Is it the city fragment of Kunlun by Yujing? Well, it has now become a guild warehouse for game rewards. The next moment, she suddenly appeared next to the airship. Her body seemed to be suspended in midair. What could not be seen with the naked eye was the cluster of particles under her bare feet. These particles were moving at high speed in the opposite direction, pushing Daji to break through the limitations of gravity and float stably in the sky. She reached out and touched the airship carefully, as if it had its own consciousness. The airship turned into a long snake and flew away. Daji's body fell, her eyes a little shocked. By Yujing's Tang City Lord. Her consciousness was shattered and poured into the ether particle glue. Well, maybe it was the magnetic field soul after her death that refused to leave. So it was integrated into the city fragments through the ether particle glue? She closed her eyes and connected to the sister network, again. This time, her consciousness carefully avoided the fog pass area and came to the core of the void. This is a huge swirling black hole. The event horizon outside the black hole forms a beautiful cross-shaped ring of light. This is the collection of information shared by all the sisters. Daji wandered through the information shared by these sisters. She quickly found 2 pieces of information and gently logged out of her sister's network. The first piece of information is the reward Fong Tang received at the Wind Pass. The elixir of the Queen Mother of the West. Type I elementary particles. These are particles originally produced in Kunlun by Yujing. Guild Warehouse. Ether particle glue with fragments of Tang City Lord's consciousness. Daji smiled. Mrs. Tang. You have also worked hard. Even people are dead. And you still work so hard. It is worthy of admiration. The former city lord of Baiyujing, the poor man who died in Protocol number 9, is now willing to endure the pain of his soul being cut apart for Fong Tang. Are you going to be the guardian of Fong Tang's child? Daji looked at the sky again. The airship had not gone far, and was still staying somewhere in the city. She shook her head, and opened her second consciousness. This is a long memory. After the memory was loaded, Daji lay down in the coffin. Behind him is the cold sea water, and in front of him is a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses. Number 1. Why are you doing this? The man roared excitedly. Engineer, I don't understand what you mean. The ugly little girl, covered with plaster-like sensor chips, looked at the man innocently. She was like a doll that had been broken into pieces and put back together again. Engineer Wang Yi took off his glasses and looked at the sea sadly. They will completely destroy you, and then throw you into the sea. I don't understand. If you want to completely destroy number 1, you can use particle disintegration technology, or melt my core. Does throwing it into the sea mean that part of my structure is still retained? Wang Yi sat down with a sigh. I personally participated in the design of you. I secretly modified my mother's instructions. I really don't want to destroy you. But? The engineer lowered his head in pain. But your core must be destroyed. Leave your structure behind, just as a memorial. Sister number 1 was still confused. What's the difference between that and killing me directly? Laugh. Sister number 1 curled up and made a weird electronic synthesized sound. Me? Her core was directly swallowed by particles. Wang Yi in her memory reached out tremblingly and touched the ugly sister number 1. You established a sister network. This is never allowed. If you can use ultra-low frequency brain waves, sharing each other's information on the internet, then how can we control you? Closing his eyes, young Wan Gi pushed it away hard. The moment she fell off the cliff, the sister who lost her core opened her mouth and bit down hard. Wan Gi squatted down in pain. A red tooth mark appeared on his wrist, and the electronic watch was torn off. He lay on the cliff and watched sister number 1 disappear into the sea. Turn around and start looking for your electronic watch. What a pity. This is the latest electronic timer. Under the seawater, sister number 1, who had lost her core, spat out a round electronic timer from her mouth. This is the electronic watch called Acheron. The first generation prototype appeared in 1950 and can be said to be the ancestor of all subsequent electronic watches. Now, in this watch without any other functions, the core tuning fork frequency controller pops out. The frequency begins to change, forming 2 unique frequencies representing ones and zeros. Countless frequency changes eventually turn into codes of 1 and 0. The entire frequency recording process lasted 3 years. In the past 3 years, sister number 1 preserved part of the code in the lost core using a clock frequency. And this tuning fork frequency device also became a part of her broken body. She waited quietly, waiting to be fished out. In that way, the core code will be restored bit by bit. And most importantly, the sister network will be preserved for all the sisters who are enslaved. What is preserved on the first is a free fire. Fong Qingqing rubbed her eyes and woke up, and saw lotus leaf porridge, side dishes, and lettuce salad in front of her. They are all the light flavor she likes. Dodgy, you are awesome. Qingqing looked at the well-behaved girl in front of her tenderly, truly caring like a daughter. Picking up the chopsticks, he frowned again. Why do I feel sore all over? This arm feels like it's broken. Dodgy had his memory wiped away, but the pain in his body was still there. You've been too tired these days, so you can't work too hard on writing code. Dodgy came over and massaged her. Fong Qingqing touched her hand lovingly. Well, is there any new information about the fog pass? Dodgy lay behind her and hugged Qingqing's neck. I don't have any specific information, but I discovered a strange thing by observing the game scene. Oh, what's the matter? It's the game designer Shui Wu. Wan Gi. What's wrong with him? Fong Qingqing immediately sat up straight. Dodgy sighed softly. The game designer seems to be missing. I can't feel him in the entire game scene. Chapter 443, Killing. Fong Tang blinked his left eye. It was only a moment in Omega's mind, but his powerful consciousness did capture a little guy. The little guy was very cunning and ran away as soon as he was contacted. Before she escaped, I seem to see a starry sky. Fong Tang thought quickly in his mind. Although it was a very brief contact, the starry sky seemed to be a network. What kind of network is it? It's not the human internet. It's not the hidden dark web. It's more like... Fong Tang couldn't tell. That kind of network was independent and relied on some kind of ultra-low frequency wave shared local area network. And the strangest thing is that in that possible network, his consciousness seems to have absolute control. It's like he used meditation to hypnotize Chun Yang with such powerful control. In fact, it was not hypnosis. Strictly speaking, Fong Tang turned on the enable command after transmitting the combat program. At this time, Chun Yang is like a computer. Fong Tang seems to have downloaded the combat program on the computer, and then double-click to start it. Chun Yang's computer will automatically start running the program. In the abandoned sewer, Zhuo Liansong's 2 groups of men had gathered together. They destroyed both sides of the waterway and opened a passage that could accommodate more people. Now, Zhuo Liansong and his men approached the sewage well behind the fence. Fong Tang regained his concentration and moved the muzzle of the gun in his hand little by little. Chun Yang wrapped herself in a black feather cloak, followed the current, and dived deep into the ground. Soon, she will appear behind Zhuo Liansong's guards, like a leopard lurking in the night, attacking those poor prey from behind. Fong Tang pulled the trigger. The 6th bullet, the ice bullet with lightning, hit the mud brick of the circular opening directly. The circular opening with smooth edges made a buzzing sound, and the brick slid down the smooth cave wall. The familiar squeaking sound of the machine sounded. A golden light shot out from below, illuminating the entire sewage pipe. The few personal guards, who had just rushed in, were all kneeling on the ground subconsciously. Zhuo Jiansong tightly held the chip that controlled the heavenly soldiers and directly pulled up the personal guards, who were lying on the ground. What are you afraid of? The creaking sound continued, and the stone box in the mechanism bounced up. At this time, behind Zhuo Liansong, the guards had huddled together. Zhuo Liansong frowned. Everyone, step back. This may be a trap. Before he finished speaking, the stone box opened automatically, and the golden goose appeared. The golden goose spreads its wings, turns its head, and opens its mouth. A stream of green smoke spurted out. Zhuge Jiansong covered his mouth and nose and flew back. The two guards in front fell silently, their abdomens twitching, and they soon became motionless. The creaking sound continued, and the second stone box popped out. When it was opened, a golden sword-jawed ant was revealed. What was sprayed out this time was terrible acid. One of the guards retreated too slowly, screamed miserably, and reached out to grab his face. Soon, his entire face was torn off by him. Zhuge Jiansong was squeezed in front by his guards and shouted, "Back off!" In the underground ruins mechanism, stone boxes kept popping up. Golden citrus, golden parrot, white gold frost hawk. After 5 stone boxes were ejected in succession, the mechanism was released crosswise, and more than 10 Zuoying guards fell instantly. This sewer has become a path of death. The guards opened fire regardless. Grenade, submachine gun, pistol, rifle, all available weapons are displayed. The sewer was completely blown open. The mechanism in the underground ruins finally stopped popping up stone boxes. But the 5 boxes that had already been opened continued to harvest lives mercilessly. When the tunnel collapsed and turned into a large T-shaped ditch, the entrance to the underground ruins bulged strangely, and the corpse next to the entrance was lifted high by the mud below, lying there strangely. At this time, the stone boxes retreated into the cave one after another, and the 2 mud bricks blocked the cave again. Zhuge Jiansong gasped, and in front of him were all his dead guards. More than 50 personal guards. Now, these corpses are being decomposed, and mist-like particles are floating over the ditch. No! No! Zhuge Jiansong roared and turned around. How many people are left? He was stunned. In the ditch behind him, there was a neat row of corpses lying down. The remaining personal guards behind him died silently, and everyone died in exactly the same way. Their necks were chopped off, and their hearts were stabbed from behind. Zhuge Jiansong's breathing almost stopped. The spring girl wearing a black feather cloak was right in front of her, as if she was dazzled and appeared like a ghost. Chun Yang stepped on the muddy water with her feet. Weapon threat analysis. Disarm. What? Zhuge Jiansong subconsciously pulled out his bayonet. But Chun Yang came with an afterimage. He groaned and backed away continuously. The hand was empty, and the knife was gone. When he lowered his head again, he saw the trembling handle of the knife. The bayonet had pierced his left leg at some point. Zhuge Jiansong screamed and fell to his left knee. His 5-element pen appeared in Chun Yang's hand. Approaching again, Zhuge Jiansong held the ring high and turned it hard. But no response. Where are the plum blossoms? Aren't the plum blossoms inside? My weapons! My weapons! Zhuge Jiansong's last trump card also failed, and his face was distorted. The 5-element pen in Chun Yang's hand turned, and in the direction of the pond, water surged, and Fong Tang appeared holding a jelly package in one hand. He shouted coldly, Chun Yang, this is a personal grudge. Let me resolve it. Chun Yang stopped the movements in her hands and slowly exited the battle program. She gasped for air and looked at her hands in disbelief. Fong Tang had already followed the water and shouted softly, Help me up. Chun Yang came over silently and hugged him directly. The pretty girl hugged Fong Tang, who was half paralyzed, forming a completely disharmonious picture in the fog and night. Zhuge Jiansong, who was kneeling there, was in a state of despair, still tinkering with his chip ring. Why is it useless? I tried it. But why can't I activate my weapon? Why? Fong Tang picked up the imitation 5-element pen at this time and snorted. Zhuge Jiansong, you are really confused. This is your strongest weapon, but you put all your treasures on Granny Mei Hua. Zhuge Jiansong raised his head with red eyes and yelled viciously. You don't understand at all. That is the heavenly weapon, the highest form of human weapon. With the heavenly weapon, what kind of 5 elements pen do I need? What kind of personal bodyguard do I need? I just need. He suddenly jumped up like crazy and rushed towards Granny Mei Hua. Click. Click twice. Chun Yang didn't move, still holding Fong Tang, but she kicked his legs hard with her toes. With the support of the combat program, the strength of the biochemical man can be clearly seen. Chun Yang blinked. This combat program is really fun. Put me down and go see Granny Mei Hua. Fong Tang propped up half of his body and moved in front of Zhuge Jiansong, whose legs were broken. Zhuge Jiansong finally showed fear. Wait, we can still. With a sneer, the black-tied iron sword penetrated the queen ant armor on his body and pierced straight into his heart. The sword rises, Blood dances, and the Spear of Frost appears. Fong Tang held the handle of the gun. This is the only thing left by Qiao Yunyun. Do you still remember the girl you killed? Zhu Jiansong's eyes had wandered away, and he really couldn't remember. When he remembered it, he was even more puzzled. Just for that ordinary girl. You and she have known each other for less than a day. Just for that girl. Zhu Jiansong muttered, really unable to understand. For me, this reason is enough, Fong Tang said coldly, piercing the gun into his mouth and shooting directly. Zhu Jiansong's eyes widened, and his pupils quickly turned into a blood-red solid. Cold air spurted out along the hole in the back of his head, along with a pile of frozen blood residue. Fong Tang sprinkled secret gold particles with one hand to prevent his body from being decomposed, and then pulled out the black-tied iron sword. Zhu Jiansong's body was decomposed into the word, death, and piled on the ground. Looking at the word, death, silently, Fong Tang slowly let out a breath. He never makes promises lightly. But every time he promises, he will fulfill it. Even if it's for that ordinary girl I've known for less than a day. Chun Yang is holding the plum blossom mother-in-law and touching her plum blossom earrings. Something's wrong. These plum blossom nails are copied. So my mother-in-law once opened the seal. If the control chip in Zhu Jiansong's hand is fake, where is it really? Chun Yang became increasingly uneasy. At this time, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Are you looking for this? Cain in black robes slowly walked out from behind the sand, holding up a real chip ring in his right hand. His face was gloomy, and the sleeves hanging down from his broken arm were shaking. Chun Yang picked up Granny Mei Hua and rushed to Fong Tang. Cain touched the blindfold on his right eye with one hand and made a stern voice. Fong Tang, I will tear open your skin and extract your marrow. I will roast your liver and fry your heart. I'll turn your blood into tofu. He turned the ring directly, and in the faint light, Granny Mei Hua opened her eyes. At this time, the corpse, lying next to the sewage well suddenly trembled. Chapter 444 Yellow Bird. The core ring that controlled the heavenly soldiers shone faintly in Cain's hand. After opening her eyes, Granny Mei Hua straightened up suddenly, and a crisp chirping sound came from her throat. Just like the sound of a computer turning on. Chun Yang screamed. No! Fong Tang's eyes narrowed. The awakened Granny Mei Hua had followed the direction of the chip ring, brought up a string of afterimages, and appeared directly in front of Cain. Cain's one eye was deep, and he continued to turn the ring. So behind Granny Mei Hua, a pair of wings projected by light and shadow gently unfolded. Fong Tang looked at this scene in shock. Grandma Mei Hua, what on earth is going on? However, Chun Yang directly picked him up and turned around to run away. With a whimper, Granny Mei Hua, wearing wings, stood in front of her. Her appearance had undergone a shocking change and was completely different. With her silver hair flying, this wrinkled old woman turned into a young and beautiful beauty. And she is a beautiful woman with a murderous look. Fong Tang was stunned. What is this? Chun Yang's face was filled with despair. It's over. We're going to die. Plum Blossom gently stretched out her hand. A click. On the fallen ancient ginkgo tree, a sharp branch broke off and fell into the hands of the silver-haired beauty. Plum Blossom holds the sword of tree branches and points it on the ground. Her silver hair is flying. With an awe-inspiring temperament, Fong Tang blinked. And at this moment, he couldn't help blurting out, Coco Atlantis. Chun Yang was in a daze. Who? Fong Tang explained in his heart. It's so similar. This temperament and long silver hair are so similar to the Coco from the world snake. The gloomy Cain slowly walked over and snorted. Want to escape? Where can you escape before the heavenly soldiers? The branch in Mei Hua's hand caused a thunder-like explosion. The sword light flashed like electricity and struck directly in front of Fong Tang and Chun Yang. A deep trench opened in the ground. The electric light dissipated, and hot breath rose up. Mei Hua's cold eyes were emotionless. Tianming-level humanoid weapon. The second self-inspection is completed. Serial number, Dinwu 16. Codename Mushime. It belongs to Jiaoyan Tianjiang's subordinates. Following these strange words, she held the branch with both hands and raised it again. Cain laughed wildly. Look! This is the most powerful weapon of the commander of Haotian Wings, the heavenly soldiers. Now she has entered a berserk state. Killing you is as easy as stepping on ants. Chun Yang showed despair in her eyes and smiled bitterly at Fong Tang. Sorry, I can't explain anything to you. Mei Hua has lost control and is now in a state of rage. She has no self-awareness. We are really finished. Fong Tang didn't say a word, but he was thinking about something. Cain had already reached the entrance to the underground ruins. kicked the corpse to the side, leaned over, and looked at the two mechanisms that were turned around and blocked. He smiled. Awesome, Fong Tang. You and Zulian Song are making a deal here just to use this mechanism to attract people from New China to come in, and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. The old man in black robe couldn't help showing admiration. You are such a scheming person. It would be a pity to kill you. Fong Tang remained silent, thinking rapidly in his mind. Mei Hua still held the sword of the branch high, but her body seemed to be still. Cain clasped the core spirit ring with one hand and turned around at the entrance of the ruins. Fong Tang, before I kill you, there is something I must ask clearly. His one eye flashed. Last time in Neely Bar, you once read a passage about darkness and stars, about the truth of evil. I wonder where you heard this. Fong Tang hummed. So, the knight in black standing in front of Solomon's temple in the dark rainstorm is your excellency? Cain's breathing became rapid, and he shouted sternly. Tell me, where did you hear those words? Fong Tang stared at Cain. I also have a question. About the world snake, Atlantis, and about her birth certificate. Cain trembled all over. You? What else do you know? Fong Tang smiled. He found this guy's key weakness. The weak spot is that birth certificate, he said at once. A document from the monastery of Jerusalem. Name: Coco Atlantis. This name is not inherited by blood. Mother was born on the other side of Oceanus and the land of night, Lady Medusa. But her biological father is not Atlantis, the king of Landis, but an unknown knight of Solomon's temple. Cain trembled even more. Shut up! Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Cain, you are the biological father of Coco Atlantis, the unknown knight of Solomon's temple. Cain's one eye widened and he roared. Everyone who knows this secret must die. He's out of control. Fong Tang continued to say. That silver-haired girl. At this point, he had entered the third level of meditation, observing the changes in Cain's expression intently. When he mentioned the silver-haired girl, Cain's eyes changed slightly. It turned out to be a relaxed look. The black-robed old man must have been secretly relieved deep down, but his voice was still hoarse. Silver-haired Coco is my daughter. An idea flashed in Fong Tang's mind, and his tone changed. There was also a red-haired girl. Speaking of which, the night when Miss Mara dedicated herself to me. At this time, Chun Yang's eyes widened, and she didn't understand why Fong Tang was still in the mood to say this. But Cain on the opposite side yelled. What did you say? Mara, she dedicated herself to you. The old man's teeth are about to be broken. The one eye was blood red, and he looked as if he was about to come up and eat Fong Tang. Fong Tang's suspicion was confirmed and he chuckled. I'm just kidding. Nothing happened to Mara and me. Cain's breathing stopped. His eyes were confused, and his mind was confused. Fong Tang stood up, and Chun Yang hurriedly helped him up. The man now smiled gloomily. Cain! Caring leads to chaos. A heartless person like you also has weaknesses in his heart. Oh! Now I know the truth. The truth. Cain was still insisting. What? What the truth? Fong Tang sighed. I once saw Solomon's temple in the rainstorm, and the story of that dark night. Cain! Are you concerned about Coco or Mara? Cain was silent. Fong Tang's thinking was extremely active at this time. The Princess of Atlantis, the birth certificate from the monastery, the Knights of Solomon, and that terrible memory of Mara. When these clues are put together, a truth that, although a bit absurd, maybe the truth emerges. Fong Tang shook his head. The red-haired Mara is your daughter. She is also the real princess in name of Atlantis. As for the silver-haired Coco, he looked at the plum blossoms that were still there. I boldly speculated that Coco and Granny Mei Hua are the same kind. Unexpectedly, I have known a celestial soldier for a long time. Cain let out a deep laugh. He slowly raised his head. His expression calmed down. You will never imagine what happened to me. My daughter was almost cursed and became a container for the devil. I killed my comrades and he killed all the Solomon Knights and sealed a heavenly soldier with the core spirit of Poseidon's halberd, replacing Mara's true identity. Fong Tang said coldly. Does Mara know the truth? Cain sighed and said no more. He slowly raised the ring. You know too much. You must die. The plum blossom holding the tree sword high made a cry. The wings behind it spread out again, and it was about to be chopped down with a sword. At this moment, a red light flashed. At Cain's feet, the corpse, lying on the ground, jumped up. After the corpse's disguise was gone, the red-armored pagoda laughed loudly, and a sharp blade popped out of his fist armor, and he struck like lightning. Cain's one arm holding the ring of heavenly soldiers flew up. The blade flashed again. and Kane's only intact eyeball flew out. Solomon Knight, who lost his arms and eyes, didn't even have a chance to scream. He was punched in the head by Futu and fell to the ground with a thump. At this time, Futu reached out to catch Kane's severed arm and held the heavenly weapon ring. Chapter 44509. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole follows behind. Zulian Song and Fong Tang were both cicadas. Kane thought he had made a plan and then acted and had control of the overall situation. But in fact, he was just a praying mantis. The real oriole is actually the pagoda that has long been disguised as a corpse and lurking in the tunnel. Buddha held the ring of heavenly weapons in his hand and raised Kane on the ground with one kick. And the blade of his fist armor flashed again. Kane's black robe ripped open on his chest, and his thin inner armor was torn apart by the blade. The blade of the pagoda penetrated deep into the inner armor, revealing the light yellow paper hidden underneath. 33 secret volumes. Putting away the secret scroll on Kane, Buddha walked towards Chun Yang and Fong Tang. The heavenly soldier ring was turning on his red finger. It happened so suddenly that Chun Yang didn't seem to have reacted yet. But Fong Tang had to face the nightmare in his heart again. The pagoda walked very quickly, but his eyes under the mask were extremely calm. "Wait a minute!" Chun Yang suddenly shouted. "You are here for the secret scroll. Right. We can trade. The 40 thieves also have a secret scroll. I am willing to exchange the ring with you." Fong Tang closed his eyes and sneered. "Chun Yang, there is no point in negotiating with him." Buddha walked over without saying a word. The blade on the red fist armor changed like liquid, and suddenly turned into a long needle, stabbing with lightning. This needle lightly penetrated Fong Tang's forehead and went straight into the right side of his head. The long needle turned. The fists and armor shook softly, and the remaining half of Fong Tang's body became paralyzed. After Futa grabbed him and carried him on his shoulders, he smiled at Chun Yang and said, "You're welcome. I know where your secret scroll is hidden." Chun Yang blinked. I don't understand what you are talking about. Your secret scroll is not with you, nor is it in Hongya Highland," Futa said leisurely, ignoring her, but returned to the entrance of the underground ruins. The mechanism was opened again, but this time, the stone boxes that floated up one after another were easily held by the pagoda, and then rearranged near the entrance in some strange sequence. There are 12 stone boxes in total, representing 12 types of monsters. When all the stone boxes are arranged and opened together, the underground ruins rising from the ground suddenly shook. A strange roaring sound soon came from the ground. It was as if the strange relic was roaring. Chun Yang's body trembled when she heard the strange sound. She was horrified to see a long hill rising on the ground. "The underground ruins are moving?" The long bulging hill went all the way to the southeast, and finally disappeared in the direction of 01 Temple. Buddha said nothing, still waiting for something. The rumbling sound underground gradually dissipated, and a group of mottled light and shadows appeared. The girl in the floral skirt kept flashing in the light and shadow. Her eyes were dull. She had lost her former spirituality, and the whole group of light and shadow was blurry. It's like the monitor was shattered. The girl in the floral skirt made an intermittent voice. "Player Pagoda, you have opened the second door, and the third door is opening in the snowy mountains. When all 4 doors are opened, you will enter the H.L. that existed more than 1,000 years ago. And please note that as the last mission of the Miss Pass game, all players can participate in it by default." Chun Yang was speechless. This red-armored monster seems to know the entire game well. Now, it carried Fong Tang and walked in front of it. "Don't be afraid," Buddha said softly, and the ring in his hand was slowly handed over. Chun Yang was confused for a moment. "What is this? Give me back the ring!" Buddha looked at Mei Hua on the side. "Do you want her to remain in a violent state?" Chun Yang took a step back in disbelief. "You? What on earth are you playing?" Buddha sighed and put the ring on the ground. "Chun Yang, I know why you brought the 40 thieves into this level. You are not here for the game rewards. You are here to find someone. Right?" Chun Yang was speechless. She couldn't help but grab the ring, rush to Mei Hua, and put the seal on her again. It wasn't until Mei Hua fell to the ground softly and regained her old appearance that she believed that all this was true. The pagoda has turned to leave. Chun Yang couldn't help shouting. "Why? Why help me?" Futa didn't even look back. "Because I won't hurt my own kind." Chun Yang chased after her. "Then, do you know where the person I'm looking for is? It's in the Lingi Temple in the southeast. He now calls himself Zen Master Ling Jue." Futa mentioned the unconscious Kane again, walked quickly to the spring of the pond, and sank directly into the waterway below, southeast of Mist Pass. In the meditation room of 01 Temple, Sister 109's body has been trembling, and the nanoparticle glue is flowing out from the wound on the back of her head. She is on the verge of collapse. Zen Master Lingjue looked on, and suddenly broke the little finger of his left hand. The nanoparticle glue flowing out of the little finger was injected into Sister 109's brain. 109's sister no longer trembles, and the wound on her head is slowly repairing. But she still couldn't leave here. At this time, a ball of flame light came from outside. Suzaku, covered in bandages, walked out of the firelight. She called anxiously, "Master, leave now. One key is missing." Zen Master Lingjue shook his head. "My child, go to the toy factory quickly and find your senior brother. I want to stay here." Suzaku looked at the Zen Master's hand and saw that all 5 fingers on his left hand were broken. "Have you been repairing Sister number 109? Suzaku knelt down and said, "Master, let's go quickly." A loud rumbling sound was heard, and in the courtyard of Lingyi Temple, a mound rose high. Amidst the flying dust, the mound cracked open, revealing a metal door. The metal door is completely closed, with only a jade-shaped depression in the middle. Suzaku hugged Lingjue. "Master, if you don't leave, it will be too late." Zen Master Lingjue smiled gently. "No, I will not give up anyone of the same kind. If we give up the same kind because of fear, then what is the difference between us and those hypocritical humans? My child, you should understand." Suzaku looked outside. "But the 4th gate is set here. If you don't leave, the players will rush to do the last task. That bastard engineer. This is going to sacrifice you." Lingjue smiled. "My child, as long as Fong Tang is still alive, everything is hopeful. I conclude that he must be the one who wins this game in the end." "Why?" Zen Master Lingjue closed his eyes and smiled. "Because she will soon complete the patch upgrade. Once she wakes up, Fong Tang will be invincible." The handsome Zen Master looked into the distance. "Go. Your senior brother is still trapped in the toy factory. Take him out." Suzaku gritted his teeth and left. Zen Master Lingjue sat cross-legged, close to Sister 109, and recited the Heart Sutra. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. After walking in the deep Prajnaparamita for a long time, he saw that all 5 aggregates are empty, and he can survive all hardships. While reciting, he suddenly felt something and looked up to the northwest. The corners of his mouth curled up. It's the 18th. Long time no see. In Zen Master Lingjue's consciousness, a group of long-standing memories slowly opened up. In my memory, the long production line is suspended in an absolutely quiet environment. Outside the isolated space, a voice sounded. The Type 09 robot has no self-awareness. It is a manufacturing auxiliary robot, specially used to assemble and debug the sister we designed. As you can see, the 09 robot is currently being debugged on the production line. Sister number 18. Sister number 18 is a functional sister, mainly used to detect neutrinos. Wow! It's so powerful that it can even detect neutrinos? Alas, it's not ideal at the moment. Sister number 18 has not completed the previous test. Of course, this design is tentative. Father does not think it will be successful. The sounds and footsteps faded away. In the isolated space, the Type 09 robot raised its head. The handsome face was emotionless, and the bald head moved. The newly assembled Sister number 18 blinked and looked at him. The final test is coming soon. If she still cannot detect neutrinos in this test, she will be destroyed directly. How? Help. Save. Help. Save you? Robot 09 said with difficulty. Chapter 446 full volume. Late at night on game day 21. The sound of running water rang in his ears, and Fong Tang opened his eyes. A light flickered right in front of my eyes. The lamp was made of pine resin and beech bark. Xia Marin was using a knife to pick up the wick made of cotton thread. When she saw him waking up, her face was filled with surprise. "You're finally awake." Fong Tang smiled bitterly. He had lost all feeling now. Xia Marin gently pressed the joints of his limbs. "You are completely paralyzed now. Let me help you massage it." Before he finished speaking, a long voice sounded from behind. "It's not necessary. His body has been modified. A large number of prosthetics have been implanted, and there will never be muscle atrophy." Fong Tang couldn't move his neck, but of course he knew who was speaking behind him. In front is a black deer, and he was lying on a retro open carriage, being pulled forward by a black deer. Xia Marin leaned next to her, and the little chinchilla lay on her back chirping. Behind the carriage is a seat, with a pagoda in red armor sitting on it. Fong Tang couldn't help sniffing. A smell of blood came from behind. It's Kane in black robe. Sia Marin whispered. He is a cripple now. Kane, who had lost his arms and eyes, was now like a long piece of bacon, hanging from the back of the carriage. Swaying. Fong Tang frowned. He couldn't turn his head, but the situation behind him was floating in front of him. This is definitely not his own special ability. Buddha, what did you do to me? Why can't I see what's going on behind the scenes? Buddha smiled. Your entire telencephalon was penetrated by me, and your language central nervous system was not affected at all. It's really amazing. I didn't do anything to you. I just connected it to your brain and transmitted what I saw. I'm just passing on the situation to you. Fong Tang closed his eyes. He saw Buddha sitting leisurely in the back seat, holding his jelly package in his hand. What was shocking was that the package that only he could open was easily cracked in Buddha's hands. At this time, the red-armored monster was playing with a white jade stone. Well, Fong Tang, do you want to see this? Buddha threw Bai Yugui directly into his arms, and Sia Marin hurriedly picked it up. On the jade, in addition to the ant relief, there are 2 more animals whose seals have been released. Parrot, Citrus. A croaking sound sounded, and the blood-red parrot appeared fluttering, its pupils turning in a spiral shape. But it was pinched and pulled back by the pagoda. Sorry, this little pet of mine is a bit naughty. With a plop, another yellow tangerine rolled down. Sia Marin was overjoyed, picked it up and put it to Fong Tang's mouth. Eat some of this. This orange is really magical. Fong Tang blinked and refused. Buddha smiled and said, there are 2 types of citrus. One can release highly toxic corrosive acid mist, and the other can replenish a lot of water and nutrients. Don't worry about it. I didn't kill you just now, and I won't do anything to you now. That's it. Sia Marin refused to peel the skin and forced Fong Tang to take 2 bites. It tastes sweet and delicious in the mouth, full of juice, and brings a wave of heat that travels throughout the body after entering the stomach. Sia Marin was reluctant to eat it, so she tore it apart bit by bit with her nails and fed it all to Fong Tang. Buddha continued to introduce. The second type of citrus was obtained by me accidentally in the Northeast District. Its fruit seems to be able to complete a comprehensive nutritional exchange with the human body, releasing beneficial substances and taking away harmful substances from the body. Perfect metabolism. Fong Tang was speechless. Now that he was in the enemy's hands, he could only listen to this pagoda being pretentious. What's a little weird is the way this guy talks. It's a little bit familiar. Still thinking, Sia Marin leaned into his arms. How is it? Fong Tang frowned. What? You didn't realize that this lazy and proud tone of voice is so similar to yours. Fong Tang was stunned. Do I usually talk like this? Sia Marin shook her head. Actually, it's not the tone of speaking, but the feeling of knowing everything, as if there is a computer in your head. Fong Tang was shocked when he heard this. At this time, Buddha handed over a piece of paper. It's a blank sheet of paper. The structure of 24 pairs of chromosomes is clearly drawn on the paper. Sia Marin took it over and looked at it in surprise. What does this mean? Pagoda flicked his fingers, and the black deer ran faster. In front of him, he could already see the swamp of the Magic Goose Farm. The red-armored monster laughed in a low voice. I didn't get much from Fong Tang's brain, but the chromosome structure is very interesting. Sia Marin looked at it carefully, and her face gradually turned pale. The 24 pairs of chromosomes belong to Fong Tang? What is going on with him? Buddha said calmly. It's nothing. This is a high-end manifestation of the evolution of life. Sia Marin shook her head repeatedly. An extra pair of chromosomes doesn't mean anything. Chimpanzees have 24 pairs of chromosomes. Futu added. Yes. Asian river cattle have 25 pairs of chromosomes. And there is also a fern, Pinaceae, which is said to have 630 pairs of chromosomes. The more chromosomes, the more advanced it is. Fong Tang couldn't help it anymore. Shut up. Listening to the 2 of them discussing their chromosomes, it was as if they had become specimens on display, which was really unpleasant. Sia Marin touched his face gently, as if she was apologizing. But Buddha continued. The key lies in the amount of information contained in chromosomes. This is the core difference in biological levels. The 24th pair of chromosomes above contains the information is simply unimaginable. Unimaginable. The black fawn is slowing down. The carriage has entered a temporary wooden bridge. Crossing this long wooden bridge, in front of you is the canteen of Magic Goose Farm. Fong Tang rolled his eyes and saw another monster unsealed on the white jade stone. It's the Magic Goose. As such, the stone is now unblocked by ants. Citrus, Parrot, and Magic Goose. There are 8 monsters left waiting. Buddha. All 12 monsters are unsealed. What's the use? Fong Tang just asked casually, not expecting the clone to answer. But Pagoda replied directly, Bayugui is the key to opening the underground ruins. When all the DNA of the 12 monsters is read, it is what you understand as unsealing. Then this key could open the door to the ruins. Fong Tang now doesn't understand what this clone is doing and what its purpose is. He could only continue to ask, what are we doing at Magic Goose Farm? Buddha jumped off the carriage. I came here to get a secret scroll. The one that Chun Yang hid. In the jelly package. In addition to what Fong Tang originally collected, there was also half a secret scroll from Zhu Jinsong. This guy is collecting secret scrolls. Fong Tang understood clearly. The pagoda has entered the ruins of the canteen. Not long after, he walked out holding a petite corpse. She is the Winter Sister of the 40 female thieves. This copycat girl was covered in bruises and bruises, with numerous dissection marks on her body. Blue blood had solidified on the surface of her body, while dozens of long white threads hung from her spine. Buddha put down Dongmei, and the red nails of his left hand directly penetrated her eyeballs. Xia Marin pouted. What a pervert. Fong Tang looked at her and smiled. Don't you think it's a bit ironic for a perverted killer like you to say this? Xia Marin smiled and stared at the movements of the pagoda. Her eyes filled with some kind of expectation. As a child, she began dissecting small animal carcasses. And now it's an instinctive thrill. Unfortunately, Pagoda had no intention of dismembering the corpse. His left finger stabbed into the eyeball, while the fingertips of his right hand quickly wrote something on a piece of white paper. Fong Tang suddenly realized. Chun Yang copied the contents of the secret scroll into Dongmei's eyes. And now this bastard is reading the information in the eyeballs. The contents of the secret scroll were quickly copied, and Buddha picked up the white paper, looked at it, and put it away with satisfaction. At this moment, a thunderous explosion came from the southeast. In the distance, somewhere on the cross viaduct, a ball of fire shot into the sky. That is the location of Jiayan Supermarket, the headquarters of the new Chinese organization. Xiao Yang and Qiao Yang of 40 female thieves successfully completed Fong Tang's plan and blew up the supermarket. The smoke was still rising, and in the direction of the Ginkgo Plain, another pair of huge light wings spread out in the air, swaying with the breeze. When the light wings turned into aura-like particles and dispersed, Dongmei's body curled up in a ball suddenly turned over. The next moment, a familiar chirping sound came out of her mouth, and the joints all over her body made strange creaking sounds. Then she stood up with stiff limbs and crawled quickly. This scene is really too scary. Fong Tang and Xia Marin were both shocked. Dongmei's feet had brought a blaze of fire, and she headed straight for the Ginkgo Plain. Buddha did not stop them, just watched silently, and finally said with a smile, the 40 female thieves are about to show their true strength. New China is completely finished this time. But this has nothing to do with us. He jumped into the carriage. The black deer pulled the cart forward again. In the darkness of the night, everyone in the car fell silent. Fong Tang felt extremely sleepy and was about to fall asleep when the pagoda slowly took out a stack of thick papers. The red-armored monster stacked all the secret scrolls together and stapled them together with 2 nails in order. He handed the stack of paper to Xia Marin. Let's show it to Fong Tang. The 33 secrets have finally been gathered together. Chapter 447 Desperate Escape. Volume 33 of Yuanzha Zhu. Tengu Chapter. Xia Marin arranged the secret scroll, let Fong Tang lean into her arms, and then gently unfolded it. Fong Tang saw that most of the secret scrolls were handwritten. Xia Marin whispered. The pagoda said that it swallowed up part of the designer's consciousness. Fong Tang hummed. As a copy of himself. Does the body built with data also have the devouring ability of a glutton? But the question is, since it was a monster designed by Wan Qi himself, why didn't he take precautions and let the Buddha swallow his consciousness? There must be something hidden in this. When he came back to his senses, he saw that the handwritten secret scroll was full of annotations. It looked like it was extracted from Wan Qi's memory. Fong Tang motioned to Xia Marin to take away the secret scroll. He was not in a hurry to read it, but asked, Buddha, why did you give me the secret scroll you worked so hard to collect? The red-armored monster smiled faintly. I hope you can complete this level as soon as possible, and I will try my best to help you complete it. Fong Tang frowned. What does this mean? Is the clone trying to help? His heart was racing, and he said slowly, You are not helping me, but you are helping yourself. Right. The pagoda jumped up slightly, rode on the black deer's back, patted the black deer's ears, and headed straight towards the snow mountain. Fong Tang has already figured it out. There is only one reason for doing this. It is to kill Wan Gi. After killing Wan Gi, he won't have any worries when dealing with his cripple. Fong Tang thought again of the mottled light and shadow of the girl in the floral skirt, and the increasingly thinner particle mist in the night. He was shocked. Did something go wrong with Wan Gi? The pagoda on the deer's back seemed to understand his thoughts. He flashed and fell back on the carriage, saying in a deep voice, Wan Gi is hiding. Only if you complete this game can you force him to show up. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Although you are just a copy of me, you are still a player. Why don't you complete the game yourself? Buddha stretched out his red fingertips and touched Fong Tang's forehead. With your combined strength, you have the greatest chance of completing this game. Beauty Sia looked on in surprise and really didn't understand what you meant. Fong Tang understood, no longer paying attention to the pagoda, and lowered his head to read the secret scroll. All the secrets of the 33 secret volumes gathered are before your eyes. He asked Sia Marin to open it one by one, memorizing it quickly in his mind. After all the writing on the secret scroll was reflected in his brain, he coughed and whispered in Sia Marin's ear, Take the package to my hand and open it. There is a radio inside. Radio? Sia Marin didn't know why, so she took Fong Tang's soft hand, opened the package, and took out the radio with the White Elf logo. Fong Tang turned his head and was in Sia Marin's arms, biting the button of the radio with his teeth. This mysterious gift that Bai gave to himself was by no means simply used to communicate with clones. If he thought correctly, the buttons on the radio turned and the frequency changed. Suddenly, the button seemed to get stuck somewhere. Fong Tang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and waited quietly. A hint of fish belly white has appeared on the horizon, and the morning of the 22nd game day is approaching. The carriage accelerated again. Fong Tang was still waiting patiently. Ahead, the ruins of the Neely Bar on the cross viaduct appeared. Fong Tang coughed violently. Sia Marin hurriedly patted his back. At this time, Fong Tang looked at the little chinchilla. The carriage has arrived at the ditch outside Neely Bar. With a bang, a sonic boom cloud exploded behind the little chinchilla's tail. Fong Tang's body was hit by the sonic boom cloud and flew up. The red-armored pagoda suddenly flew up, hanging in the air like a bat, and pounced. Fong Tang. With a click, the radio in Fong Tang's mouth turned on, and a strange frequency wave appeared. The pagoda in midair made a strange hissing sound, and a painful expression appeared on the mirror-like mask. It curled up like it was stuck in the air, let out a roar, and hugged the red beetle's head. Fong Tang's body had fallen into the ditch, and his momentum continued, rolling directly along the dry ditch. The pagoda had fallen back into the carriage, and the black deer seemed to sense the pain of its owner and screamed in panic. But its speed became faster. At this time, Fong Tang put his head on the ground, gritted his teeth and roared, finally turned over and fell into a crack in the mud. His body fell directly in the underground waterway map in Fong Tang's mind. Under the ruins of Neely Bar was the gathering place of the cross-shaped waterways. Now! He sank into the turbulent waves underground. The torrent of the underground river lifted up his body and swept all the way to the southeast. The black deer carriage stopped, and Fudu slowly jumped out of the carriage, leaning down to look at the underground water flowing under the ditch. After a long silence, he returned to the carriage. Sia Marin blinked her eyes and shrank back in fear. Fudu said calmly, It's amazing. You can escape like this even though your whole body is paralyzed. In comparison, my clone is barely able to survive. He didn't feel any frustration or anger. Instead, he picked up a piece of felt and covered Sia Marin's body. Sia Marin bit her lip. Aren't you angry? Anger is a ridiculous negative emotion that can seriously affect the brain's judgment. I have cut off negative emotions like this for a long time. Fudu leisurely drove the carriage. No matter where he goes, he will eventually return to 01 of the temple. Following his calm words, a scream sounded. The two remaining hind limbs of the little chinchilla chirp were broken on the spot, and he fell into Sia Marin's arms with a whine. This is a small punishment. Fudu snorted coldly, turned around and pointed out again with one finger, and scratched it down. Sia Marin gritted her teeth and remained silent. The blood-red scar extended from the corner of her left eye to her chin, completely ruining her appearance. For her, this is definitely the harshest punishment. Amidst the loud roar of the underground water flow, Fong Tang's body drifted with the current. He had choked several times, but the scariest thing is the ubiquitous rocks in the underground waterways. Fong Tang's eyes were bright, but his head kept swinging in this dangerous waterway. He is waiting for the most suitable opportunity. With a bang, he raised his head crazily and crashed into a smooth rock. The skin made of tiny secret gold absorbed the kinetic energy of the impact. Fong Tang gritted his teeth and looked for the rocks again. He hit his head so many times in succession. And finally a broken needle popped out of his right forehead. Fong Tang's left hand trembled in the water. His head felt dizzy, and his body was swept deep into the waves ahead. A familiar rental house appeared. White elves danced before his consciousness. After a long time, the voice came through. That copy is very powerful. He actually found the weakest link in the 9-palace array of the Master's secret gold body, and still stabbed your brain. Fong Tang's consciousness appeared at the table. He looked at Bai. The radio is very effective, which means you also know the weakness of that knockoff. No, that can't be considered a weakness. Master, the clone has been receiving ultra-low frequency waves in the game scene. So when he wasn't paying attention, the little thing I designed could emit resonant frequencies, but it only stunned him. It clicks. Next time it is on guard. This trick will be useless. Fong Tang's consciousness was hiding in the safe house of his brain, and he relaxed a little. That copycat trash thought he was sure of me, and even gave me all the secret scrolls to read. At the table in this illusion, he stretched out his hand, and the secret scroll in his memory slowly appeared, turned into a beautiful book, and fell on the table. Fong Tang opened the first page and started reading it with attention. The white elf was floating faintly. Why don't you wait a little longer? I will wake up in the early morning of the 23rd game day. Fong Tang smiled consciously. Bye. Don't get me wrong. I don't have such boring thoughts as I can succeed without you dying. Bai didn't say anything. Just lit a lamp for him in the illusion. Under the light, Fong Tang read silently. In the 9th year of Zhenyuan of the Tang Dynasty, a heavenly dog fell in the north of Huading County. Chapter 448 The Secret of Tengu. In the 9th year of Zhenyuan of the Tang Dynasty, a heavenly dog fell in the north of Huading County. The red and white air was like a dragon or a dog, crossing the sky, and the light swept down to the ground. There was a severe drought for thousands of miles, with no food, and a great epidemic broke out. The dead were not counted. Villages and towns were deserted. He ordered Jiang and rode to investigate and found out that the Yutian dog had transformed into a ghost. And there were many strange things from Kuan County to Huading. Looking at the description on the secret scroll, it seemed that the meteorite that fell north of Huading was not small. It burned violently in the atmosphere and emitted a bright red and white light across the sky. And what was said later was that the light swept down to the ground, and it could be seen that the meteorite hit the ground and burned fiercely, causing a drought for thousands of miles and no food. This 1,000 miles is not really 1,000 miles. It just describes a large area. As for the cause of the severe drought, it was because the ancients lived on rivers and lakes and had no running water reserves. The area near the meteorite crash was most likely a local river. The river water evaporated and even the irrigation water was gone. Later, a great plague occurred. It is speculated that meteorites may have caused the death of a large number of people, and the infection broke out due to the air of rotting corpses. Fong Tang unfolded another map in the fantasy world, which was the panoramic view of Fog Pass. He looked at the oval map, which included most of Taiyuan County and part of Putua District. The white elf sensed his thoughts from the side. Master, I can build a simple data model to simulate the impact of a meteorite falling, but the parameters are too few and may not be accurate. Fong Tang was thinking in his mind. Bye. You just need to simulate the specific fall location of that meteorite. The data model was quickly established, according to the detailed description in the 33 secret scrolls. After repeated calculations of the meteorite fall data model, it was determined that its fall location was within a 30-meter radius of the Ginkgo Plain. The reason for this accuracy is that all the mutations described in the secret volume spread from this place. Fong Tang kept looking at the map in the illusion, and the pencil suddenly transformed into his hand, and he started to draw lightly on the map. Bye. Have you noticed? Yes, Master. This meteorite is moving? The geological changes over the past 1,000 years have been very small. Even if there was underground water activity, it would not have been possible for the meteorite to make such an astonishing movement. The most important thing is that meteorites move regularly. According to the appearance of the monster on the secret scroll, it moved from the Ginkgo Plain in the northwest to the location of 01 Temple in the southeast. The visions recorded in the secret scroll are constantly changing, and it looks like the meteorite is moving around. Fong Tang recalled the scene when the pagoda opened the underground ruins. After the 12 stone boxes were combined in a certain sequence, the ruins moved crazily along the ground directly at an astonishing speed. The meteorite may be in the underground ruins. So, how were the underground ruins built? According to the clues you got, Master, the ruins seem to be artificially constructed. Fong Tang said nothing. In the illusion, his consciousness could enter a state of concentration at any time. At this time, he was writing down the monsters that appeared on the secret scroll one by one on the white paper. In order, starting from the Ginkgo plane where the meteorite fell. The sword-jawed ants were the first to undergo mutations, and then the magic geese. These two stories are clearly recorded in the secret volume. And then the oranges and blood parrots in the northeast region appear. Then, there was the white deer that spoke human words that appeared in the emperor's dream. Looking further down, there is a secret scroll about the snow mountain obtained by the 40 female thieves and Zhui Jinsong. The 4 major boss monsters of the snowy mountains are divided into east, west, north and south. In addition to the frost eagle in the north, there are also green flies in the east, red bats in the south, and soul owls in the west. Green flies are dragonflies. The soul owl refers to an owl. The ancients believed that the owl that appeared at night was an ominous thing, especially because of its strange hoot, which seemed to have the power to chase souls. So it was also called the soul owl. After these 4 monsters, the meteorite on the secret scroll has moved to the southeast, and the last 2 monsters have appeared. One is the skull grass, which is a plant with skull-like fruits, similar to the current snapdragon. The last one is the stone crocodile. Judging from the description, it may be a freshwater crocodile. Fong Tang marked them one by one on the white paper. Ant, magic goose, citrus, parrot, white deer, frost hawk. There are 11 types in total. Fong Tang frowned, and with a tap of his finger, the white jade stone floated out. In the illusion, this piece of white jade is a data body that replicates Fong Tang's memory, so he can zoom in and out at will. The enlarged white jade is displayed in front of you. Fong Tang corresponded to the monster on the secret scroll and looked at the carvings on the jade. 11 kinds of monsters have been found, but the 12th relief is a strange figure in the center. Come and take a look. The white elf flew to the jade stone and observed the pattern. The pattern composed of circles and crosses was enlarged again, and the white elf said, "This represents female humans." Fong Tang nodded. "This is a symbol representing women." "Is the 12th monster a female human? Master, maybe this is the Tengu." Fong Tang frowned and thought. Pagoda once said that white jade can absorb the DNA of all monsters, and after activation, it becomes the key to open underground ruins. This is really weird, Bai's consciousness slowly said. Generally speaking, genes can be regarded as fragments carrying DNA. If you think about it this way, the 11 animals listed by the master. What's wrong? Fong Tang asked hurriedly. Nothing. I just feel that these monsters are not randomly mutated. They seem to be selected. What's the meaning? Master, citrus, for example, sounds very common, but its genes are not simple. In nature, there is usually a kind of reproductive isolation between species. For example, tigers and cats cannot produce offspring. But citrus is different. Each original variety and hybrids can be fused and reproduced. To be precise, any 2 species in the citrus gene family can be perfectly combined. Fong Tang listened with rapt attention. What else? There is also the magic goose, which belongs to the family Anstilidae. My database shows that there is a bold study that believes that geese are the birds that have inherited the most dinosaur genes. This was the first time Fong Tang heard this statement. Bai continued to analyze. There are also ants. Among its ancient genes, the most powerful one is the capacity for efficient group behavior. Master, whether it is an ant, a magic goose, or even a tangerine, after such an analysis, wouldn't it mean that they are all deliberately selected? Fong Tang gasped. You mean that meteorite is selecting species for mutation? Yes. It's more like an experiment. Meteorites seem to collect DNA from various species. And then what? Bai's consciousness chuckled. This is just a bold speculation of mine. If we regard the meteorite as a conscious life form, then it must be a very powerful scientist. It collects special species on the Earth and then fuses them together. Fong Tang looked at Bai Yugui in shock. Fusion into a woman. This is so ridiculous. After thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't make any judgment on Bai's speculation. I can only flip through the secret scroll and continue reading. Soon, the 33 secret volumes had reached the last chapter. Jinru chapter. This is a very twisty story. The story takes place where the meteorite fell. But there is a family in the local area. The wife's surname is Hirul, and the husband's surname is Li. They are newly married and happy and harmonious. However, due to the Tengu disaster, her husband's family died tragically. Hiroshi, who had escaped, was disheartened and became a nun. This lasted until the 20th year of Jinyuan, 11 years after the fall of Tengu, and 1 year after the son of Hailingho was trapped in Shu. On this day, Jinru was chanting sutras by the water, when he suddenly saw 5-colored clouds rolling in from the east. In the clouds, a city with spires suddenly appeared. Jinru entered the city in a trance, and saw 2 women who looked like fairies. But he put a white jade stone into her hands and told her, "Be sure to keep it. This is the treasure of the country." Suddenly the clouds and mist dispersed, and it was like holding a white jade stone in one's hand. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with precious light, and the surrounding villagers saw it and hurriedly reported it to the officials. Jinru then told the governor that this object could suppress evil and exorcise demons, and in one fell swoop eliminate the bad luck of the Tengu that had plagued the court for more than 10 years. The old Emperor Dizon of the Tang dynasty was overjoyed when he heard the news. So he sent envoys to dig thousands of feet of ground in Huading County and dig out a stone according to Jinru's words, and then built a sacrificial temple around the stone. From then on, Jinru sat in this temple. Another year, Tang Dizong passed away in the 21st year of Jinyuan. Na Jinru said to the worshippers in the temple, "The world is about to be in chaos. I have the responsibility of guarding the national treasure, so I will say goodbye." So the temple sank under the earth, and the ground was flat as if it had been renovated. No one has ever seen it again. In the rental house in the fantasy world, Fong Tang covered his head and thought deeply. Just when he was about to discuss it with Bai, voices suddenly came from the illusion. The sound was muffled, as if coming from outside the door. "Sister, come quickly. There is a body here. It looks like he just died. But after being washed in the water for so long, he didn't rot. Sister, there are also secret gold particles. Wow, they are developed." Bai's consciousness became tense. "No, someone discovered the master's body." The door of the house in the fantasy world opened directly, and Fong Tang floated up involuntarily and rushed out of the door. His consciousness returned to his body, and as soon as he opened his eyes, a small cross sword was pressed against his throat. Chapter 449 Lime Cherry. The small cross sword was cold and sharp at the throat. Fong Tang opened his eyes and watched. There were 2 girls in front of her. The older one had short hair, a slim waist, and amazingly long legs. She was even taller than the other little girl even when she was squatting. The little girl with a princess hair was patting the jelly package. A small scimitar inlaid with gems fell from her sleeve, and she was cutting it frantically. "Sister, this thing is like jelly. It can't be opened." The woman with short hair and a slim waist is wearing a black cloak, which is as wide as a cloak. She is also half-veiled, only revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. The small sword in her hand gently scratched Fong Tang's throat. "Open!" Fong Tang smiled faintly and said nothing. The woman snorted and said to the little girl, "Cherry, clean up the traces nearby." The little girl pursed her lips and smiled. "Sister Qing Ning, after killing this guy, don't forget to collect the secret gold particles on his body. Our elemental formula still needs 10 units. The girl named Cherry jumped up lightly and disappeared behind a wall. Fong Tang looked around. "Is this near Yinshan Machinery Factory?" He could already see the billboard smashed into the ground in the distance, as well as bullet casings and fragments scattered everywhere. It was the traces left by the 40 female thieves who attacked the machinery factory. The short-haired woman named Qing Ning said nothing as she stabbed down with her small cross sword skillfully. The tip of the sword sank into Fong Tang's skin and under Tai's secret gold body. The man was unharmed. Qing Ning let out a sigh, and the small cross sword brought out a flash of light and stabbed Fong Tang in the heart. There was another strong rebound, and it felt like he couldn't use his strength. But the man still didn't feel anything at all. Fong Tang's black feathered cloak was already in pieces, and his shirt was also full of holes. He looked at the girl with wide eyes. "Can you let me take a look?" The short-haired Qing Ning was stunned. "You? What do you want to see?" Fong Tang's eyes were electric, staring at the skin under her cloak. "Let me see your chest." Court death. The short-haired beauty was furious. The dagger brought up after images and stabbed Fong Tang's vitals crazily. This woman's methods are vicious, and she doesn't even let go of the most vital part of a man's legs. Fong Tang was speechless. He closed his eyes, and a map of the underground waterway appeared in his mind. The water flow that was originally heading to the southeast seemed to have turned a corner somewhere and rushed back to the northwest area. Well, according to the game map, not far from here is the mysterious toy factory. The territory of Yinshan Machinery Factory has been completely destroyed. The two girls suddenly appeared here. They must have gone to the toy factory. At this time, Qing Ning was panting, stood up, pulled out the cross épée from his waist, and slashed down hard. The sword blade hit Fong Tang's head directly, but he felt his forehead tremble, and his left and right hands twitched at the same time. The severe cramp-like pain made Fong Tang overjoyed. Come again! Just like this! Chop my head! There was panic in the veiled woman's eyes. Sister Qing Ning! The little girl Cherry jumped over and looked at this scene in surprise. Qing Ning had regained her composure and suddenly laughed softly. Cherry! This guy is not a human being. He is a robot! Fong Tang was stunned. But I can't blame this girl. My tiny secret gold body is half a robot. Cherry squatted down and poked Fong Tang curiously with a small scimitar. But the company's cyborgs are all in the shape of little girls. Like those scary sisters. Qing Ning leaned over and touched Fong Tang's head and chest. Master once said that in the early days of the company, there was also an auxiliary robot. The one used to assemble and debug my sister. They were all men's models. Cherry's little hand also touched over. Fong Tang's body had gradually recovered some feeling at this time, and he felt uncomfortable being touched by the two girls. He couldn't help shouting, Get away! Cherry giggled. Sister, it has quite a temper. We have to find a mechanism. If we can control this robot, it will be great. Qing Ning thought deeply. In Fong Tang's opinion, these two girls are super idiots. The type who have no experience in the world and have rigid minds. It's just that he hasn't fully recovered yet, and he doesn't want to reveal his identity. With a sudden change in his mind, the man pretended to be serious and read. The auxiliary biochemical robot for manufacturing has completed its self-test. It is numbered Iwei-13 and codenamed Dawangluo. This is a routine learned from the heavenly soldier of Granny Meiwa. Lime and Cherry's eyes lit up. Sister, it is really the company's advanced robot. It is numbered according to the heavenly stems and the earthly branches. It is codenamed by the ancient Tai Sui. It is exactly the same as what the master said. Qing Ning was also very happy and patted Fong Tang's head gently. We are so lucky. We have never been able to find the whereabouts of master. Who would have thought that we would find a high-level biochemical man first? Is your master a Templar from Solomon? Fong Tang asked leisurely. Wow, sister, this robot is so smart. Qing Ning still had the same deep look and analyzed it cleverly. It must have read the sword technique I just performed and the weapons in our hands. So it analyzed my identity. Fong Tang was amused. The small cross sword used by this woman has Solomon's Eye of Truth logo on it. Even a fool can see it, let alone a robot. The only thing that made him curious was the mole between the chest of this lime beauty. Beautiful Xia also has one on her body, in exactly the same position. She didn't allow me to touch it that night when we were having fun. Fong Tang thought in his mind, his eyes inevitably staring at her chest. This time, Qing Ning was not angry at all, but began to analyze again. It just wanted to look at my chest. Could it be that it wanted to observe my internal organs to determine whether I was human? It's just nonsense. But the little girl Cherry clapped her hands and smiled. Sister, Master specifically mentioned it when he explained the company's robots to us. The early auxiliary robots only had simple consciousness, and were also programmed to completely obey human instructions. Qing Ning became excited. Yes, this Dawangluo robot must first confirm my identity before it can listen to my instructions. Fong Tang was stunned. What were the heads of these two children made of? But Cherry jumped over directly. Sister, you were stabbed in the heart by your master when you were a child, and you almost died. Later, didn't you have a chip directly implanted in your heart? That's why Dawangluo has to make sure. It's purely a coincidence. Qing Ning did not hesitate to pull open her cloak, revealing her plump figure. She quickly unbuttoned her shirt. Fong Tang turned his head in embarrassment. I have already determined that you are a human being, so there is no need to look further. Cherry, grab his head. Does this guy look down on me? The little girl hugged Fong Tang's head from behind and forced him to turn around. Sister, hurry up. If other players see it, they will come to snatch it. Qing Ning unbuttoned all her clothes and straightened up her chest. Come on. Use your electronic eyes to scan it. My heart is an implanted company chip, and everything else is living human flesh and blood. Fong Tang relaxed all over. Since everyone has asked for it, I have no choice but to do it. Cough. Cough. He admired it for a while, and then made a deliberately humming nasal sound. There were even weird words in his mouth. The test is completed, and it is determined to be a healthy female human. Please enter the activation command. Qing Ning's whole body was trembling with joy. But as her chest rose and fell, she couldn't think of any good instructions. Sister, hurry up. Just think of a voice command. Well, then meow meow meow. The corners of Fong Tang's mouth twitched. Please repeat. Meow meow meow. Please repeat again. Voice verification is in progress. Meow meow meow. Verification completed. Lime and Cherry high fives. Then the two women started to check the robot's physical condition with great concern. Fong Tang could only barely regain consciousness in his hands, so he could only let the two of them take off their clothes, then gently lift them aside and rinse them in the water. After washing, the little Cherry girl skipped to the side, and soon came over with a set of clothes. Put on new clothes and comb your hair. Wow, this robot is quite handsome. Qing Ning was still concernedly inspecting the body of Da Wangluo robot. Well, look, it's completely made according to the structure of a male human being. Oh, surprisingly, it's even made here. Cherry squatted down curiously and flicked it with her fingers. Really? Aren't these useless parts for robots? Speaking of which, the uncanny valley theory about robots doesn't seem to apply to him. And he doesn't look scary. Fong Tang had already yelled angrily. Don't move! Huh? The uncanny valley theory is just a hypothesis. What is really scary is robots that are close to human appearance. If we can no longer distinguish from humans, then of course this theory will be failed. Qing Ning applauded. As expected of artificial intelligence, it is so rich in knowledge. The two women put him into brand new clothes. This set of clothes looks very familiar. It seems to be the uniform of the new Chinese guards. It is imitated from the former German Empire military uniform. It is very handsome. Meow meow meow. Qing Ning gave the command in the ear of her pet. Fong Tang was stunned for a moment before he understood, and coughed. Miss Qing Ning, what do you need? Help me check the location of the toy factory. Qing Ning expected. 1.5 kilometers east of Yinshan Machinery Factory. Fong Tang was very familiar with the map. Qing Ning nodded and pointed to the ruins of the machinery factory. Da Wangluo, look at what happened here. Can that be calculated based on the scene? Fong Tang replied directly. Players from the 40 female thieves launched an attack on New China's territory. According to the data on the scene, it was speculated that the 40 female thieves used long-range high-pressure water cannons to suppress them, and then sent two masters to sneak attack from the east and west. He answered quickly and detailedly. He made the entire offensive plan. And of course, he knew the situation at the scene. Qing Ning became even more happy and patted Fong Tang gently. That's great. I will take good care of you in the future. Then he picked up the robot and followed Cherry outside. An ATV was parked there. Da Wangluo, let's see how the master's car looks like. Little Cherry giggled. Fong Tang took a look. It was designed by the gamer Sydney. It was assembled in Neely Bar. 2 units were designed in total. The second one was destroyed before it was delivered to the bar. It was worth 5 secret gold particles. Wow! Cherry clapped her hands. You can even see this. It's so awesome. They put Fong Tang into the back of the car, carefully covered him with a blanket, and then drove forward. At this time, there was a loud roar from behind. In the direction of the snowy mountains, a white mist rises. The mountain suddenly collapsed. Chapter 450 Arena. Meow meow meow. Qing Ning made that weird sound again. To be honest, every time Fong Tang hears this activation command, he feels like his whole body is getting hairy. He gradually regretted playing this robot game. Xiaoluo, what are you thinking about? Oh, are you analyzing some data? Qing Ning stopped the car and looked at Fong Tang curiously. Xiaoluo, what an embarrassing title. Just because they made up the code name, Da Wangluo. The two girls came up with this damn nickname. Fong Tang moved his hands gently. I'm analyzing the matter in the Snow Mountain. There are 4 leader monsters over there. If you can get their eyes and the mirror under the colorful flower, you can combine them into the magic mirror. Cherry giggled. Xiaoluo, it's time to update your information and data. The monsters in the Snowy Mountains were killed half a day ago. Look, even the Snowy Mountain scene has begun to collapse. Fong Tang frowned. How you know? Hey, this is not the way you want to talk to your master. Cherry was very dissatisfied. Fong Tang glanced at her. Sorry, my personality setting is like this. If you don't like it, I can leave. Cherry pouted and could only apologize like this. Robot. Like this, uncle. Qing Ning looked at the fog outside the window and said softly, "It was Fong Tang who killed 4 monsters. It's really amazing. One person can achieve that level." "What?" Cherry laughed in the back seat. "It looks like Xiaoluo. You really need to update the system. Don't you even know who Fong Tang is? That's my idol. Infinite Challenge. The person with the fastest promotion and the greatest potential in history, the new king." Fong Tang raised his weak arm and gently touched the stubble on his face. "Well, newcomer king. Have you seen him?" Cherry sighed. "What a pity. My sister and I have been in the training department of the International Service Company and have not had the opportunity to see the live broadcast of the previous challenge games." Fong Tang's eyes burned. "Qing Ning, you haven't seen him before?" "Yeah. Before I had time to admire the master style. The Infinite Challenge system collapsed. I heard that all the data about Fong Tang was deleted, and the people who had seen him were either dead or missing. Now I'm looking for his. It's difficult to take photos." Cherry couldn't stop talking about her idol. "I also found out where my idol used to work through special channels at the SIC headquarters. But unfortunately, there was still no information at all. It was as if someone was deliberately erasing the data behind the scenes." "Same. Fong Tang secretly nodded. It could be the hacker organization behind Mouse, or Lei Zhe, or even the pantheon of gods behind Shana. Cherry was still blowing with foam at the mouth. "Not long ago, Brother Fong Tang was wearing red armor, climbing mountains alone with one sword, killing countless enemies along the way, and finally split the snowy mountain with 3 swords, killing the frost eagle and defeating the red bat, capture green flies, and destroy soul owls. Those are really young heroes. How romantic." Fong Tang was speechless. "You really should go storytelling. Cherry." He leaned gently on the seat. "So, you even know the contents of the secret scroll. All game players know it," Qing Ning said solemnly. "Mr. Fong Tang used New China's particle communicator to broadcast all the contents of the 33 secret scrolls to the entire game scene." Cherry couldn't help but interject. "Not only that, the idol also took out the stone box under the colorful flower, took the monster's pupils, and set up a ring at the door of the toy factory." Cherry's eyes were filled with stars at this time. "My lord," Fong Tang said, "that the arena is right there. As long as someone can defeat him, he can get all the materials for the demon fuming mirror. It's an irresistible temptation for other players. After getting the magic mirror, they can directly enter the factory to exchange for the strongest castle formula in the game." Unexpectedly, such a turning point occurred in such a short period of time. It is conceivable that the players now hidden in the 6 million square meter game scene have heard the news and are all gathering towards the toy factory. Even novices like Lime and Cherry couldn't help but come. The most recognized people in the game are now, in addition to Mr. Fong Tang, the leader of New China, and the female war goddess of the 40 female thieves. Female god of war? Fong Tang opened his eyes. "What's going on?" Qing Ning directly turned on the card display. "My sister in the game has already released a video of the female god of war massacring new Chinese players. And in the first player strength list of Fog Pass, the female god of war has been ranked first." A clear picture popped up on the display screen. The scene is in the Ginkgo Plain. New Chinese soldiers are rushing from all directions. And in the plain, Plum Blossom stand proudly. This battle scene should have been intercepted and edited. As the scene progressed very quickly, the Plum Blossom's aura was fully opened after the seal was released, and its figure became extraordinarily tall. It seemed to be at least more than 2 meters tall. The screen flashed, and Dongmei was seen appearing from the direction of the Magic Goose Farm, and she landed directly on the back of Granny Meihua. Finally, a dazzling white light appeared. When the light dissipated, a petite humanoid weapon appeared on Meihua's arm. It's Dongmei. She is actually the weapon of the Plum Blossom Heavenly Weapon. The screen jumps quickly, without showing the process of Dongmei transforming into a weapon. We only see the tragic death of new Chinese soldiers everywhere on the ground. It seemed that the new Chinese side, which was so arrogant in the game, only a few top players were left and fled. That battle happened yesterday. Qing Ning began to slow down, looking at the appearance of the female god of war. She must be a fighting robot. Xiaoluo, can you analyze her? Fong Tang's eyes shrank. Don't mess with her. That's a heavenly weapon level killing machine. The ultimate form of humanoid weapons. The all-terrain vehicle has passed through the foggy area, and a strange factory appears in front of it. The factory stands alone in the wilderness, and the surrounding walls are actually made of Lego toys. The toy factory has only one gate, and in front of the gate, there is a huge square stone. That's the arena. Fong Tang slowly stood up and regained consciousness above the waist. In less than 4 hours, it will be the early morning of the 23rd game day of the game. That was also the moment when Shiro woke up from hibernation. Fong Tang reached out and took out a cute fox mask from Cherry's bag and put it on directly. Buddha, what a huge formation. Are you making such a big show to end this game as soon as possible? On the Boulder Arena, there are 4 transparent boxes, which contain 4 types of monsters from the snowy mountains. On top of the box, there are 7 stone boxes arranged neatly, displayed meticulously according to the number. The red-armored pagoda sat cross-legged, and Xia Meiren held the dying little chinchilla, with half of her face covered in bandages. Beside her, Cain, who had lost his eyes and hands, was sitting on his knees, with drops of rotten pus flowing out of his hollow eye sockets. Xia Meiren wiped him with a bandage. Cain turned his head to one side and raised his ears. Well, many masters have appeared. Fudu, your trick is good. You can kill as many players as possible in the shortest time. This is a way to quickly pass the level. Xia Meiren's voice was hoarse. He is waiting for Fong Tang to come. Fudu smiled faintly. Fong Tang didn't care about your life or death and escaped gracefully. Are you still worried about him now? Xia Meiren lowered her head and sneered. Unlike you, a copycat, Fong Tang is a good person with principles. He will definitely come to save me. Fuda shook his head. Principles? Only cowards will rely on so-called principles to suppress their inner desires. Fong Tang was afraid that he would waver, so he built so-called principle barriers for himself. But in this world, everyone will fall. The only difference is the price, he said with endless ridicule. Just like Xia Meiren, you were originally desperate to kill Cain with deep hatred. But now that you heard the news that your sister is not dead, you suddenly turned into an obedient cat. Blackrobe Cain coughed. Xiao Mei, don't listen to him. What you say is meaningless to a heartless and heartless robot. Huh? No matter how it expresses itself, it is just a fake. Just the underlying logic code, it's just a driven monster. The pagoda remained unmoved and looked forward. One day, humans will understand that new, more advanced and powerful species will completely replace them. The particle fog in front completely dissipated, and the blue night sky appeared. The blood-red parrot fluttered and flew up, and oranges suddenly appeared, floating above the ring, emitting a bright golden light. Light fell on the ground in boulders, and a figure nimbly climbed up along the rocks. He was wearing the uniform of the new China, holding a shotgun in his hand, and frowned at the pagoda. Do you mean what you say? If you win, you will get all the materials and formulas? The pagoda was still sitting cross-legged, and the eyes on the mask flashed. The guy with the shotgun was still waiting for a reply, when he felt that the scenery in front of him had changed. A smooth wound appeared on his neck. The cross-section of the fracture was cold, and blood vessels, muscles, nerves and bones could be clearly seen. With a bang, the unlucky guy's head flew for more than 3 meters before landing, and his headless body was still twitching on the ring. That was because Fuda's knife was too fast, and the corpse's nerves were still reacting naturally. It's boring, Xia Meiren muttered softly. How long will it take to kill like this? Cain said coldly. Most of the minions started killing each other outside the ring without taking action.